Choi Hyun-suk is supposed to be a legendary triple-S hero, so why are his stats sitting so ridiculously low? His skills are only F and D rank, and worst of all, Choi Hyun-suk is not about to fight the demons at all, but instead, Choi Hyun-suk is actually fighting on the demon queen side. Choi Hyun-suk has no time to dwell on it, so he charges straight toward his opponent. The general tries to stop him with a powerful attack. A vertical slash comes down, but Choi Hyun-suk dodges and counters with his fist. The blow lands squarely on the monster's face. He follows with another strike to the solar plexus, but the creature tries to strike back. Our boy quickly leaps backward and realizes that this enemy is still standing. The pale, ugly pig-like monster is somehow still mostly intact. Then the creature decides to make the next move, and that is exactly what Choi Hyun-suk has been waiting for. He uses the monster's own weight against it with the technique. It is the technique the demon commander taught him, and Choi Hyun-suk knows he can pull it off. Choi Hyun-suk predicts the moment the creature steps forward. As it moves in, he drives a bazooka-like strike into its stomach. His hand sinks deep into the creature's ribs. Then he activates instant devastation. In the grandstand, the scientists cannot understand how such a thing is possible. The pig-like creature crashes to the floor, leaving a crater-like wound in its chest. Choi Hyun-suk raises his arm, and from the sidelines, Demon Queen is stunned by how powerful he has become. In only 2 months, the legendary hero has grown far stronger than before, even though Choi Hyun-suk is currently working under her. His growth rate is so extreme that it could become a serious danger to every demon. But how did the legendary SS hero end up in this situation? To understand how he came to work for demons, look back to his previous life, when his name was Choi Hyun-suk. Back then, he was a rising MMA fighter. Choi Hyun-suk had built himself up from nothing, without a wealthy gym or famous trainer behind him. He was just a man full of anger who loved to fight. At last, Choi Hyun-suk had a championship match scheduled for the following month. It was set to be the biggest payday of his entire life. The money would finally clear his sister's debt and let him move his mother into a proper apartment. But Choi Hyun-suk never made it to that fight. On his way home from training, an unavoidable accident claimed him like another victim in a grim streak. Everything around him faded into darkness. Choi Hyun-suk opened his eyes in a strange, unfamiliar space. Then, from a portal, an angel suddenly appeared. Her dramatic entrance made Choi Hyun-suk pull a completely foolish expression. She told him he was dead and introduced herself as Rahul. She then explained that she was searching for people who had died on Earth. Seeing the talent radiating from her, Choi Hyun-suk became curious. He approached with a blush and asked her to explain more, but she cut him off, saying he only had 2 choices. Choi Hyun-suk could accept death and be reincarnated as a nobody, or he could be sent to another world and live a perfect life as an incredible hero. In other words, he could enjoy a carefree new role with rewards waiting everywhere. He would become an incredible SS rank hero. Choi Hyun-suk was not foolish, though, and sensed something was off, so he said he needed time to think. Yahello, however, kept pressing him. She insisted it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and began rambling through all the supposed benefits. The protagonist knew something had to be wrong because the offer sounded far too perfect. Since Choi Hyun-suk had just died after living as a fighter, perhaps reincarnating into a peaceful life would be better. Rahul told him to focus, saying he still did not understand, so she would explain it properly. Choi Hyun-suk would be reborn in a peaceful village and complete an extremely simple quest. After that, the village lord would offer him his beautiful daughter. Then Choi Hyun-suk could marry her, though the protagonist was clearly staring at Rahul with suspicion. Meanwhile, Rahul wondered why Choi Hyun-suk was not reacting at all. Hearing that, she changes her mind and turns to leave. She says that if Choi Hyun-suk refuses to marry such an amazing woman, then she is leaving, and he can go reincarnate on his own. Choi Hyun-suk quickly tells her to wait, and she warns him that if he turns down this offer, Choi Hyun-suk may not even be reborn as a human in his next life. Once he hears that, Choi Hyun-suk grabs her foot and says he understands. Choi Hyun-suk agrees to the deal. She then orders him to say it again. Choi Hyun-suk begs, saying he wants to become the hero who is reborn and ends up with the village guy's daughter. Hearing that, she smiles and says they will begin immediately. The kid is baffled. Wait, they are starting right now? She replies that there is no point in standing there and wasting time. Choi Hyun-suk tells her to at least explain things properly instead of sending him away with no preparation. But he is already too late. The magic circle activates and makes him disappear. She then informs the angel team that Choi Hyun-suk has been transported successfully. Meanwhile, the protagonist slips into unconsciousness. Then he wakes up to a voice telling him to open his eyes. Choi Hyun-suk wonders if this is the village chief Rahul mentioned, the one with the beautiful daughter. For a brief moment, it seems everything is going as promised. Then a punch hits his stomach and jolts him fully awake. Irritated, Choi Hyun-suk snaps back and asks if that guy is looking for trouble. His words stop halfway. The figure before him is not human. It wears a horned wild boar skull and furiously accuses Choi Hyun-suk of being lazy in the slave dorm. Completely confused, Choi Hyun-suk hesitates. Is this strange creature really the village chief Rahul talked about? Impossible. It looks more like a monster a hero should defeat. Choi Hyun-suk carefully introduces himself as a hero. The creature only looks puzzled, steps closer, and mocks how foolish heroes have become these days. At that point, Choi Hyun-suk begins to realize something has gone terribly wrong. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk still wants to believe Rahul did not deceive him. Maybe this monster is simply his first quest. Trying to stay composed, Choi Hyun-suk decides to make the first move. But before Choi Hyun-suk can think any further, the creature asks what Choi Hyun-suk just said. Choi Hyun-suk kicks it and shouts for it to go down. Choi Hyun-suk feels proud of that kick for about 1 second. Then the creature catches his foot. With a grin, it asks whether Choi Hyun-suk truly believes he is a hero. In a tired voice, it complains about all these fake heroes and wonders why they keep appearing. The protagonist cannot move as the creature clenches its fist and sneers that a harsh lesson will set him straight. As Choi Hyun-suk gradually adjusts to the darkness in the room, heavy banging echoes from outside. Someone yells for the door to be opened, demanding another fight with the cow-headed monster. The door swings open, and an angry goblin holding a sword appears. It shouts at the noisy prisoner, threatening to turn him into soup if Choi Hyun-suk does not keep quiet. Terrified, Choi Hyun-suk immediately promises to stay silent. After the goblin leaves, Choi Hyun-suk starts grumbling about this so-called beautiful fantasy world. Choi Hyun-suk wonders where everything went wrong. More than anything, he is afraid of ending his life without ever experiencing romance again. Then a voice calls to him through a small window in the cell. Choi Hyun-suk asks who it is, and the man introduces himself as a senior hero. The man says he is about to begin his own journey, then explains that they are trapped inside a demon king's army fortress, where humans are forced into labor. Looking through the window, Choi Hyun-suk is stunned to see another Korean. He respectfully calls him Sun Bai and asks how they ended up in this situation. Amused by his politeness, the man teases him before shouting to the other prisoners, asking whether the self-proclaimed heroes are still alive. Voices answer from every direction, each one claiming to be a hero. The place is packed with unlucky people who have suffered the same fate. Shocked, Choi Hyun-suk asks what is happening. The Sunbae casually says there are at least 100 heroes trapped in the Demon King's fortress. Choi Hyun-suk learns that the red, cow-headed creature he met earlier is Reed Run, the chief of the fortress. The goblin who threatened him is Jark, a prison guard infamous for his especially harsh nature. Then Choi Hyun-suk hears the reason they are all there. It is because of Rahul, the so-called angel. He can only stare as the man curses her. The man calls her a devil wearing an angel's face. Bitterly, Choi Hyun-suk realizes everything might have been different if not for her mistake. Starting to panic, Choi Hyun-suk demands the truth. Were heroes not supposed to begin somewhere far better than this nightmare? The man says they were. Heroes captured from other places had told him what normal starting points were like. Usually, heroes begin in a city or village, even if they have not gained any powers yet. That finally makes everything clear to him. The reason Choi Hyun-suk ended up in this place. This nightmare was Rahul's fault. Choi Hyun-suk can still remember her face with perfect clarity. A few days later, we see the 2nd Slave Squad of the 3rd Battalion in the Demon King's army. Humans are forced to work in miserable conditions while goblins watch over them, and they are even made to chant about crushing humans and eating humans. Choi Hyun-suk trembles from exhaustion as he carries a massive log with a goblin writing on top. Finally, a bell rings, ending the workday, and everyone is sent back to their cells. Back inside his cell, the protagonist thinks that prison almost feels easier than the labor outside. Choi Hyun-suk suddenly recalled Rahul's promise about granting special hero privileges. Motivated, he decided to test out the usual command. To his surprise, the status window appeared. It worked perfectly, revealing his stats right in front of him. Through it, Choi Hyun-suk grasped the basics of his strength and abilities. He murmured to himself about what he saw, and the man in the adjacent cell overheard him. The man was stunned to find that Choi Hyun-suk already had level 1 stamina. Choi Hyun-suk confirmed this, and noted his strength stat was 28, which impressed the man remembering his past as a champion. The man hadn't expected the protagonist to be so gifted, especially with stats above 30 at level 1. The protagonist downplayed it, claiming he was still a slave, yet the man remained hopeful. Choi Hyun-suk told him that with such talent, he could escape and truly become a hero. He didn't buy it, pretending to sleep, all the while thinking about how low his level was and whether it could aid his escape at all. Later, once the other man was asleep, Choi Hyun-suk quietly rose and reopened the status window. 2 things caught his eye: mana, which could grant superhuman abilities, and hero points. He realized the other heroes seemed unaware of hero points, as no one had earned any. Then a familiar glow appeared. Angel reappeared, proudly flaunting her appearance appearance. With a playful smile and teasing pout, she greeted him as if they hadn't met in ages. Rahel then provocatively asked if he wanted her to reveal more. She was about to share key details about hero points, but before finishing, Choi Hyun-suk grabbed the tiny Rahel from the air, glaring angrily, bluntly stating he didn't care about hero points or her other revelations. All he wanted at that moment was to scold her. Moments later, Rahel ended up tied up, dangling like bait. Trying to explain, she claimed the summoning circles had malfunctioned after someone spilled coffee during snack time. As she spoke, she set up soundproof magic so no one could hear. Choi Hyun-suk asked if this task was her punishment. Rahel said no, she'd been sent to serve as his personal fairy. A guide tasked to help him until he defeated the Demon King. Choi Hyun-suk made it clear he no longer cared about being a hero, and Rahel questioned what he meant. He explained he had zero interest in defeating the Demon King, desiring only a normal life. Rahel admitted many chosen heroes felt similarly at first, but reminded him that his potential was SS rank. Choi Hyun-suk retorted that talent didn't oblige him to anyone. He never believed this was his destiny. Rahel tried to argue, but he cut her off, done with a life of endless fighting like before. This shocked Rahel. She'd assumed he was just a battle-obsessed fool, and now worried about what this meant for her. When assigned as a personal fairy, Rahel had protested fiercely, seeing it as demeaning for her status. But the order was final. She had to remain with Choi Hyun-suk until the Demon King's defeat. Personal fairies were required to fully support their warrior, sharing in both victories and losses. Regardless of her complaints, she was sent straight to the Demon Fortress. In the present, the protagonist realized a personal fairy had to obey their warrior's orders. He told Rahel to assist in his escape plan, and she reluctantly agreed. The noise at the door made him quickly hide Rahel. Goblins were rousing prisoners for another day of labor. Rahel grumbled that she could have hidden herself with stealth magic. Even after roll call, Choi Hyun-suk noticed Jark, the cruel goblin guard, still by his cell. Jark said Reed Run wanted to see him in the office. Upon arrival, Reed Run brought up something unexpected. Choi Hyun-suk had been working hard recently. He was stunned while Jark sat on Reed Run's shoulders as usual. He could hardly believe that the foul goblin was actually praising him. Reed Run admitted he first thought Hayao Yi-hen-suk was just another crazy human, but his recent behavior had changed that view. So Reed Run offered him a new position, head slave. The protagonist was unsure what this entailed. Reed Run explained that work had slowed, and someone was needed to manage the humans. Rahel hoped he'd refuse immediately. She whispered insistently and finally yelled that a hero should never bow to officers in the Demon King's army. Both Reed Run and Jark heard her and questioned the noise. Thinking quickly, Choi Hyun-suk claimed he'd handle everything and make the humans work harder. He bowed so low his forehead hit the desk. Reed Run loved it, and Choi Hyun-suk admitted he was starting to like him. He went further, promising a special recommendation to join the Demon King's army if he performed well. Though dismissed, he felt miserable inside. His escape plan seemed jeopardized. A few days later, the humans worked while chanting, and Choi Hyun-suk strutted around like a boss, snapping at one for moving too slowly. He mocked a worker, claiming even his grandma could move faster. With his behavior, he seemed at home in the Demon King's army. Then the system showed his hidden skill. Charisma had increased thanks to his leadership experience. Choi Hyun-suk exclaimed that being head slave was incredible. The other prisoners exchanged nervous glances, convinced he had finally lost it. They whispered behind his back. Rahel scolded him, warning this could cause serious trouble. He dismissed her, urging trust in the plan, then smugly added that a sparrow like her couldn't understand a phoenix like him. When a man dropped to his knees, the protagonist berated him. The system notified him that Reed Run's favorability had risen. He gave a dramatic salute, loudly pledging loyalty to Reed Run. Rahel finally erupted, reminding him his goal was to escape and seek freedom. Scratching his head, he awkwardly explained he was following the system. Obeying it made sense if he was a hero. Rahel fired back. She said it was absurd that a hero quest involved boosting favor with an officer in the Demon King's army. Choi Hyun-suk insisted he was telling the truth and even offered to read the quest aloud. It began, "You trapped in the Demon King's fortress due to someone's blunder," and Rahel cut him off. She argued that no genuine system message would sound so casual, as they were meant to be neutral and precise. The protagonist just shrugged, suggesting maybe an SS rank hero system operated differently. The night before, Rahel had been astonished at how easily Choi Hyun-suk accepted the head slave task. Choi Hyun-suk retorted that she was the crazy one. Then, unexpectedly, a system message appeared for him. Read, "You are trapped in the Demon King's fortress due to an idiot's mistake. Probably feel as irritated as finding an empty toilet roll. But this is also an opportunity to become a true hero. Gain the favor of the Demon King's officer. Read Run and earn 100 hero points." Hyun-suk was stunned, but Choi Hyun-suk realized this was his only real path forward. So now, while the slaves worked, Choi Hyun-suk had them sing the Demon King Third Army Corps anthem. Rahel was puzzled because only very high-ranking beings could alter quest objectives. She couldn't understand why anyone would do that for him. Then Jark appeared again, instructing Choi Hyun-suk to follow him to Red Run's office. Red Run commended him for boosting the slaves' productivity so much, pretending modesty. The protagonist said it was all thanks to Red Run's wise guidance. Rahel scoffed, sure that such shallow praise would never work. But then, to her surprise, Red Run clearly enjoyed it. The system reappeared, announcing that Choi Hyun-suk had achieved the goal and cleared the hero quest. Choi Hyun-suk gained 100 hero points and unlocked the beginner hero store. Both were shocked that his plan succeeded so well. Now that the favorability quest was complete and progress was smooth, Choi Hyun-suk decided it was time for step 2. He requested Red Run's permission to begin training the slaves. Red Run questioned why. Choi Hyun-suk quickly explained disciplined slaves working flawlessly together, each performing the work of 3 without slacking. Choi Hyun-suk stated that with such efficiency, they could finish the fortress in just a week. Red Run objected, arguing humans were too weak to train and keep working simultaneously. Choi Hyun-suk persisted, adding that even if it were praised by the commander, that would be sufficient, and Red Run approved the training. Back in her cell, Rahel was in total despair. She lamented that her hero had completely lost it, first serving the Demon King's army and now training slaves for them too. Irritated by all the fuss, the protagonist told her to be quiet and assured her Choi Hyun-suk already had a plan. Still doubtful, Rahel asked if Choi Hyun-suk was deceiving her again. Suk retorted, asking if she thought he was like her. Then Choi Hyun-suk revealed the true plan. Use the slaves to start a rebellion. There were around 3,000 human slaves in the fortress, only about 500 demon soldiers, and a nearby human alliance base. Once the revolt began, they could call for assistance. Hearing this, Rahel's despair turned into admiration. She admitted Choi Hyun-suk wasn't as foolish as she'd believed. Next, Hyun-suk decided to check the quest rewards. Still suspicious, Rahel asked if Choi Hyun-suk had genuinely earned hero points or if it was all fake. Choi Hyun-suk assured her it was real. He said the hero store had unlocked and opened it to see what was inside. He entered, hoping to find something useful, perhaps the item that would finally grant a true hero skill. But when the store's list appeared, Choi Hyun-suk was astonished. The skills included Hold Your Breath, an F-rank skill for better breath control, and Shit Holding, letting you endure bathroom needs longer. Choi Hyun-suk sarcastically remarked that one should have been SS rank, especially in public emergencies. The rest were mundane skills like cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Confused and angry, the protagonist asked how any of that qualified as heroic. Laughing, Rahel explained the store was only level 1. She added that earning more points and leveling up would unlock better options later. Still irritated, Choi Hyun-suk yelled at Rahel to be quiet and called her a scam fairy. The next day, the slaves saluted the Demon King while Hyo and Silk commanded them to sing the 3rd Army Corps song. At a signal, they began. We the Great Demon King Army, defeat humans, eat humans, forget your pain when catching them. Nothing under the sky matches the Demon King's love. Red Run watched the performance, pleased that allowing him to train the slaves had paid off. Then the office door burst open and Jark rushed in with urgent news. The human army was advancing toward the fortress. The 8th Division, the largest nearby unit, had already been trapped and forced to retreat. If even the 8th Division had fallen, Jark warned it was only a matter of time before the humans reached the fortress. Even so, Ratel remained calm. Choi Hyun-suk acknowledged Jark's suggestion to evacuate, but told him to hold off. According to Ratel, wars are always decided by supply lines, and the first rule of war, Choi Hyun-suk said, is never to lose a capable supply officer. So Choi Hyun-suk instructed Jark to proceed while he dealt with Choi Hyun-suk first. Meanwhile, the protagonist barked at the slaves, asking if they were ready to follow his commands. Then Choi Hyun-suk heard the noise and sighed, guessing Red Run was about to interrupt training again. Looking at his status window, Choi Hyun-suk saw his stats had increased slightly, but not enough to start a revolt. He muttered a wish for a lucky event to boost his strength rapidly. Before he could finish thinking, Red Run landed beside him and slapped a hand on his shoulder, startling him. Hyun-suk spun around. Red Run seemed rushed. No time, Choi Hyun-suk said. Tone urgent, come with me now. Choi Hyun-suk asked where and why, but Red Run didn't answer. At that exact moment, the human commander roared for his troops to attack, believing victory was near. Spear-wielding soldiers charged in, cutting down several goblins as they advanced, but then they froze at the sight of the Red Nightmare. Red Run. Commander immediately ordered a retreat and instructed the knights to take over. Even so, the troops continued charging, swept up by their momentum. Observing the chaos, Choi Hyun-suk thought, why are human soldiers here? Perhaps he could seize the chance, strike the Demon King's commander from behind, and return to human society. Just then, one soldier yelled, "Die, Red Nightmare," and charged at Red Run. Red Run calmly seized the man's head and crushed it instantly. Frozen in shock, the protagonist watched as Red Run executed the 7th 11th movement of his martial art. Choi Hyun-suk slammed the soldier's face into the ground, and he followed up with a sweeping strike across a wide area. The resulting shockwave tore the earth apart, sending human soldiers flying. Afterward, Reed-Run glanced at Choi Hyun-suk and asked, "You okay?" Choi Hyun-suk instinctively saluted, replied he was fine, and quietly added that he would be leaving soon. That's when he realized who he was standing next to, one of the Demon King Army's most powerful fighters. The humans soon secured the area, planted 2 flags, and began separating the people from Marriott Kingdom and the Drasen Empire. One soldier asked Choi Hyun-suk's cellmate if they were warriors, and the man confirmed they were. Those identified as warriors were separated from the other captives and led elsewhere. Soon someone came to meet them. Olivan Grimir, the red-haired, bearded Duke of the Drasen Empire and leader of the Allied army. The soldier reported the evacuation was complete, earning praise from Olivan. The soldier added that the self-proclaimed warriors had been drafted, prompting Olivan Grimir to give the signal to proceed. "All soldiers to your posts." Moments later, Choi Hyun-suk issued an even colder order. "Eliminate every warrior before us." Meanwhile, a carriage moved silently through the forest. Inside, Choi Hyun-suk sat quietly, silently bidding farewell to his dreams of adventure and his fantasy second life. Across from him, Reed-Run sat in silence. The protagonist reflected on how effortlessly Reed-Run had dispatched their pursuers. At least that threat was gone. Trying to lift spirits, Rahul suggested crises often bring opportunities and proposed going to headquarters to assess the Demon King army. Choi Hyun-suk, irritated, told her to be quiet. Breaking the silence, Reed-Run admitted, "I must have nodded off briefly." Choi Hyun-suk looked over and asked, "Did you say something?" He quickly covered, claiming he was just mumbling about how honored he was to travel with Reed-Run. Reed-Run appeared pleased. Choi Hyun-suk noted they were near the 3 Corps headquarters and told him to look forward to it. "Once we arrive, I'll officially enlist you in the Demon King's army." Protagonist turned pale but forced out, "It's an honor." Even Rahul fell silent in panic at headquarters. A guard announced Reed-Run's return, and the gate opened immediately. Reed-Run signaled for Choi Hyun-suk to follow, promising to take him directly to the commander. Choi Hyun-suk called it a tremendous honor to meet the commander so soon, though his posture suggested otherwise. Then he reminded himself to watch every word carefully in front of the commander if he wanted to survive. Recalling the saying about keeping your head even in a tiger's den, Choi Hyun-suk braced himself and vowed not to falter. At the commander's door, Reed-Run announced their arrival and were granted entry. As the door opened, Choi Hyun-suk heard a woman's voice and wondered if the commander might actually appear human. The figure before them was stunning, a woman with long ears, clawed nails, hidden eyes, and unusual coloration along her jaw and neck. She reclined in her chair wearing high heels, exuding authority. "Welcome back, Reed-Run," she said with a smile, adding that Choi Hyun-suk looked even more muscular than before. This was Hemis, commander of the Demon King Army's 3rd Corps. Reed-Run returned the compliment, saying her beauty had become even more radiant. The protagonist flushed, unable to believe someone so beautiful commanded a corpse. Hemis smiled at Reed-Run while Choi Hyun-suk panicked internally, unsure if he should praise her too. Before he could decide, Reed-Run shifted the topic. Choi Hyun-suk admitted his shame for failing to protect the fortress, but Hemis dismissed it. The true blame, she said, rested with the 8th Division commander, not Reed-Run, adding coldly that she should have already dealt with that man. Choi Hyun-suk nearly stopped breathing. Hemis continued, noting the 8th Division commander returned alive, but as a disgrace. Her presence was far more intimidating than anything he had faced. Choi Hyun-suk clenched his fists, trying to conceal his trembling. Changing subjects, Hemis turned her gaze to the human Reed-Run had brought. Reed-Run introduced him as the same person from his earlier report and explained he was brought to formally join the Demon King's army. "Me?" Hemis stepped closer to examine him. "You're cute," she said lightly, adding she expected much from someone chosen by Reed-Run. Flustered, Choi Hyun-suk promised to do his best. Hemis observed and remarked that with his physique, he wouldn't survive long in the demon army. She asked Reed-Run if he agreed and he nodded. The others would eat him alive. Choi Hyun-suk suggested, given the rarity of human recruits, he be allowed to train the protagonist himself. Hemis immediately shut that down. Absolutely not. Reed-Run's time is too valuable to waste on a human. Then something shocking occurred. Hemis began to transform. Her head twisted into a strange shape, like a flower but filled with teeth and a long tongue. Choi Hyun-suk stared in disbelief as she shoved her arm into her mouth. Moments later, her face returned to normal, and she held a small black dog-like creature. She told Choi Hyun-suk his new duty was to care for her pet. The little beast looked tiny but menacing. "This is Bobo," Hemis said fondly. "Isn't he adorable?" Choi Hyun-suk could only wonder what kind of pet this was. To him, it resembled something straight from hell. In his own language, Bobo also meant stupid, making it even stranger. Reed-Run observed the creature and said Choi Hyun-suk could sense immense power from it. Even in this form, Hemis was clearly pleased. Choi Hyun-suk remained skeptical, and Hemis noticed immediately. Her tone sharpened. Don't you like it? She asked, pressing him further. The protagonist quickly backpedaled. It's an honor to care for Bobo. Satisfied, Hemis handed Bobo over, warning him not to forget feeding times, as the pet was still growing and could become aggressive when hungry. She also explained that finding new caretakers had become difficult because Bobo kept making them disappear. Rahel suddenly shouted, startling everyone. A new hero quest had appeared in the system, and she could not hide her shock. Choi Hyun-suk immediately shushed her, afraid she might wake Bobo. Quest appeared, survive by earning Bobo's affection and secure a better future. Reward, 200 hero point. Choi Hyun-suk was left completely speechless. Was he seriously being asked to win over the commander's dangerous pet? Just then, the door opened and a goblin stepped inside. It tapped on the door frame and Choi Hyun-suk greeted it politely. Still, Choi Hyun-suk felt uneasy inside. Having a goblin as his partner made him feel less like staff and more like spare food. When he asked about the former caretakers, the goblin bluntly said there were none left. That answer told him enough. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk asked about the work, and the goblin said their job was to prepare Bobo's meal. So that was all Hyun-suk asked. Yes, the goblin replied, but before it could explain further, a shadow suddenly covered it. Bobo was already there, licking the goblin's head. The goblin panicked at once. It clung to Choi Hyun-suk's leg and begged for help, even promising to give him its food if he saved it. The protagonist finally lost patience and shouted, asking what it thought it was doing. The goblin ignored him, clearly certain one of them was doomed. Furious, Choi Hyun-suk grabbed the goblin and tossed it toward Bobo. He coldly said the goblin would be the one going down. As Bobo prepared to pounce, Choi Hyun-suk offered the snack. Bobo accepted it happily and devoured the goblin without hesitation. Protagonist and Rahel could only stare as Bobo cheerfully enjoyed its meal. Later, Rahel was the one fleeing for her life, with Bobo racing close behind her as she screamed for help. Help, but Hyun-suk casually answered that she should not run too long, or he would get hungry again. Then Choi Hyun-suk spotted a new shop item, an extra large bone. It could lure canine-type monsters and make them friendly, and it cost 30 hero points. Choi Hyun-suk moved quickly, called Bobo over and showed him the bone. The instant Choi Hyun-suk threw it, Bobo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Bobo immediately sprinted after it. Meanwhile, Rahel, exhausted from flying around, complained that Choi Hyun-suk should have found it sooner. Hyun-suk answered smugly. That was because his brain noticed the small details. Choi Hyun-suk thought the quest would be simple after that, but he was wrong. Bobo suddenly lunged at him, barely missing and only tearing the edge of his shirt. That was when Choi Hyun-suk understood. The bone alone would not satisfy Bobo. He wanted fresh meat. Rahel asked whether Choi Hyun-suk was really planning to take Bobo outside. Hyun-suk hesitated as the pressure grew heavier. It built even more as Bobo bared his teeth in agitation. In panic, the first calming word that came to the protagonist's mind slipped out. Walk. Bobo froze at once. The fierce look vanished, replaced by joyful tail-wagging excitement. Bobo even hugged Choi Hyun-suk, who released a long sigh of relief. Outside, Hyun-suk tried to find the kitchen, but he had no idea where he was going, and Bobo kept pulling him from place to place. Rahel looked around and admitted she could not smell any food nearby. Then she spotted a goblin and suggested asking it for directions. Choi Hyun-suk approached, and the goblin looked confused to see a human there. But Bobo suddenly slipped back into his feral state. The goblin froze in fear. Hyun-suk tried to calm it down, saying Bobo was only out for a walk, but the goblin remained terrified. The goblin asked why a human was walking Bobo. When Bobo licked its face, the protagonist quickly stepped in. Do not eat him. Then Choi Hyun-suk asked where the kitchen was. Trembling from head to toe, the goblin pointed left and ran away as fast as it could. Rahel and Choi Hyun-suk watched him flee, stunned at first, before bursting into laughter over how badly the goblin had panicked. They laughed so much they wondered how someone like that had joined the demon army. Once they calmed down, Hyun-suk refocused, since he still needed meat from the kitchen. Rahel asked what his real plan was. Was Choi Hyun-suk going to care for a dog forever? He snorted and said no, because he still had bigger dreams. Then Choi Hyun-suk turned around and realized Bobo was gone. Panic struck him immediately. His face went pale. Where in the world was that dog? Hyun-suk felt dread settle over him. Bobo was nothing but trouble, and looking away for even a moment had been a serious mistake. Rahel scanned the area and pointed ahead. Over there, Bobo was trotting back toward them. The protagonist let out a breath and snapped that Bobo had scared him half to death. Bobo returned looking satisfied, but there was blood around his mouth and his belly was already full. Then shouting erupted. Commander Regis was dead, and someone was swearing revenge. Choi Hyun-suk froze. Rahel pointed at Bobo and whispered that he had not done it. Goblin soldiers rushed in, and both of them immediately ran. Between breaths, Rahel asked if they were about to die. Choi Hyun-suk snapped back, telling her to shut up and run. They reached a dead end and were surrounded by shouting goblins. One yelled that he would tear Choi Hyun-suk apart like chicken wings. Another complained that the commander commander was already gone and wondered what Choi Hyun-suk would taste like. A third said they should tear both Hyun-suk and Bobo apart and divide the meat. At that moment, the protagonist forced himself to face the situation. He made himself stay calm and shouted back in response, "How dare you?" Choi Hyun-suk was badly outnumbered, so he needed a solution right away. Choi Hyun-suk lifted Bobo and asked if they even realized who this fearless creature was. They looked puzzled. The goblins only stared blankly, assuming Bobo was some random wandering monster. When Hyun-suk heard that, anger flared up and he lashed out at them. Choi Hyun-suk then declared that this adorable yet dangerous beast was none other than Bobo himself. The goblins wavered. They knew Bobo was Commander Hamis's pet, but assumed this was another human trick. Still, a few began wondering if Choi Hyun-suk was telling the truth. Choi Hyun-suk asked how they could not recognize Bobo and called it humiliating. His confidence unsettled the goblins, and without panicking, he ordered Bobo to reveal his beast form. Bobo instantly obeyed, turning savage as drool dripped from his mouth, as if he were ready to devour someone. Choi Hyun-suk faced the goblins and repeated that this was Bobo. Choi Hyun-suk then gave the command to bite. Bobo roared and sprang toward the closest goblin. The goblin was overwhelmed as Bobo struck him down. Watching calmly, Choi Hyun-suk remarked that an unmuzzled dog really could cause a terrible mess. By the time Bobo stopped, almost nothing remained. The protagonist turned to the others and mocked them, asking if anyone still doubted Bobo's identity. The goblins immediately apologized, saying they had not known. Just then, a system message appeared before Choi Hyun-suk, saying his wild charisma had intimidated several demons and increased his hidden charisma stack. Choi Hyun-suk grinned, clearly pleased to see the result. Then a calm but commanding voice spoke from behind him, asking what all the commotion was about. It was Commander Hamis. She looked over the scene with amusement and joked that her cute new pet was causing quite a stir outside. Choi Hyun-suk felt his blood run cold. Seeing her in the office had already been nerve-wracking, but facing her here felt even more terrifying. Hamis laughed, clearly entertained that the protagonist had used her name and Bobo to survive. Lemsi bowed deeply and admitted that Choi Hyun-suk had committed a serious offense. Choi Hyun-suk only raised an eyebrow in confusion, because Hamis had actually meant it as praise. She admired how fast and clever Choi Hyun-suk was, especially compared with the demons around her. He also had real nerve. She added this with a smirk, while Choi Hyun-suk awkwardly thanked her, still unsure whether she truly meant it. He could not tell whether it was genuine praise or a hidden warning. Hamis continued, saying the demon army had a major flaw. The army depended too heavily on brute strength, and that habit always created needless problems. When Choi Hyun-suk asked what kind of problems she meant, she simply said he would learn soon enough. Then she shifted the topic and told him to consider becoming an executive in the demon army. Choi Hyun-suk was stunned and felt completely unqualified, but Hamis brushed off his doubts. She told him he could not keep relying on her name and Bobo forever. Hamis explained that the army settled rank through duels, and the winner could claim the loser's position. Hamis gave Choi Hyun-suk 1 month to prepare for a fight. If he won, she would protect him for another month. If Choi Hyun-suk kept winning, he might eventually rise to battalion commander and become someone useful. Choi Hyun-suk nervously asked what would happen if he lost. Hamis answered coldly that he would regret surviving that battle. Her meaning was obvious. Losing would be worse than death, and there was no real way out. With no choice left, the protagonist accepted, and Hamis even chose his opponent on the spot. Rahel released a long sigh and said she would probably be saying goodbye to him in a month. Hamis shot her a sharp glare and reminded her that she was the one who claimed Choi Hyun-suk had SS rank potential. Rahel shrugged and said potential only meant possibility, not certainty. Choi Hyun-suk snapped that she was a fairy yet still could not offer support. While fuming, Choi Hyun-suk noticed the doors ahead were smeared with blood and wondered if this place could really be the kitchen. Carefully, Choi Hyun-suk pushed the doors open. Inside, a massive red-skinned demon greeted him. He introduced himself as Kulkin, the demon army's chef, and asked why Choi Hyun-suk had come. The protagonist stayed near the doorway and said he only needed a snack for Bobo. Kulkin narrowed his eyes, realizing Bobo had gained yet another caretaker. But Kulkin refused outright, leaving Choi Hyun-suk completely speechless. Kulkin said he had no reason to help a human. Commander Hamis had only ordered him not to take Choi Hyun-suk's life. Desperate, Choi Hyun-suk asked if they could make some kind of arrangement, emphasizing that the food was for Bobo. After a moment of thought, Kulkin gave him one answer. If the protagonist truly wanted food, there was only one way. Choi Hyun-suk would have to hunt the meat himself, just like the goblins did. Choi Hyun-suk turned pale and glanced toward the goblins. They were cutting up meat that looked far too similar to other goblins. At that instant, Choi Hyun-suk understood what Kulkin really meant. His idea of hunting was far worse than anything Choi Hyun-suk had imagined. Before long, Choi Hyun-suk stood before a gigantic wild boar. They said it would become dinner if he managed to bring it down, leaving him wondering how his life had become this chaotic. That same boar had already brought down Morgan. They They called it a hunt, but it only kept charging wildly, while the cooks promised to avenge Morgan. Watching the chaos unfold, Choi Hyun-suk joked that it was hard to tell who would become dinner. Rahel, staying practical, asked what they should do next and even suggested escaping. Choi Hyun-suk shook his head. There was no way they could slip away from such a large crowd, and he knew the situation looked terrible. Choi Hyun-suk was about to move when Culkin called out. Thinking he was being sent in next, the protagonist answered immediately, but Culkin surprised him by saying there was no need. The hunt was already finished. Choi Hyun-suk was stunned, since they had only seemed to be charging around foolishly, so he wondered how they had ended it so quickly. A goblin reported the results to Culkin, 12 dead and many others injured. To Choi Hyun-suk, the cost was absurd, but Culkin showed no concern. Culkin called it an excellent result and announced a short break before the next hunt. Choi Hyun-suk could not ignore how little the chef cared about those who had fallen. While the cooks returned to work, the protagonist told Rahel there was no chance of escaping anymore. Rahel asked if this meant Choi Hyun-suk intended to join the hunts, but he firmly replied no, having no desire to fight like that. After thinking it over, Choi Hyun-suk concluded the only way to boost his stats was by leveling up, which required gaining experience points. Rahel agreed but questioned where he could realistically earn experience in a place like this. Boldly, Choi Hyun-suk asked whether landing only the finishing blow would still grant experience. Rahel confirmed it, calling the idea shameless, which was exactly what he wanted to hear. Choi Hyun-suk thanked her and said it was time to act, knowing he needed to grow stronger within a month, especially if Commander Hemis intended every threat to be serious. He approached Culkin and requested to join the next hunt as part of the brave demon army, causing Culkin to stare, making Choi Hyun-suk wonder if he'd overstepped. Then Culkin grinned and complimented his audacity. The antagonist seemed relieved and added some flattering remarks to stay on his good side. As a reward, Culkin appointed him leader of the next hunt. Choi Hyun-suk acknowledged that being a leader was the highest honor in their unit, except in special circumstances. Pretending modesty, he claimed he couldn't stand before such noble demons, implying the others couldn't either. While cooks might object, Culkin ignored that and simply gave a thumbs up. Their conversation was interrupted when someone urgently called for Culkin. "What is it?" the chef asked. A cook yelled that a monster had appeared. Choi Hyun-suk noted that the cry signaled the arrival of an urn. Confused, Hyun asked. Han-sok wondered if they were in danger. Culkin waved it off, adding only that urn meat wasn't very tasty. Pulling a knife from his back, Culkin told everyone to arm themselves. They were hunting the urn to add its meat to dinner. Seeing this, Choi Hyun-suk seized the opportunity, planning to stay close and land the final strike. Rahel handed him something. A system notification appeared. It showed a brief increase in health and strength for 3 minutes. Rahel shrugged against his thigh. Thankful but playful, Choi Hyun-suk tapped her on the head, teasing that she should have given it sooner. Fired up, he ran to position himself for the finishing blow. As he moved, his mind focused on his deepest desire. He imagined a beautiful blonde wife, at least 5 lively children, and a peaceful life after all this. Refusing to die again as a lonely loser, he charged forward with everything he had. The leap, he smashed the urn with full force. The monster collapsed, and as it fell, system messages flooded in. Choi Hyun-suk was stunned. One final hit had boosted him 4 levels. At this rate, he could reach level 20 in a single day. Elated, he finally felt hope. He truly could grow stronger now. Shortly after, a nervous cook stepped up to the fallen urn, lifting a butcher knife, but before he could act, Hyun-suk nudged him aside with his elbow, casually claiming his arm had slipped. Then he laughed wildly, grinning as if he'd lost all sense. From that moment, he declared every final hit is alone. More time passed and more monsters fell. Looking exhausted, Rahul asked if they were finished. Choi Hyun-suk smiled and praised his small ally for the assistance. The monsters were all defeated. The cook seemed done with processing the meat, yet when Choi Hyun-suk looked, he realized they were already eating the freshly harvested meat. One even called for a larger portion. Leaving Choi Hyun-suk completely bewildered, Culkin noticed his stare and asked what he was looking at. Choi Hyun-suk questioned whether it was proper for cooks to eat the army's food like that. Culkin shrugged, explaining it was a perk, especially since monster meat spoils quickly for regular soldiers. He added that fresh meat was a rare treat. Choi Hyun-suk admitted that good food was a major reason he kept going. This thought made him spiral. What kind of perk was this? How did they manage without a union? Despite this, Culkin offered him some meat, saying he'd earned it in battle. Choi Hyun-suk hesitated, considering the risks the cooks had taken to obtain it. Ultimately, he took a bite. It wasn't terrible. The strong aroma strangely enhanced it, though the meat itself was plain and tough. He thought that back in South Korea, no one would keep buying meat like this. Then he realized these cooks were risking their lives for ordinary meat, sparking an idea. But if he could create something better, he realized he could win them over through food, gain their support, and become the master of the kitchen. At that moment, Choi Hyun-suk understood he could use cooking to influence others and claim authority in the culinary realm. So Choi Hyun-suk opened the hero shop. The store surprised Rahul completely. Choi Hyun-suk spent points on 2 items, an F-rank cooking skill for 50 points, and a seasoning loaded with MSG for an additional 20 points. Rahul stared at him in disbelief, scolding him for wasting points on salt, but Choi Hyun-suk waved her off. He told her she had no idea how powerful it was, then sprinkled it over the meat, instantly transforming it. The aroma became rich, and the meat looked juicy and delicious immediately. The protagonist felt like royalty, imagining himself as a culinary god in this world. Choi Hyun-suk offered the enhanced meat to Kulkin, but the chef initially declined, claiming he was full. Choi Hyun-suk insisted, explaining he had poured his soul into it. He added that even a single bite would let him die happy. Eventually, Kulkin relented and tasted it. The flavor hit him with such force it transported him back to his childhood. Choi Hyun-suk recalled his mother asking if he wanted meat for dinner. The memory was so vivid it brought tears to his eyes. Afterward, Hyun-suk left with a bag of meat, a gift from Kulkin, who warned it would stay fresh for only 2 days. When Choi Hyun-suk returned, Bobo rushed at him, nearly scaring him out of his wits. He quickly handed over the meat, and Bobo immediately calmed down. Hyun-suk told him to eat as much as he liked. Then he pulled every piece from the bag. Bobo devoured it all happily, and Choi Hyun-suk promised more tomorrow. This boosted Bobo's affinity and also completed the hero quest, awarding him 200 hero points, just as the protagonist had intended. Rahul noticed an item on his screen that could enhance his stats and asked why he hadn't used it. Haemin-sok explained Choi Hyun-suk didn't even know how it worked, and she blamed certain idiots who skipped the tutorial. He wasn't concerned, saying it wasn't too late, and began explaining. Bonus points. Strength increases attack power. Stamina enhances endurance and resilience. Agility improves speed and reflexes, while mana governs magical ability. When Choi Hyun-suk asked about charisma, Rahul said it was a hidden stat that couldn't be raised with bonus points, only through proper training, and advised spreading points evenly. Haemin-suk disagreed. Choi Hyun-suk thought putting everything into strength would be better. Rahul looked surprised and explained, while stacking strength helps early on, mana becomes essential later, as a body strengthened with mana surpasses one built on muscle alone. Choi Hyun-suk adjusted his stats and asked if the setup was okay. Rahul said it was acceptable, and then told him to open the shop. He was to buy a basic mana control skill. Curious, Choi Hyun-suk asked what it did, and Rahul explained it managed mana properly. She guessed it would cost around 100 hero points. Choi Hyun-suk searched the shop, but found nothing. Rahul was shocked, since it should have been available, and the protagonist muttered that he thought she might finally be useful. Irritated, Choi Hyun-suk even called her completely useless, and Rahul retorted that it was supposed to be there. 3 weeks later, Choi Hyun-suk reached level 100, though it took longer than he had hoped. Rahul noted that the experience kept increasing with each level. Choi Hyun-suk wondered if any other hero was grinding this hard, and Rahul told him he had become exceptional. Choi Hyun-suk couldn't believe it and snapped at her, reminding her how many times he'd nearly died that day. Rahul said most people take about 6 months to reach level 100, adding with some sadness that she wanted to get along with him, but the protagonist said she brought this on herself. Just then, the door opened and a goblin came in to say the commander wanted Hyun-suk. When Choi Hyun-suk entered Hem's office, she greeted him warmly and said, he looked healthier than before, stronger too. She even noticed his mana had doubled. Dempsey remarked that Choi Hyun-suk had worked hard, so he could bring Bobo the best meat every day. Emma, though, was more focused on how quickly his strength was increasing, asking if it was due to the hero leveling system. Choi Hyun-suk froze. Hems knew he was a hero. The question was how long she'd known. She calmly said she had realized it the first time they met. When Choi Hyun-suk asked how, Hames explained. She said she recognized someone deeply interested in heroes, then asked why he thought she'd called him in. Choi Hyun-suk tried to guess, bringing up his recent battles. She reminded him of their promise, and asked if he still remembered it. He affirmed that he did. She immediately began scolding him. Then Jaime suddenly transformed into a giant flower-like monster. She complained about how quickly Choi Hyun-suk was leveling up, and warned him to work harder if he wanted to survive, treating it all as entertainment. Choi Hyun-suk remembered that crowds are rarely excited by flashy shows or easy victories. They love shocking twists, and now he understood she had matched him with an opponent he couldn't possibly beat. Rahel panicked, asking what he would do, and Choi Hyun-suk told her to stay calm and give him a moment to think. Choi Hyun-suk decided his smartest move was to learn as much as he could about his opponent before the fight. He planned went to examine the enemy's strength carefully, but Rahel reminded him that they only had a name, then asked how Choi Hyun-suk intended to find him. He said he would buy a hero shop item called the Combat Power Meter. It cost 50 hero points and could measure strength, stamina, agility, and mana. Choi Hyun-suk planned to check his opponent's numbers, then train with someone at a similar level. Rahel sighed and teased him for only becoming clever when things were serious. Choi Hyun-suk snapped back that it was still better than being useless all the time. They test the combat power meter on Rahel first. Her combat power came out as 375, and she admitted she had no clue whether that was high or low. So she suggested measuring Hyun-suk next. Choi Hyun-suk handed her the device and waited for the reading, but Rahel suddenly looked puzzled. The protagonist asked if she had noticed something strange. After a pause, Rahel said the device must be broken, because there was no way his stats should be higher than hers. But his strength showed 1560. With a smug smile, Choi Hyun-suk asked if she was sure she was not actually the weaker one. Looking completely defeated, Rahel confessed that just a month ago, her strength had been 10,000. Choi Hyun-suk still asked whether the meter was working properly despite her doubts. Then they checked Bobo, and that wild dog had an absurd strength of 47 on 422. Rahel felt utterly humiliated, realizing they were both weaker than a dog. Choi Hyun-suk simply laughed and joked that maybe Bobo's breed had a special bonus. Choi Hyun-suk went outside and began checking the other orcs. The goblins, who appeared to be the weakest, had far lower numbers than everyone else. Most of the orcs were around his level. Then someone announced Captain Bulkman, and everyone immediately saluted. As the captain passed by, Hyun-suk used the meter and saw Bulkman's strength was an enormous 14,300. From that, the protagonist guessed anyone above 10,000 was probably commander class. Choi Hyun-suk asked Rahel if his opponent was truly only a platoon leader. Rahel confirmed it and gave the name Kirkin. Rumor said Kirkin was an orc as dumb as a pig, so Choi Hyun-suk guessed a platoon leader might be around 3,000 and hoped leveling up could give him a chance. Determined, Choi Hyun-suk went searching for Kirkin. When he finally found him, the meter showed a strength of 671. Rahel bluntly said that number basically meant Choi Hyun-suk was being sent to his end. Right then, a hero quest appeared. The system said his odds of beating Kirkin were almost zero. Still, since overcoming impossible situations was his specialty, he was given a chance. Raise combat power to 3,000 within a week. Reward, 300 hero points. Choi Hyun-suk sarcastically praised the timing and joked that the system must be watching him. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk accepted. It was life or death now, and he swore he would endure both his observer and Himis if he wanted to survive. Next morning, the protagonist entered the kitchen and made sure everyone saw him. Culkin noticed Choi Hyun-suk's goggles and grew curious, asking where he had found them. Choi Hyun-suk simply said he saw others wearing them and got a pair too. Culkin assumed it was some trend among young people, then moved on and told Choi Hyun-suk to prepare for the hunt. Choi Hyun-suk checked Culkin with the combat power meter and got a shocking result, 35,230. That left him baffled, since the number was far beyond what a captain should have. Then Choi Hyun-suk noticed the other cooks were also strong, likely from fighting demonic beasts all the time. That gave him an idea. If Choi Hyun-suk sparred with one of them, he could prepare for the coming fight. So he asked Culkin for permission, saying it would help him improve and become more useful. Culkin dismissed the idea at first, saying the protagonist was already impressive for a human and did not need to push himself so hard. Choi Hyun-suk quietly threatened to keep the good meat for himself if he was not allowed to spar. With that, Culkin gave in and told him to choose an opponent. Later, as the cooks prepared to leave, they were stunned to hear Choi Hyun-suk wanted to spar with Golbatev. Golbatev was a cook with 2,620 combat power, and some of them thought this might be the protagonist's final day. The goblins immediately complained. They did not want to lose the one who gave them excellent meat. Hearing the uproar, Culkin silenced them. Choi Hyun-suk warned Golbatev not to go too far and told him to hold back. Golbatev, who seemed rather slow, agreed, but Culkin clearly did not trust his answer. The spar began. Filled with determination, Choi Hyun-suk charged straight toward Golbatev. Golbatev kept reminding himself not to seriously hurt him. The moment Choi Hyun-suk threw a punch, he slipped aside. Right away, Choi Hyun-suk realized Golbatev relied mostly on instinct when fighting. Choi Hyun-suk used that opening and countered. Strangely, the fight felt familiar, like the battles he had somehow always managed to win before. In the next instant, it was over, and the protagonist was declared the winner. The goblins could hardly believe it, since Golbatev had fallen so quickly. So quickly, in fact, that some of them had not even seen what happened. Choi Hyun-suk was just as shocked. Choi Hyun-suk had won with a single kick. That unexpected victory filled him with confidence, and for a moment, he even wondered if he might challenge Culkin someday. On the north side of the Black Fortress near the Great Forest, Choi Hyun-suk kept replaying the match. He had taken down an orc with twice his power in one kick. That made him believe combat power was only a number, not the whole picture. If he improved a little more, Choi Hyun-suk felt certain he could win his next fight easily. Just then, a goblin rushed up to Culkin and reported a large group of Talos ahead. Culkin looked irritated. Choi Hyun-suk asked if they had stepped into Talos territory. Curious, Choi Hyun-suk asked what the issue was. Was it because Talos tasted bad? Culkin said the meat was actually decent, and the bone marrow was a delicacy. The real problem was that Talos moved in groups and fiercely protected their young. Choi Hyun-suk thought the hunt would end, but Culkin wanted that meat too much and ordered everyone forward. Choi Hyun-suk told them not to let a single Talos escape and to strike them down on sight. The Talos looked like giant spiders with skull-like parts across their bodies. Choi Hyun-suk slyly shoved a goblin forward as if using it like an axe. Then he used the opening to land the finishing blows and gain experience. After some time, the group had piled up plenty of defeated Talos. The protagonist finished off the last one and gained another level. Rahel complimented him for skillfully stealing kills, and he took it as praise. Taking the compliment, Choi Hyun-suk said that was exactly why he enjoyed kitchen duty. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure filled the area, catching Choi Hyun-suk completely off guard. Choi Hyun-suk spun around just as someone's shout announced the arrival of the Talos Queen. The sight of the fallen enraged her visibly. She growled, making her fury clear to everyone present. Curious about her strength, Choi Hyun-suk activated his goggles, but her power was immeasurable, and the truth hit hard: they had slaughtered her offspring. Choi Hyun-suk turned to ask the chef what to do. The man was already fleeing, and Choi Hyun-suk shouted for everyone to survive and regroup, though it felt useless as a loud noise drew his attention. Bitterly cursing the chef's cowardice, Choi Hyun-suk snapped back to reality at the sound. Someone yelled for everyone to scatter. The weaker goblins were being torn apart, ripped apart by the furious Talos. Her scream was so piercing that Choi Hyun-suk covered his ears. Rahel suddenly urged him to look behind. Turning, Choi Hyun-suk saw hundreds of Talos charging, with the queen leading them. Choi Hyun-suk sprinted at full speed while distant goblins screamed for help. He knew that stopping even briefly would mean death. After running a while, Choi Hyun-suk spotted a cave and hesitated, unsure if it was safe. Rahel assured him it was empty, having checked earlier. He didn't fully trust her, but the cave seemed safer than the forest, where danger lurked from every direction. The cave went deeper than expected. Choi Hyun-suk asked if it was natural, but Rahel didn't know, only noting it was wide enough for even the Talos Queen, which gave him an idea. Then he noticed sticky goo on the wall. Rahel said it likely wasn't a nest, since the chef had claimed no Talos groups were nearby. Still, the slime put Choi Hyun-suk on edge. Spider webs appeared, and then he spotted eggs. That confirmed it: the cave was a Talos nest, not a safe refuge. Just as Choi Hyun-suk decided to move, glowing green eyes emerged from the darkness. Full-grown Talos charged at him, and Choi Hyun-suk ran as fast as he could. Rahel panicked, asking if they were going the right way, and he admitted he had no idea either. It was his first time inside. Then Choi Hyun-suk stepped on something, lost his balance, slipping into a pan. He grabbed the first object he could reach. Choi Hyun-suk hurled at the Talos. The creature caught it midair. It was an egg. Choi Hyun-suk's surprise, the Talos stopped attacking and focused on the egg. He asked Rahel what was happening, and she guessed the Talos liked it because it was round, smooth, and wet. Essentially just like a Talos egg. That sparked an idea for the protagonist. Choi Hyun-suk grabbed another egg and taunted the Talos, declaring he was done tolerating it. Talos panicked, showing the plan was working. Planting his feet, Choi Hyun-suk hurled the egg again. The Talos lunged, almost desperately, to catch it. Rahel remarked on its speed and agility, likely due to its monstrous body, and asked what he intended to do next. Choi Hyun-suk snapped that he had few options with over 100 eggs still around. Even so, he kept taunting the Talos, and one egg cracked. Choi Hyun-suk mocked it, saying he could probably catch better than the creature. He told Rahel to fetch another egg, but she said they had only the last one left. His face turned pale as panic set in. He had seriously messed up. The Talos growled in fury and leaped toward them. Choi Hyun-suk immediately told Rahel to cast a buff. The tallest queen remained furious, but he noticed she looked worn out from chasing the eggs. Choi Hyun-suk steadied himself, convinced this was his chance. As the tallest queen led the charge, the protagonist readied his strongest move, Paradise Reincarnation. Instead of retreating, Choi Hyun-suk met her head-on, landing a crushing blow that brought the Talos down. System messages appeared in rapid succession, showing that Choi Hyun-suk had leveled up. Rahel quickly rushed over and asked if Choi Hyun-suk was alright. Choi Hyun-suk said he was not joking. He truly felt like he was about to collapse. Then he told her they had to find somewhere safe. To his surprise, Rahel said she could use healing magic as well. Choi Hyun-suk praised her, saying her mana points had finally paid off, but she modestly explained that her healing was weak and mostly only stopped bleeding. After assigning his new stat points, Choi Hyun-suk decided it was time to return. Level 108. His stats were now Strength 56 plus 2, Agility 53 plus 2, Stamina 55 plus 2, Mana 53 plus 2, and Charisma 27. Choi Hyun-suk felt satisfied with how balanced his stats had become, even if he still was not sure how to make full use of them yet. For now, he treated it as an investment for the future. Then a familiar voice echoed through the cave. It was Culkin, relieved to find the protagonist alive. The protagonist asked what Choi Hyun-suk was doing there. Culkin said he had found the cave while escaping and figured they were lucky to still be alive. But then Choi Hyun-suk froze when he realized this was the Talos nest. Choi Hyun-suk noticed objects scattered across the ground, and Culkin explained that they were Talos eggs laid in that place. Culkin's eyes instantly brightened. He said Talos eggs were an extremely rare delicacy, something only high-ranking officials usually got to eat. Annoyed, Choi Hyun-suk yelled at him to focus, because they still needed to escape. Culkin said the Talos Queen was probably already inside the cave, and defeating her would require someone at division commander level or higher. Choi Hyun-suk gave up and assumed the egg would become his final meal. Then voices came from the entrance. The surviving goblins had arrived with the head chef. Culkin welcomed the survivors and offered them a taste of the precious egg. Choi Hyun-suk silently swore this would not be his last meal, especially since he still had not enjoyed his wife's 5-dish feast. Choi Hyun-suk refused to meet his end in a place like this. Meanwhile, inside Hemi's office, someone greeted the commander, remarked on her usual stiff attitude, and asked whether the mission was complete. Reborn reported that Choi Hyun-suk had captured the Holy Empire's next saintess, exactly as ordered. James praised him for infiltrating a fanatical cult in only 3 weeks. She patted him on the head, causing him to blush. A knock at the door interrupted the moment, and Hemis sounded irritated by the disruption. A goblin delivered an urgent report about the cooks who had gone out to gather ingredients. Hemis first dismissed it as nothing unusual, but the goblin made it clear this report was serious. The Talos Queen had appeared, and most of the cooks, including Culkin, were dead or missing. When Hemis asked about Hyun-suk, the goblin said he was missing too. Reborn's expression darkened the moment he heard that. Back in the cave, the goblins were eating Talos eggs as if they had accepted their fate, while Culkin was saying his farewell. Choi Hyun-suk smacked him on the head and shouted at him to pull himself together. Culkin stared at him in confusion. Choi Hyun-suk snapped that Culkin looked like he was under an evil spell, so he had used his secret weapon to wake him up. Then, wearing a proud grin, the protagonist pulled out a new item, the Beast Encyclopedia, Demonic Beast Edition. It contained information on nearly every demonic beast, and had cost him 50 hero points. Choi Hyun-suk quickly searched for Talos, a spider-like monster that lived in groups and was known for its powerful legs. The book listed their weak points as the torso and head, while also knowing that their bodily fluids were highly flammable. Even their eggs were packed with substances that could explode like bombs. It also warned that calves formed from Talos saliva caught fire easily, making flame magic inside extremely dangerous. Choi Hyun-suk turned to Culkin and asked if he could use fire magic. Culkin said yes, but only simple attacks like shooting flames. With a weary sigh, Culkin told him to give up, because the Talos shell was too tough for weak flames. Choi Hyun-suk brushed that aside, saying he never planned to burn the monsters themselves, then gathered everyone. Explaining his idea, Choi Hyun-suk said they had to survive, because more delicious meals like Talos eggs were still waiting for them. Goblins thought the plan sounded hopeless, so Choi Hyun-suk tempted them with something better. If they survived, Choi Hyun-suk would treat them to all the top-grade demonic beast meat they could eat. That instantly made their eyes shine with determination. Culkin was already drooling and quickly asked what the plan was. Pleased that they were finally motivated, Hyun-suk began explaining everything. His main rule was simple: they must keep running until they reached the exit. Once the plan was set, they moved out, and before long they ran into a swarm of Talos. Hyun-suk gave Culkin the signal to prepare his fire. At the perfect moment, Culkin released the flames. Part of the cave exploded immediately. Watching the chaos unfold, Rahel asked the protagonist what exactly he had done. Choi Hyun-suk said the flames would spread deeper into the cave and trigger the eggs left behind. That should keep the Talos occupied long enough for them to escape. Hyun-suk told the goblins to focus on staying alive, and if things got dangerous, to throw an egg to distract the enemy. Since Choi Hyun-suk had only one egg left, they had to find the exit before using it. As they continued moving, Rahel noticed light ahead. Choi Hyun-suk urged everyone onward. He shouted for them not to slow down. For a brief moment, they felt safe when they reached the line. That brief sense of relief did not last. The Talos Queen was already waiting directly in their path. Choi Hyun-suk's expression dropped as the massive creature blocked the way forward. Culkin whispered hopelessly that the Queen had returned and that they were finished. But Choi Hyun-suk refused to give up, noticing she still had not attacked. Seeing a possible opening, Choi Hyun-suk spoke to her directly. He told Culkin to light something, then lifted the final egg and threatened to set it off. off. The protagonist warned that if it exploded, everyone would be lost, including her children. Queen stopped for a moment, her gaze fixed on the egg. Hyun-suk pressed harder, demanding that she step aside. The queen released a piercing shriek, making everyone stiffen in fear. Yahello nervously asked what they were supposed to do now. With no other choice, Choi Hyun-suk set the egg alight and hurled it against the cave wall. It burst apart, and flames spread rapidly through the area. The entire cave began trembling as the ceiling started to give way. Terrified, the goblins rushed desperately toward the exit. Hyun-suk shouted that nothing mattered except getting out alive. But while running, Choi Hyun-suk suddenly stopped when a system message appeared. Choi Hyun-suk had leveled up. Yahello yelled at him to move before the cave collapsed on him. When Choi Hyun-suk glanced back, he saw the Talos Queen being buried beneath falling debris. Then more alerts flooded his vision, and Choi Hyun-suk kept leveling up over and over. That was when Choi Hyun-suk understood. Every Talos caught in the collapse was being counted as his. To him, this was the ultimate speed leveling method. Hyun-suk stood there in shock before forcing himself to focus and run. Choi Hyun-suk called out to Yahello for a buff, and she gave it to him immediately. After breaking through the chaos, one final obstacle remained. The Talos Queen was still blocking their escape route. Trying to distract her, Culkin pulled out an egg and shouted, "This is for you, Queen." Choi Hyun-suk offered the egg in exchange for a path. Hyun-suk spotted his chance. Determined to survive, Choi Hyun-suk ran with everything he had. The queen spat out a stream of green, liquid like spider silk, and the protagonist began to think this might truly be the end. And a red hand suddenly grabbed a massive tree trunk, and a familiar voice asked if Choi Hyun-suk was alright. Hyun-suk realized someone was dragging him away, and to his absolute shock, it was Reborn. He looked pleased to find Choi Hyun-suk alive, just as he had expected. Calm and confident, Reborn said he would handle it. Swinging the huge trunk, Reborn struck the Talos Queen with overwhelming force. The queen let out a cry so sharp it hurt their ears. As Reborn entered his fighting stance, Choi Hyun-suk could only stare in awe and blurt out how incredible he was. Choi Hyun-suk could hardly believe what he was seeing. Later, back at the Demon King's Black Castle, they received grim news. Of the 105 goblin packs in the Demon King's army, only 6 remained. The other 99 were dead or missing, and Culkin was among them. In Bobo's room, the huge beast whimpered and clung to him like a child. Choi Hyun-suk comforted him, joking that he had returned from the brink just to see him. Yahello said they were lucky to survive and credited the cow-headed savior. While Bobo kept licking Hyun-suk's face, the protagonist told Yahello they should enjoy the peace while it lasted, because the finals might be the end of them. When she asked what he meant, Choi Hyun-suk said the finals were approaching quickly. Yahello pointed out how much Choi Hyun-suk had grown, and she was right, because the cave collapse had raised Choi Hyun-suk by an unbelievable 75 levels at once. He was now level 200, though Yahello said it still did not feel like enough. Hyun-suk agreed, especially when some enemies had battle power far above 6,000. Yahello then asked if reaching 6,000 battle power would make Choi Hyun-suk as strong as an orc. Choi Hyun-suk answered that strength was not only about numbers, and Yahello agreed with him. She explained that power like that also depended on magic, then told him he had to learn it if he wanted to face monsters on that level. Hyun-suk said it was not that simple, but Yahello reminded him that he had used magic once before without meaning to. Confused, he said he had not even known, and she admitted it was too basic to truly call magic. That made the protagonist realize the strange burst of power he had felt back then really had been magic. Their conversation was interrupted when the door suddenly opened. Both of them were startled as Reborn walked inside. Choi Hyun-suk asked why someone like Reborn had come to such a small room. Reborn said he had come to summon him for a meeting with the great commander. In the commander's office, she asked why Reborn was present when Choi Hyun-suk arrived. Choi Hyun-suk explained he had a personal request, permission to teach the protagonist combat skills, leaving the protagonist stunned. He quickly asked why, and Reborn explained that Orc Harkin, a platoon leader, showed exceptional promise and seemed fit to become deputy battalion commander. Choi Hyun-suk would otherwise be left behind. Reborn said he believed in Choi Hyun-suk's potential and wanted to see how far he could go. Choi Hyun-suk was sure the commander would refuse, leaving him speechless. To his surprise, Hemis agreed. Reborn thanked her, and she told them to leave. She mentioned she had work to finish, but before departing, she remarked on how much stronger the protagonist had grown since their last meeting. She admired Choi Hyun-suk's speed, though it also irritated her because it threatened Kirk, so she decided to give Kirkin something to even the scales. Outside, Reborn led Choi Hyun-suk to his private training ground, an enormous area that left him awed, showing how much Hemis respected Reborn. Observing quietly, Reborn noted that Choi Hyun-suk's body was saturated with mana, yet he had no idea how to use it, having grown so quickly that he had never learned the basics. With only 4 days until the battle, there was no time to waste. Reborn concluded there was only one solution. Choi Hyun-suk clenched his fist, acknowledging that pain was part of growing stronger. He focused sharply and struck Reed Run squarely in the face. As Choi Hyun-suk hit the ground, the protagonist couldn't help thinking the man might be insane. Choi Hyun-suk was supposed to be training him, not nearly crushing him. He shouted at Reed Run to stop fooling around, but Reed Run warned that he'd die if he didn't learn to block with mana. Choi Hyun-suk raised his forearm just in time to block the next kick. He jumped back, regrouped, and countered with a kick of his own. Reed Run found it strange. Physically, Choi Hyun-suk wasn't remarkable, but his reflexes and awareness were at a trained warrior's level. At night, it was clear the protagonist's fighting spirit was genuine. Reed Run hadn't dodged by accident. Choi Hyun-suk's instincts were incredibly sharp. Trusting this natural sense, Reed Run reminded him of his bet with the commander, warning that without mana, he could never defeat Kirkin. Coldly, Reed Run added that dying here was better than losing publicly, then delivered a heavy punch that sent him flying. In that instant, Choi Hyun-suk realized Reed Run was serious. One more hit like that could kill him. His thoughts drifted to the life he still wanted, marriage and children. But Reed Run allowed no distractions. Choi Hyun-suk chased him midair, leaving only two options: die, or block the attack. Praying silently, Choi Hyun-suk clenched his fist and prepared to strike back. A second later, the ground shook as a body slammed into it. It was Reed Run, and the impact cracked a huge section of the ground. Yahello nearby looked horrified. Reed Run approached Choi Hyun-suk's unmoving form. He studied him and explained that Choi Hyun-suk had just controlled his mana for the first time, then asked if the protagonist had noticed. Barely raising a hand, Choi Hyun-suk gave a thumbs up and joked that God had heard his prayer, the goofy expression making Reed Run smile. Reed Run told him he'd win if he kept improving at this rate. Then Reed Run grabbed his arm and instructed him to stay still for healing. But as soon as Choi Hyun-suk began, he groaned in pain, clutching his neck. Reed Run had forgotten something vital. Dark mana acts like poison to humans. Realizing this, Choi Hyun-suk apologized repeatedly, scooped him up, and begged him to stay alive. In this world, some powers naturally counter others. Dark mana overcomes normal mana overcomes divine power, and divine power overcomes dark mana. Mana belongs to humans, dark mana to demons. Divine power, meanwhile, is wielded by those devoted to God. The Church of Tusis, the strongest religious force, fought to bring all faiths under its control, now as the divine empire of Getron. He selected one person able to hear God's voice, honoring her as the saintess deep within the demon king's fortress. People whispered that the captured saintess was kept in her room as the divine empire's next saint. Saintess Ebelson Marriott had become a prisoner of the demon army, and even demons doubted her. She hadn't prayed for days, leading some to question whether she was truly a saint. Even so, they trusted Reed Run for bringing her there. Ebelson had no reason to pray. To her, this was preferable to living in the church. Then the door slammed open, and Reed Run rushed in carrying Choi Hyun-suk. Ebelson immediately scolded him for barging in, but Choi Hyun-suk paid no attention. Instead, Reed Run instructed her to heal the human at once. The protagonist's head was pounding as Choi Hyun-suk wondered what Reed Run had done this time. It was almost comical. The only regret was that the last hand he had held belonged to a man, not Rahul. In the hall, when Choi Hyun-suk opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a beautiful silver-haired girl, and his first thought was that he had died again and landed somewhere strange. Hajin Sok whimpered that he'd never forgive the angel for this, and Choi Hyun-suk even yelled he'd rather become an archmage than turn. Then, repeating the ordeal, Choi Hyun-suk cursed Rahul, calling her a demon pretending to be an angel. He wished her endless suffering, and finally added one more demand. If that angel truly wanted him to become a hero again, she should marry him first. Ebelson merely looked at him and called him pathetic. Hyun-suk's eyes shot open in surprise. Shocked but relieved to see him awake, Reed Run grabbed his shirt in excitement. Choi Hyun-suk, still dazed, had no idea what was happening. Reed Run pulled him into a hug, and Choi Hyun-suk immediately complained that he was trying to kill him again. That was when the protagonist realized he was still alive. Choi Hyun-suk turned, saw Ebelson, and slowly remembered all the embarrassing things he had just said in front of her. Meanwhile, Reed Run asked the saintess if Choi Hyun-suk was fully healed. She replied that he wasn't. Reed Run knew the dark mana remained in his body, and she couldn't predict its effects. Reed Run asked if her divine power could remove it, but Ebelson warned that a single mistake could kill Hyun-suk. She suggested waiting, as the dark mana might fade naturally. Feeling guilty, Reed Run promised to make it up to him by training him to become stronger. Even while crushed in the hug, Choi Hyun-suk managed to say Reed Run didn't need to do so much for him. Reed Run started moving him, but the protagonist asked him to wait. Ebelson watched, wondering why a demon was even training a human. A few hours later, Choi Hyun-suk finally returned to his room, and as usual, Bobo was happily chewing on his head. Choi Hyun-suk thanked Bobo. He remembered hearing that Bobo had destroyed his house and eaten the soldier who tried to feed him, then thanked him again because without Bobo's separation anxiety, he probably would still be stuck in training. Choi Hyun-suk vented to Bobo about everything that happened that day. It was enough to make anyone cry, and the dark mana was still coursing through his body. Looking up, Choi Hyun-suk asked Rahel if he was going to die. Bobo just kept licking him. Protagonist called for Rahel again, but there was still no answer. Rahel was crying, devastated that her hero had been ruined and tainted. She told him he was no longer the same hero. Choi Hyun-suk was stunned. After all he'd endured, shouldn't he be the one crying? After a while, Rahel calmed down and admitted that all of this was her fault. Then, dripping with sarcasm, she said it was because she was a demon with an angel's face, a crazy monster meant to burn forever in hell. Choi Hyun-suk froze. Those were the exact words he had blurted out in front of the saintess. Realizing his mistake, he rushed to comfort Rahel and said there was no buff item in the world better than her. Rahel didn't buy it and told him to shut up, insisting he didn't mean a word of it. Now Hyun-suk could only wait and try to figure out how to make it up to her. 3 days later, the protagonist felt like he was losing his mind. Lying on the ground, he cried after the brutal training Reed Run had put him through. Abelson was there too, healing his injuries as always. As usual, Choi Hyun-suk praised how beautiful she was. Disgusted, Abelson couldn't believe this was supposed to be a hero, yet she healed him anyway. Scratching his head, Choi Hyun-suk nervously asked Abelson for a favor before tomorrow's fight. He wanted her to pray for his survival, and, if possible, he also wanted her to come watch him. That caught Abelson by surprise. Then the day of the fight finally arrived. This battle would determine Hyun-suk's fate. The crowd buzzed, wondering why a human would challenge the commander. Of course, Hemis and Reed Run were both there, enjoying the atmosphere. Hemis asked Reed Run who he thought would win. Without hesitation, Choi Hyun-suk said the protagonist would. He had trained intensely, and his talent was remarkable. Interested, Hemis leaned in and proposed a bet. If the protagonist won, Reed Run could continue training him. Reed Run asked what would happen if he lost, and with a sly smile, Hemis revealed the real condition. Reed Run would have to kill Choi Hyun-suk himself. That was the price of making such a bold claim. Reed Run felt uneasy, but Choi Hyun-suk had no choice but to accept. Watching him, Hemis said she hadn't felt this excited in a long time. Then the announcer began introducing the fighter. Protagonist stood ready, calm, and in peak condition. Choi Hyun-suk wasn't afraid. When his name was called, he stepped forward confidently. He reflected on how far he had come. His stats had improved drastically, and he had gained a new skill during training. All that grueling training had paid off. Reed Run's special combat style, composed of 10 different forms, was now part of Choi Hyun-suk's repertoire. Even if his mastery was only at level 8, he felt it would be sufficient. Choi Hyun-suk was determined to win, and maybe even ask the silver-haired saintess out afterward. But then Rahel suddenly shouted, demanding to know what he was thinking. Moments later, his opponent was announced. This beast, Kirkin, had come to punish Choi Hyun-suk for his arrogance. Immediately, both Choi Hyun-suk and Rahel noticed something was off. Kirkin didn't look like he had before. Even Reed Run was surprised at Kirkin's appearance. Hemis quickly reminded Reed Run that there was no backing out of their bet now. Now, Kirkin let out a roar that shook the entire area. Hyun-suk checked with his goggles and saw Kirkin's combat level had reached 10,473. Choi Hyun-suk could hardly believe it. In just a few days, Kirkin had surpassed 10,000. Rahel was equally shocked and suspected he had used some underhanded method to grow so strong so quickly. Still, Choi Hyun-suk clenched his fists and muttered that it wouldn't be easy, of course. The moment the fight began, the protagonist charged straight at Kirkin. Kirkin saw the attack coming and raised his weapon. Hyun-suk knew a single clean hit from that giant club could end him. Kirkin swung, but Choi Hyun-suk dodged. The attack was wide and predictable, so he stayed calm, moved carefully, and waited for an opening. Then Choi Hyun-suk landed a clean strike, and even the announcer noted how painful it must have been. Wounded, the protagonist immediately went for another attack, and landed it as well. The impact was massive. Massive, yet Kirkin didn't budge. Then Choi Hyun-suk saw a blur coming at him and realized he had made a mistake. It slammed forcefully into his side. Choi Hyun-suk leapt back to create distance and realized that his left arm had been broken by the hit, but Kirkin looked completely unharmed despite the damage Choi Hyun-suk had taken. Choi Hyun-suk realized his body still seemed normal. His movements were still easy to read as well. Choi Hyun-suk reminded himself that he had survived far worse before. Forcing himself to remain calm, Choi Hyun-suk told himself there was no reason to fear this. Then he remembered what he had learned. Combat arts combined mana with martial skill, allowing someone to crush the ground or shatter stone with a single blow. Reed Run had taught him that, but Choi Hyun-suk also knew combat arts were not only about strength. Their true purpose was defeating an enemy. During training, Reed Run had warned Choi Hyun-suk that, as he was now, he could not beat Kirkin. The reason reason was simple. Choi Hyun-suk lacked true intent. Without the resolve to finish an opponent, his attacks meant nothing. In the fight, those words returned to him. Kirkin moved in to attack again, but this time, instead of simply avoiding it, the protagonist rushed forward as if meeting the strike head-on. This time, his blow carried genuine resolve. His fists connected, and Choi Hyun-suk shouted for Kirkin to go down. Unlike the others, this attack drove straight through Kirkin's thick body. It was the first form of Reed Run's combat style, instant obliteration, and just as its name suggested, it damaged the arena as well. As dust spread through the arena, Ebelson wondered who had come out on top. When the dust settled, Kirkin was still standing, though his chest had been badly pierced. "Welcome to the Donut Club," ugly Choi Hyun-suk thought as he raised his fist. It was his victory pose. Weak human Choi Hyun-suk had won, but even after victory, his body trembled, and Choi Hyun-suk realized that using Reed Run's technique again might cost him dearly. Meanwhile, Rahel was celebrating. He told the protagonist he had struck right through Kirkin's heart, and the protagonist could barely believe they had truly won. Then a dark red aura began wrapping around Kirkin's body, and something clearly felt wrong. Even the announcer cried out in disbelief, calling it a miracle. But Hellingsock knew this was no miracle. Choi Hyun-suk watched as a red object began emerging from Kirkin's body. Kirkin writhed in pain as his body transformed, and it soon became clear that the attack still had not been enough to end him. Against all reason, Kirkin remained on his feet, furious and desperate, even with a massive wound where his heart should have been. Now Choi Hyun-suk had practically turned him into a walking donut. Shocked that Kirkin could still move after such damage, Choi Hyun-suk realized the commander must be involved as he stared at the opening in Kirkin's chest. Meanwhile, the commander watched with a smile, clearly enjoying how everything was unfolding. Beside her, Reed Run asked why she had given Mr. Donut her dark mana. She had even cursed him, turning him undead once Choi Hyun-suk pushed him into a fatal state. The commander smiled at Choi Hyun-suk's rapid growth, though a hint of dissatisfaction remained. She had expected even more. Back in the arena, Choi Hyun-suk stared at the monster still standing and wondered if Mr. Donut was alive. Rahel said no, explaining that only a curse was keeping him moving, and it would not last much longer. Then Mr. Donut suddenly charged at him, ready to finish the fight. Choi Hyun-suk laughed, saying he already knew this move, so avoiding it should be easy. Famous last words. A split second later, Choi Hyun-suk was hit. Mr. Donut's fist was already at his neck, proving it was nowhere near as easy to dodge as he thought. With one hand gripping the protagonist's throat, Mr. Donut kept striking him with the other until the protagonist desperately locked onto the monster's arm with his arms and legs, triggering a sudden burst of energy which made Mr. Donut fling him away, sending Hyun-suk flying straight into a wall, where Choi Hyun-suk felt his body reunite painfully with solid stone. Choi Hyun-suk remembered what being near death had felt like before, and this was hardly better. His whole body felt broken, but before he could focus on it, Choi Hyun-suk noticed someone urging him to stand and keep fighting. Then he realized it was Ebelson. She was motioning for him to keep going, telling him he could still win. At first, Choi Hyun-suk was unsure he believed her, but that doubt quickly disappeared. Choi Hyun-suk stood again, realizing the match was not over until it truly ended. Strangely, what pushed him forward was simple. He refused to look pathetic in front of a girl. Death. Even with his body feeling shattered, Choi Hyun-suk wrapped himself in mana-like armor, and a blue aura formed around him. Then Hyun-suk charged in to strike back, closing the distance toward Mr. Donut. The system updated twice in succession. His mana control rose from F to E, then from E to D, gathering power into one massive blow. Choi Hyun-suk shouted a date invitation to Ebelson. Apparently, yelling during a desperate attack on a goblin was the perfect moment to ask a girl out. The attack slammed Mr. Donut's head into the ground, but even that was still not enough to finish him, though it came close, seeing how much damage that did. Choi Hyun-suk kept pushing forward, striking Mr. Donut's head again and again. The crowd could only watch in stunned silence, barely able to process what was happening. Elsewhere, as Reed Run watched with the commander, she asked if he had taught the hero those moves. Reed Run said no, making it clear he had never seen anything like this. Back in the arena, with the fight nearly over, Hyun-suk was somehow thinking about a possible dinner date, a trip, even a hotel. Still, he knew he had to stay alert as exhaustion weighed on him. After watching everything unfold, the commander told Reed Run to admit it. The protagonist was a monster. She thought having a hero serve the demon army could be entertaining, even if his face reminded her of someone she hated. Later, Choi Hyun-suk woke in his cabin, bandaged, with Dog and Rahel nearby. Before Choi Hyun-suk could ask his whereabouts, Rahel bluntly told him he was obviously in his cabin. Worried about the previous fight, Choi Hyun-suk quickly learns he won, and that Ebelson treated his injuries. He immediately checks the system, now level 212 with major boosts to level, stamina, mana, charisma, and a new skill, mana control. As he reviews the stats, Rahel mentions she could have healed him too, but he ignores her, amazed at the massive gains he made. When he notices mana control, Rahel reacts in disbelief. She insists she's right to be shocked, since mana control is extremely rare, but before she can finish, the protagonist cuts her off. He stops after spotting a strangely folded letter, shifting the scene to Ebelson's prison where she looks up and murmurs that it wasn't necessary. In her mind, that hero is unusual. Choi Hyun-suk discovered mana and learned combat within just 3 days, which seems impossible. He clearly possesses some unknown potential. Unfortunately, his personality contradicts his remarkable talent. Abelson wonders if her prayers were answered or if he's simply a natural genius. Either way, it doesn't matter. Choi Hyun-suk is the hope she needs. Afterwards, she knocks on a door to request a favor. On the other side, a response comes asking what she wants. She says she wants to take a walk. Back in his room, Choi Hyun-suk reads the letter and is shocked. It's a yes to his date request. Abelson wants to meet him in the courtyard, promising the best day of his life. Later, when the meeting time arrives, Choi Hyun-suk is so nervous he doesn't know how to behave, even wondering about asking for her number, then remembering there are no phones. Rahel tells him to give up and return to his room, complaining he never listens anymore. She can't finish her sentence because Choi Hyun-suk suddenly grabs her, ready to toss her aside, but just as he's about, a Bolson appears in front of him with 2 others. Caught off guard, the protagonist blurts her name and asks about the other 2. Ebelson explains they are her escorts, since she can't walk alone in her condition. That reminder makes him realize she's still a hostage of the demon army. Breaking the tension, Ebelson says she wants to go for a walk. Choi Hyun-suk agrees, but it feels stressful with her escorts monitoring every move, and while he struggles to start a conversation, Ebelson already knows what to ask. Without hesitation, she asks, "Are you a hero, Mr. Choi Hyun-suk?" He's stunned and can't figure out how she knows. Abelson explains that in this world, only heroes and demons have black hair. Shaken, Choi Hyun-suk is then asked if he has questions, and she invites him to ask anything he wants. Nervous but grateful, he begins with his first question. But before he can think of anything sensible, Reed-run intervenes. Hyun-suk is surprised as Reed-run rushes over. Clearly irritated, he tells Choi Hyun-suk the commander wants to see him immediately, leaving the meeting with Ebelson over before it began. Ebelson is frustrated too, though for different reasons, and begins wondering whether the protagonist is truly trustworthy. The scene shifts to Himis's chamber, where she says she watched Choi Hyun-suk's fight, and notes his stubborn ability to escape death. Then she asks if he remembers her offer. Choi Hyun-suk carefully says yes. She promised to protect him if he fought an opponent she chose. Hemis reminds him of the rest of the deal. He confirms that also means becoming one of her executives. Hemis admits that part wasn't fully planned, since she never expected him to survive this long, but circumstances changed. Looking at Reed-run, Hemis reminds him she had already acknowledged the protagonist's talent, someone suited for leadership in the Demon King's army. Her conclusion is simple. Choi Hyun-suk is too skilled to remain just a platoon leader. Pointing to heavy losses in the cook company, the commander notes a meat shortage and jokes they might end up eating each other. Choi Hyun-suk understands the words, though not the necessity of hearing them. Then Hemis gets to the point. Choi Hyun-suk will lead the cook squad and can do whatever is needed to restore order in the kitchen. She finishes by asking if he can handle it. Sure, Choi Hyun-suk promises to do his best. The scene changes. Now he's alone with Rahel, who sarcastically asks how it feels to be a Demon King squad leader while technically being a hero. Matching her tone, he replies he's so happy he could die. On the way to his new post, he points out that she still sounds bitter. With a new mindset, Choi Hyun-suk arrives at his new workplace. He begins by confronting a shady-looking servant in the kitchen. The servant mocks him, calling him a slave. Choi Hyun-suk decides to assert his authority. He walks over and shouts at the servant, who looks confused. Then he knocks him out with a punch to the chin, declaring himself the new commander. Afterward, Choi Hyun-suk orders everyone in the kitchen to assemble. He notices the strongest has a power level of 3,500, yet the group is far too small. He asks where the rest are. There used to be 300, but only 20 remain. At that moment, he fully realizes the severity of the situation and how much trouble he faces if he fails. He asks the squad who knows him. A few call him the barbecue master. One idiot tries to be funny. Instantly, that guy gets kicked straight into the wall. Choi Hyun-suk then firmly reminds everyone he's the commander and orders them to address him properly as the cook squad leader. After that, he asks why their numbers dropped so drastically. One explains the others went hunting alone and were killed by demon beasts. Now understanding the situation, Choi Hyun-suk asks who the best remaining cook is. His name was Geltram, and Choi Hyun-suk promoted him to vice commander on the spot. No one raised an objection. Once everyone had been dismissed, The hero wondered how Choi Hyun-suk was supposed to rebuild the squad back to 200 members. Then an idea suddenly came to him. The next day, the fairy, the dog, and the hero set out with a plan to recruit new cooks. As they searched around, Choi Hyun-suk thought about how some people could be replaced easily while others could not. Then he finally spotted his target. He greeted the poor guy with a kick, then invited him to become a chef. Irritated by such a rough welcome, the man tried to fight back, but the protagonist knocked him down again. Then Choi Hyun-suk began selling him on the idea. He told the man he would be the first recruit of the day, and promised him a high rank if he agreed. As a senior, he would not be pushed around, but would do the pushing instead. That started winning him over, especially after he heard his first job would be recruiting 5 juniors. From there, the plan became clear. It was basically a pyramid scheme. Meanwhile, somewhere else, someone was enjoying a thick, juicy steak. His name was Doris, commander of the Demon King's 3rd Battalion. While savoring his meal, he noted how strangely peaceful things were and said the fine dinner proved it. Suddenly, a goblin rushed in with bad news. Doris calmly wiped his mouth and asked what had happened, and the goblin reported that most of the battalion was gone. Doris asked if they had abandoned their post, even though their only duty was to serve him. Trembling with fear, the goblin quickly said no. They had been called away to join the army's cooking unit. Still eating, Doris said the kitchen's new leader was a human favored by Commander Hemis, then told the goblin to be more careful beside him next time. The goblin shouted that this was far too serious to ignore, since Choi Hyun-suk had already taken 200 of his soldiers to work as cooks. That finally shocked Doris. He could not believe his entire battalion had left him so quickly. Outside, the soldiers summoned by Choi Hyun-suk began to gather. Rahul said more than 200 had already arrived. Stroking his chin, Choi Hyun-suk smugly claimed it was all thanks to his genius and said recruitment was practically finished. Then a sudden sound made him turn. It was the goblin sitting on Doris's shoulder and pointing out the soldiers who had once belonged to the battalion. Choi Hyun-suk's first thought was simple. This could not be good. Choi Hyun-suk adjusted his glasses and said he had no idea who these people were, though they looked fairly angry. Then the glasses issued a warning. They could not measure anything above 50,000, which immediately caught him off guard. The device warned that forcing it beyond its limit could damage it. The protagonist muttered that he needed to end this quickly and leave before things got worse. Doris shouted, asking if Choi Hyun-suk, the human who took care of Bobo, was there. Choi Hyun-suk instantly tried to sneak away, but Bobo suddenly appeared and barked happily at Doris, ruining his escape. Forced to stop, Choi Hyun-suk gathered his courage, introduced himself, and asked what had brought the commander there. Doris introduced himself as the leader of the separated 3rd Battalion, then asked in annoyance who the protagonist thought he was to question a commander like that. Pointing at the former battalion members, Doris asked if Choi Hyun-suk truly thought there was no reason for him to come. That struck him hard. Even Choi Hyun-suk had not realized those fools had dragged in nearly their entire unit. Doris then told him to talk in his office. With no real choice, Choi Hyun-suk agreed. Deep down, he knew things had been going a little too well. In Doris's office, the commander asked if this truly had not been intentional. The protagonist swore it was not, saying he had only chosen the bravest soldiers, who happened to be from the 3rd Battalion. Doris was surprised and figured the army's commander must truly favor this human. Deciding it was better to keep things peaceful, he let the matter pass. His mood softened, and Doris said that since things had already turned out this way, there was no point making a bigger problem of it. He told Choi Hyun-suk to take the soldiers he had chosen and use them however he wanted. Choi Hyun-suk brightened and asked if he was serious, feeling the plan might actually work. The good mood lasted only a moment, because Doris said there was one condition, and Choi Hyun-suk immediately grew nervous again. Acting like a true gentleman, Doris explained that since Choi Hyun-suk had already taken 200 of his men, he should take one more soldier as well. The protagonist tensed. After losing that many troops, if Doris still wanted to hand over another one, this recruit had to be a total problem. Annoyed, Doris asked if Choi Hyun-suk was refusing after already taking his entire 3rd Battalion. Under the pressure, with his legs nearly giving out, Choi Hyun-suk quickly said that was not it. He was simply too happy to express his gratitude properly. As the door opened, Doris said Choi Hyun-suk had made his choice and was about to introduce him to his new soldier. A massive hand appeared first. Doris announced that the recruit's name was Yuzaru, a lovable hybrid born from an ogre and an orc. Yuzaru introduced himself in the 3rd person, saying Yuzaru had arrived, commander. Since the protagonist still wore the glasses, Choi Hyun-suk realized Yuzaru's power could not be measured either. Choi Hyun-suk froze at the thought of having someone so strong under him. Doris casually added that Yuzaru's only flaw was being unbelievably stupid, but he was powerful enough to use well. Yuzaru tried tried to enter, he smacked his head on the doorframe and loudly pointed it out, making Choi Hyun-suk wonder just how dumb he really was. Back at the recruitment area, the protagonist said he would introduce himself again. He declared that he was Choi Hyun-suk, Bobo's tamer and the army's new head chef. One soldier commented that it was his first time seeing both of them. Holding up a bone, Choi Hyun-suk said Bobo was a good boy. Bobo's eyes gleamed and drool began to gather at the side of his mouth. Then Choi Hyun-suk turned to the group and announced that he would organize the unit from now on. He posted a list and told everyone to find their names, then line up according to the new arrangement he had made. Rahul was surprised he had actually prepared a list and asked what it was based on. Choi Hyun-suk said he assumed they were equally smart, so he sorted them by combat power. He added that the weaker ones with more kitchen experience had been sent to kitchen duty, then asked Rahul if that was not a genius move. After a while, one soldier called out that everything was ready and everyone had been assigned. Pleased, Choi Hyun-suk said he would go check. Seeing the troops divided into two large groups, the protagonist announced that the squad on the right was the cooking unit. The group on the left was the combat unit. Based on experience, Choi Hyun-suk knew some might dislike their placement, so he invited anyone unhappy to step forward. A soldier raised a green hand and said there was a problem. It was the weak goblin with the parted hairstyle, and Choi Hyun-suk said he wanted to hunt immediately and eat some fresh meat. Hyun-suk gave him a strange smile and muttered that this was troublesome, then instructed the goblin to come closer. Nervously, the goblin approached, unsure of what was about to happen. As soon as Choi Hyun-suk got near, he kicked the goblin straight in the crotch. The goblin screamed with bulging eyes, and Choi Hyun-suk calmly declared that was his entrance. The goblin collapsed in pain, realizing any future offspring were doomed. Without pity, Choi Hyun-suk said the goblin had failed because he couldn't endure the kick. Only then did the hero system appear, announcing that thanks to his exceptional leadership and command, Choi Hyun-suk had successfully organized and stabilized the unit. As a reward, the system granted him the hidden skill charisma level up and boosted his leadership stat. Surveying the squad, the protagonist asked if anyone had complaints. After a brief silence, Choi Hyun-suk clenched his fist, ready to speak, and declared that everything was now settled. He then ordered the combat unit to take up their weapons. It was time to hunt. In the great forest north of the Black Fortress, Choi Hyun-suk assembled the combat team and mentioned to Rahul that the forest felt unusually quiet today, with no beasts in sight. Rahul suggested Bobo and Yuzaru might be scaring them off, and Choi Hyun-suk agreed it made sense. Meanwhile, Bobo and Yuzaru looked cuter than ever. Choi Hyun-suk grumbled that they were his best soldiers, so he couldn't leave them behind. Rahul then suggested using bait to attract the monsters. Choi Hyun-suk questioned that plan, saying if they had spare meat for bait, hunting wouldn't even be necessary. Rahul smiled and said he misunderstood. She wasn't talking about fancy bait. Pointing at the squad, she explained that the soldiers themselves could be used as living bait to lure the demon beasts. Choi Hyun-suk immediately lost his enthusiasm, looked skyward, and asked God what he had done in a past life to deserve this. Then he crossed his arms and firmly ordered numbers 14, 3, 143, and 7 from the list to step forward. Rahul asked what the numbers meant, and Choi Hyun-suk explained they were his old lottery picks from Earth, the ones that never made him rich. Still teary-eyed, the protagonist announced the operation would start immediately, and commanded Yuzaru to grab member number 14. The giant got excited instantly. Once Yuzaru lifted him, the unfortunate number 14 asked if Choi Hyun-suk had completely lost his mind. Calling him an intercontinental ballistic goblin, Yuzaru casually hurled him far into the distance. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Choi Hyun-suk said it was actually a clever plan. If they kept using weak soldiers as bait, something would eventually notice. He then told a fox soldier to light a small fire, so the ones used as bait could find their way back. Rahul asked if throwing soldiers like that wouldn't just kill them on impact, and Choi Hyun-suk replied that at least 1 out of 6 should survive, instructing Yuzaru to continue tossing the rest. The rest of the battalion whispered in shock that the human head chef had lost his mind, and they preferred to live long lives. One terrified goblin decided to turn around and run, but the moment Choi Hyun-suk acted, Bobo glared at him with sparkling eyes. The goblin panicked and swore to serve the demon king's army for life, yet Bobo didn't seem convinced. Choi Hyun-suk noted that the thrown soldiers were taking too long to return and ordered the rest to be tossed, while the goblin in the back continued crying for help. At that moment, a goblin came sprinting back, panicking and yelling that a pack of monsters was right behind. Choi Hyun-suk grinned and said the guy finally made it back, so the soldiers could handle it as long as he got the finishing blow. But before Choi Hyun-suk could strike, Yuzaru charged ahead. He was too strong to let anyone else take the last hit. Yuzaru tore through the monsters one by one, shouting that Choi Hyun-suk loved fighting, leaving nothing for Choi Hyun-suk. Robert just stared, asking what last hit he meant, when all the monsters were already dead. While Uzaru celebrated with Bobo, Choi Hyun-suk ended up in tears, receiving no XP and realizing the monsters were so shredded he couldn't use them for food. Rahel, still shocked, pointed out that Uzaru and Bobo could kill those monsters in a single hit. Choi Hyun-suk could hardly believe it, and decided he'd return tomorrow without them. Rahel asked if he was sure about that, since only one day remained before the main commander's task resumed. Back with the battalion, Choi Hyun-suk ordered everyone to retreat and meet earlier tomorrow in the same spot. Once in the kitchen, Rahel asked why he had come there first, and Choi Hyun-suk explained he needed to check whether the minced meat was still usable. Then he kicked the door open and called the slackers to gather. One kitchen soldier rushed over and asked if something had happened. Choi Hyun-suk immediately asked whether the meat from today's hunt had been tested. The soldier Geltrum, the vice chef, confirmed it, but the results were not as good as hoped. Choi Hyun-suk said the craftsman wasn't that picky and asked if Geltrum understood. In tears, Geltrum admitted he did, and Choi Hyun-suk mocked him for not handling minced meat properly despite all his experience. Geltrum fired back that the kitchen battalion's main job was gathering ingredients, not serving as the commander's personal chefs. Commanders cared about taste, but others just wanted food in their stomachs. Choi Hyun-suk said the regular members were struggling too, told Geltrum to hurry, and Geltrum ran off shouting for the others to gather and start preparing the meal. Realizing that everyone below commander rank had been eating bland food, Choi Hyun-suk smiled. This plan might be easier than he expected. Later, Choi Hyun-suk visited someone he knew. Knocking on Ebelsen's door, he introduced himself as Hyun-suk, and she told him to come in. Blushing and acting shy, Choi Hyun-suk said it was nothing special, he just wanted to see her. Robert immediately understood why he had rushed to the kitchen. It was all to see her. Then Choi Hyun-suk presented a beautifully prepared dish and asked if she had eaten dinner yet. He explained that he only won the duel because she supported him, and this meal was his way of thanking her. Ebelsen accepted and said she would just have a small portion. She cut a tiny cube of meat, raised the fork, already impressed by the aroma. After one bite and a few chews, she was completely amazed. Then, like a reaction scene from an anime, she exclaimed it was delicious, far better than anything she had at the castle, with incredible flavor. A few minutes later, a satisfied Choi Hyun-suk remarked that she really enjoyed it, since she had finished the entire plate. Choi Hyun-suk then picked it up and said now that she had eaten, he should go, just as she called his name. Ebelsen asked what Choi Hyun-suk planned to do in the future after leaving this place. Getting emotional, Choi Hyun-suk blurted out that he wanted to marry her. Ebelsen's eyes went wide. Choi Hyun-suk quickly realized what he had said, and that he had completely misunderstood her question, so she told him he could leave now. But before going, she asked if there was anything else he wanted besides marrying her. That caught her attention. Before he could explain, Choi Hyun-suk asked what she wanted to do once she left this place. With lifeless eyes, she said she did not know yet, because if she ever left, she wanted to do absolutely nothing. Now the story shifts to Gartron, the holy imperial capital of Gradium, where the theocracy is ruled by the Pope of the Church of Deus. A man knelt before him, addressed him as Your Holiness, and reported that they had discovered Ebelsen Marriott's location. He said Ebelsen, the next saintess, was supposedly being held in the Black Fortress where the glutton lived. The man on the throne asked how she had ended up there. Tapping his fingers on the throne, the Pope asked if the Demon King had sent any message. The answer was no, and nobody knew what the demons wanted, since they had demanded nothing. The Pope stood and said that across all the wars between humans and demons, humans had only broken into the Black Fortress a handful of times. Even then, Hemis the Glutton had not been there, so attacking directly now would be reckless. Looking out the window, the Pope said he would send a secret rescue team. Then Pope Orvan Ivy ordered the man to summon their hero. Back at the hunting grounds, Choi Hyun-suk arranged the kitchen battalion into 2 clear blocks. Even so, something still weighed on his mind. He could not stop thinking about what Ebelsen meant when she said she no longer wanted to do anything. Choi Hyun-suk walked to a suitable spot, stopped, and said this place should work. As he searched through his backpack, Choi Hyun-suk called the platoon commander over and told him to come closer. Then Choi Hyun-suk pulled something out and told the platoon commander to eat. It was 2 steks, and the soldiers stared in disbelief, unsure whether this was some strange bribe or merely leftovers. Choi Hyun-suk asked if they were not going to eat. The soldiers quickly apologized and began at once. The moment they tasted it, their eyes lit up, and the flavor overwhelmed them completely. 3 platoon leaders fell to their knees, swore loyalty to Choi Hyun-suk, and begged for another piece. But Choi Hyun-suk brought out even more meat and declared that the tasting was over. From that moment on, he shouted they had to run. Only the platoon that captured the most demon beasts alive would get to dine with him. The 3 leaders immediately rushed off, shouting for their soldiers to move. Seeing this, Choi Hyun-suk said the plan had worked perfectly. They were all slaves to their appetites, His true reason for bringing the monsters back alive was simple. Choi Hyun-suk wanted to deliver the final blow himself. Watching the system screen as his level and charisma rose, Choi Hyun-suk said he had gained 10 levels in no time while finishing off the monsters. Then one of the platoon leaders asked which of the three had won. Choi Hyun-suk turned to them and announced that the Wolfkin platoon was the winner, meaning they would enjoy an incredible meal with him. The other platoons asked what they would get, and Choi Hyun-suk lazily said they could have the leftovers. Then he ordered them to gather all the prepared meat and carry it back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, beyond the Black Forest, several soldiers lay defeated while a man in a black cloak stood there holding a sword. Back at headquarters, someone stopped before a door and said they had finally arrived. Inside, Ebelson thought she should not have said that to Choi Hyun-suk. After all, she could not hide this forever. Then the door opened, and the man in the black hood called Ebelson by her name. He pulled back his hood, revealing not Choi Hyun-suk, but a blonde man with green eyes who said he had come to rescue her. Ebelson recognized him as Sir Guffin and asked if the Pope had sent him. He said he thought so, though he was not completely sure. Leaning against the table, she apologized and said she could not return now, politely asking him to leave. To her surprise, he said he would love to retreat as well, but a mission was a mission, and he had to finish it. With a serious look, she reminded him that Hemis the Glutton lived in this fortress, and if he tried to take her away, he knew how dangerous things could become. Smiling, he stepped closer and asked how she intended to stop him. Abelson said she would use holy power to call for help. The man suddenly grabbed her by the neck and said he was not there to play games. He was no prince. He was a soldier. Coldly, he told her to close her eyes, because when she woke up, she would already be back in the capital. As his grip tightened and her consciousness faded, Ebelson realized he might also be able to use holy power, and she could not understand how. As her vision dimmed, she thought that she could not return to that place again. Then a sleep spell shot toward the blonde man. It was Choi Hyun-suk. He shouted for the man to get his hands off Ebelson. Choi Hyun-suk's punch hit his face, but it barely seemed to matter. With a thin streak of blood on his face, the blonde man said the punch carried magical energy, and asked what Choi Hyun-suk really was, praising his movement despite his limited magic. Annoyed, Choi Hyun-suk threw another punch and demanded to know what he meant, ordering him to get away from Ebelson immediately. The man answered with a kick, saying it was not part of the mission, but useful things were always worth collecting, so Choi Hyun-suk would come too. The kick struck Choi Hyun-suk in the stomach so hard that he could no longer stay on his feet. As Choi Hyun-suk and Ebelson lay on the floor, the blonde man coldly said that pathetic worms always irritated him. Watching from a distance, Rahel saw the stranger drop the other man with a single hit and wondered if she should call Bobo for help. Then Rahel sensed a terrifying presence drawing closer. In the room, the man checked a teleport scroll and muttered that if he wanted to take one more person, he would need to adjust a few conditions. Then someone appeared behind him and asked the blonde man if something had gone wrong. It was Hemis. With a smile, she asked if he needed a hand. The blonde man spun around and froze when he saw Hemis. He could not believe it, since he had sealed the Saintess's power hours earlier. Hemis casually told him to call her Gourmet instead. Trembling with fear, he realized he could not sense any magic from her, and guessed the gap between them was simply that vast. He bit down on the contract and began thinking the story of Hemis the Glutton wiping out thousands of soldiers in one day might actually be true. Then Hemis released a pink aura and said she wanted to see what her blonde guest could really do. Her magical pressure was so overwhelming that the blonde man could not move. All he could do was tell himself not to panic. If he stayed calm, he might dodge her attacks and seize the Saintess at the right moment. But then a strange dizziness struck him, and he realized what it was. It was the delayed effect of the punch Choi Hyun-suk had landed earlier. That brief opening was enough. Hemis attacked and seemed to tear his arm clean off. The glutton said she liked him and asked whether Choi Hyun-suk could keep entertaining her a little longer. Seeing how badly Choi Hyun-suk was hurt, the blonde man decided it would be wiser to retreat, so Choi Hyun-suk declared that the mission had failed. Choi Hyun-suk activated the teleport spell. A golden flash burst out and he disappeared. Hemis looked slightly surprised that Choi Hyun-suk had fled after she asked him for a favor. Then she smiled wickedly and said it was fine, because the real fun was only beginning. A brief explanation follows. Hemis the Glutton is an ancient monster and an ageless witch. Those were all insulting names used for Hemis, commander of the 3rd Corps in the Demon King's army. Across countless ages, many demons were born and disappeared, yet two beings never changed, the Demon King and Hemis, standing firm like enormous mountains. But eternity dulls even the strongest minds, and such an endless existence is cruel to any thinking being. A few days later, Choi Hyun-suk is training when he gets struck in the exact same place again. Lying flat on the ground and crying, Choi Hyun-suk listens as Reed Run says his attacks and magic are still far too direct. Reed Run tells him he needs to relax and fight with more flexibility. Through tears, Choi Hyun Hyun-suk says he will remember it next time. Then Reborn dryly adds one more lesson. No matter how strong Choi Hyun-suk believes he is, there will always be someone stronger. Stronger, Reborn says as he helps Choi Hyun-suk back up. Reborn reminds him not to forget that winning fairly is a luxury only the truly powerful can afford. Reborn turns to Choi Hyun-suk and says that is enough for today, adding that he did well. Afterward, Reborn walks away while Choi Hyun-suk watches him leave with a slightly awkward expression. Feeling almost depressed, the hero drops to the ground. Rahel asks if Choi Hyun-suk is okay, and he says no, he feels like he is dying, then begs her to heal him. Rahel begins healing him, and Choi Hyun-suk sighs with relief, questioning if to him she's merely a healing potion. As she tends to him, Choi Hyun-suk can't stop thinking about what Ebelson said. She had told him he must grow stronger, for only belief in his own power could keep him safe, and Choi Hyun-suk repeats this to himself. Rahel grows angry that he keeps mentioning that woman, especially after nearly dying because of her. She wonders aloud if Ebelson is a saint or a witch, and Choi Hyun-suk warns her against such talk, fearing divine punishment. While continuing to heal him, Rahel brings up the assassin wielding sacred power and asks why, if Ebelson truly is a saint. Choi Hyun-suk strikes back. Choi Hyun-suk concedes she's right. The next saint deserved respect, and that clearly wasn't the case. Frustrated, Choi Hyun-suk declares he's done dwelling on it. Rahel then asks why he's so fixated on Abelson Marriott. He brushes her off, suggesting she's just jealous. Rahel snaps, calling him a lovesick fool and questioning if he really wants to die. Later, Choi Hyun-suk sits with his head lowered as Rahel and Bobo watch him. He mutters that his life is over and wishes in his next one to be born into a wealthy family. Both look puzzled, and Rahel asks Bobo if he understands why Choi Hyun-suk is worried, and if he'd truly want such a master. Bobo remains confused, so Rahel offers to explain what occurred. Half an hour earlier in Hemus's office, she summoned Choi Hyun-suk, claiming a serious problem. She quickly admitted she'd been bored for ages, surprising both Rahel and Choi Hyun-suk. From her throne, Hemus explained she needed entertaining events, and Choi Hyun-suk simply nodded. Then she gave him 1 month to train and defeat the battalion commander. This left him stunned, and he nervously asked if she truly meant it. Power leaking from her claws, Hemus asked what was wrong, couldn't he handle it? Or did he seek her help again with Mr. Donut? Remembering that battle, he bowed so quickly he banged his head on the table, insisting he would manage alone. Rahel finishes the story while Choi Hyun-suk cries quietly. She tells Bobo to bid farewell as Choi Hyun-suk might not be around long, and now Bobo finally seems to understand. Rahel turns to the hero, urging him to accept his role, then asks if he truly plans to challenge the battalion commander with just 9,000 power. Choi Hyun-suk complains he's already worried, as if she wants him dead now. As he keeps fretting, Rahel realizes he has grown strong quickly but still falls far short. The battalion commander is leagues ahead. Choi Hyun-suk recalls that such a commander wields over 40,000 power and groans, knowing he can't reach that in a month. He glances at Bobo, wishing he could take his place, as Bobo might face the commander on equal footing or even win. While Bobo comforts him, Rahel reminds him the match is a duel, and he agrees. Then he suddenly recalls Hemus's exact words and a plan forms. He asks Rahel to repeat Hemus's instructions, and she confirms he has 1 month to defeat the battalion commander. This excites him. Hemus never said it must be a straight duel. Rahel stares at him speechless. Choi Hyun-suk quickly devises a strategy. He must win by any means, including outside help, if necessary. Rahel questions if he should interpret her words that way. Nervously biting his fingers, he insists the only option is to lure the battalion commander and ambush him with bullets. Bobo hears this, and Rahel wonders what he is anymore. Is he a genius or just cowardly? She then asks how he plans to draw out the commander. Could someone as reckless as Choi Hyun-suk really manage it? Grinning, he holds up a spice, confident he can tempt him, knowing the commander's fondness for refined food. Choi Hyun-suk sets to prepare his ultimate grilled ribs recipe. Selecting the finest ribs, he carefully soaks them in honeyed water. Once ready, he places them in a pot to boil. While cooking, he chops mushrooms and green onions, then adds fish sauce and mixes everything thoroughly. All ingredients go into the pot with the meat to meld flavors. After half an hour, Bobo drags him through the fortress so fast it feels like his soul is leaving his body. Upon arrival, he collapses, complaining about losing stamina when he should have energy. Then Rahel warns him the food is burning, sending him into panic. Moments later, the ribs and stew are nearly done. Completed. Choi Hyun-suk carefully plates the dish. Smiling, he sprinkles green onions and declares the stew perfect to win Commander Doris's heart. Ready. Doris's table is already full of delicious food. He leans back, enjoying a rare peaceful moment. Such meals are uncommon for him. He reflects that handing over Uzuru was a wise move, easing his burden more than expected. A subordinate bows, reporting the cooking squad wishes to see him. Though full, Doris is curious and tells him to continue. He assumes they aren't returning. Uzuru. The subordinate explains Choi Hyun-suk came to offer a dish as thanks, immediately catching Doris's interest. Having heard of his remarkable skills, Doris straightens up and allows him entry. A knock announces his dramatic arrival, tray in hand, standing tall. Teeth. Doris blinks in surprise. Surprised, he quickly regains composure. Exposure. Choi Hyun-suk places the tray before him, bowing extravagantly and thanking him for the opportunity that led to his new role in the kitchen. Doris cares little for speeches. Choi Hyun-suk wants the food to demonstrate itself. Nodding, he lifts the cover to reveal a steaming plate of ribs. The aroma fills the room, making even Doris salivate. The dish looks nearly perfect. Inhaling the scent, Choi Hyun-suk watches confidently as Doris is captivated. Across from him, he observes, certain that one bite will win her over completely. Bliss. The moment Doris took her second bite, Choi Hyun-suk froze, utterly stunned. It surpassed every expectation Choi Hyun-suk had ever held. Seeing her reaction, Choi Hyun-suk suggested bringing more dishes later, and Doris immediately agreed to try anything Choi Hyun-suk prepared. As Choi Hyun-suk departed, Rahul at the door struggled to hide her expression, while Doris, still absorbed in the meal, casually remarked on how spoiled she had become. Once outside, Choi Hyun-suk paused for a moment. Her hands trembled as she grasped the doorknob. Then Choi Hyun-suk and Rahul exchanged a glance before both started gagging violently. Rahul wiped her mouth in disbelief, while Choi Hyun-suk admitted she knew exactly what she was doing. When asked about her plan, Choi Hyun-suk openly stated she intended to keep feeding Doris until she became a pig ready for slaughter. Meanwhile, Doris remained oblivious, happily continuing to eat. A week later, Doris sat down to another lavish meal. Though his appetite seemed diminished, Choi Hyun-suk poked at the food, distracted by the ongoing duel for battalion command. His rising prominence had drawn dangerous attention, and a loss would strip him of his title. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk accepted the risk without hesitation. He realized his week of planning had overlooked external threats. Despite this, Choi Hyun-suk forced a smile and reassured Doris. Doris was confident he would win, especially after inviting him to witness the duel. The next day at the Grand Training Center. On the grounds, Rahel tried to boost Choi Hyun-suk's spirits with her usual sarcasm. Choi Hyun-suk wasn't convinced. After seeing Doris's appetite, he doubted any chance of victory. Ruger, commander of the Demon King's 3rd Army Corps Regiment, stepped forward. The challenger was a humanoid creature with a horn. The horned figure advanced, while Doris climbed the steps, appearing slightly winded. When Choi Hyun-suk noticed her, a smug smile crossed his face. Ruger gave the signal to commence. Initially, Doris barely moved, appearing completely unfazed. He waited for the perfect moment. Then, with a swift motion, Choi Hyun-suk seized his opponent's weapon. Shockwave erupted, making the crowd flinch at the impact. Once the dust settled, the challenger lay unconscious. Stunned, Ruger declared Doris the clear victor. As the crowd dispersed, Choi Hyun-suk contemplated his next move. That night at Bobo's house, Choi Hyun-suk studied the monster map he had prepared. Rahel peered over his shoulder, curious about his plan. His strategy was simple: make monsters fight each other. By letting them battle, one enemy would eliminate another, and Rahel quickly recognized its cleverness. 3 days later, deep in the forest, Rahel groaned in exhaustion after memorizing countless monsters. She had refused Choi Hyun-suk's offer to split the work and now regretted it. When asked about their first target, Choi Hyun-suk pointed ahead. Rahel identified it as a surfib, a giant forest worm, but noted it was unsuitable for their plan. Feeling proud, she awaited acknowledgement. Choi Hyun-suk reminded her that even an idiot could be useful. A soldier approached, asking where they should hunt. Choi Hyun-suk told him to wait, and then inquired about dragon-like monsters with steel-hard scales. Rahel noted several matches, but insisted on seeing them herself. That meant they would face the creature directly. Choi Hyun-suk instructed the cooking squadron to clear the area, kill anything they wanted, and even eat it on the side. The soldiers were thrilled, feeling their commander was finally fully engaged. They slaughtered monsters relentlessly until exhausted. They collected the meat as it began to steam. Choi Hyun-suk reviewed the results, but the territory's true ruler still remained. He feared all their effort had been wasted. Choi Hyun-suk called off the operation, ordered everyone to stow their weapons, and ensured the platoon commander confirmed it. Just as they settled, Choi Hyun-suk sensed something unusual. Birds suddenly took flight. A terrifying presence appeared in the sky. Above them, a dragon's eye glared down. It was Nedrak, an overwhelmingly powerful monster. The soldiers panicked and fled at its sight. Nedrak responded by engulfing the area in flames. Choi Hyun-suk felt pleased with a monster like this. He finally possessed a weapon potent enough to challenge Doris. At Himis' office, Doris discussed her work with Reed Run. Unease. 3 weeks passed without any word from him. Choi Hyun-suk. She wondered whether Reed Run had been preparing him for a special purpose, but Choi Hyun-suk insisted the training was entirely ordinary. Then Himis asked what chance Choi Hyun-suk would have against the battalion commander. Reed Run answered without hesitation, saying he had no chance. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk noted that he had recently grown close to Doris. Recently, that startled Himis, since she remembered Choi Hyun-suk once claiming he would defeat the battalion battalion commander. But now Choi Hyun-suk seemed to be drawing nearer to him instead. It only deepened her curiosity about what Choi Hyun-suk was truly trying to ask. Later, in Doris's office, Choi Hyun-suk kept eating happily, savoring the grilled meat he had prepared. Choi Hyun-suk thanked him for the meal. After that, Choi Hyun-suk sighed, and Doris immediately noticed. Sensing that something was off, Doris asked him what had happened. Acting pitiful, Choi Hyun-suk said the squadron was facing a major problem and hinted that this might be the last meal he could ever serve him. Doris grew alarmed and demanded to know more. Choi Hyun-suk claimed the corps commander wanted a rare monster meat, but the beast was too powerful, so he continued spinning the lie. Choi Hyun-suk described it as though the squadron was being overwhelmed by a terrifying monster. Then Choi Hyun-suk called the creature Marbling, a name Doris had never heard before. Doris had only caught rumors that many cooks were being injured. Choi Hyun-suk insisted the monster truly existed, emphasized how dangerous it was, and said sending ordinary soldiers would be useless. Instead, Choi Hyun-suk suggested that someone with Doris's strength could defeat it. It would be easy for him, and it might earn praise from the corps commander. The thought of being acknowledged by Hemis reached Doris quickly. Choi Hyun-suk imagined her looking at him warmly, and the idea left him flustered. Seeing that, Choi Hyun-suk promised he would personally tell her about his achievement, pushing their false friendship even further. Although Doris tried to seem hesitant, he agreed to help because he now believed Choi Hyun-suk was his friend. Choi Hyun-suk thanked him, but beneath that courteous, gentle expression, a sinister smile slowly formed on his lips. The plan began the following day. At the selected location, Choi Hyun-suk gathered everyone and confirmed that each step was ready. Rahul asked whether he had memorized the terrain, and Choi Hyun-suk confidently replied that he was practically a walking map. Then he quietly spoke to Bobo, making it clear that their true target was Dory. Yuzuru, simple-minded as usual, simply prepared to play his role without asking anything. With everything in place, the mission finally began. Far inside the great forest, the soldiers had no clue what the real objective was. They only understood that they were there to hunt a dangerous monster. The difficult march through the forest left Doris irritated. Wilderness. Doris asked how much farther they had to travel, and Choi Hyun-suk replied that they were approaching Marbling's territory while moving with caution. Careful. Choi Hyun-suk knew Doris was stronger than he appeared, yet he still believed Nedrak would win. At that moment, the air suddenly changed. Birds scattered in panic, warning them that something was coming. Choi Hyun-suk warned us that something was close. Fully alert now, Doris got ready. Nedrak emerged from the darkness, and its presence pressed heavily on everyone. Confused, Doris asked if this was really Marbling, saying it looked familiar, but Choi Hyun-suk dismissed the concern by claiming many monsters looked alike. Doris accepted the explanation and treated it as just another beast to defeat. Confident in himself, Choi Hyun-suk ordered his battalion to attack, trusting Choi Hyun-suk to make sure the corps commander learned of his victory. His soldiers rushed toward the dragon without fear, and Doris entered the fight himself, unleashing his powerful technique. Even against Nedrak's enormous strength, Doris continued pushing forward with fierce determination. Watching this, Choi Hyun-suk grew uneasy, realizing Doris was sharper than expected. Rather than confronting Nedrak directly, Doris used his soldiers as cover and bait to create openings for himself. Choi Hyun-suk had wanted the battle to break dark, but this cold and calculated approach was throwing the entire plan off course. Before Doris could end the fight, a terrified soldier interrupted to report that another monster was coming. Choi Hyun-suk's expression darkened. He had miscalculated. This was meant to be Nedrak's territory alone, so another monster would ruin the setup. Choi Hyun-suk ordered an immediate retreat, but before anyone could escape, a massive worm burst out. It was a surf vibe, the same creature Choi Hyun-suk had dismissed as harmless. Now it saw the clash as a territorial fight and moved to attack, so Doris immediately ordered a full retreat. But Rahul realized that if Choi Hyun-suk escaped, everything would be ruined. Choi Hyun-suk understood there was only one option left. With one swift and precise strike, Choi Hyun-suk attacked. Using the first form of the run combat style, Choi Hyun-suk struck Doris with such speed that Doris barely had time to respond. Ben Choi Hyun-suk shouted for everyone to pull back. Stop! Choi Hyun-suk urged the demons to stand their ground, stirring their pride and courage, but it only pushed the battlefield into deeper chaos. Amid the turmoil, Doris felt the pain surging through him while the battle roared all around him. Fury burst within him as Choi Hyun-suk wondered whether a mere human had truly betrayed him. Enraged, Choi Hyun-suk shouted Choi Hyun-suk's name and chose to risk everything to reach him. Unleashing his full power. Bloom! Choi Hyun-suk released an overwhelming force. Strike! Choi Hyun-suk could not grasp what was happening and found no place to escape. Run! Ral shouted him to move, but before Choi Hyun-suk could react, something slammed into him like a flash. Lightning. The impact almost brought him down completely, leaving him shaken and unable to understand what had just happened. Hit him. Through the disorder, Choi Hyun-suk caught sight of Doris. Still standing, he shouted that Choi Han-suk would tear him apart as long as Choi Han-suk remained alive. Realizing Choi Han-suk was in serious danger, Choi Han-suk quickly assessed the field and wondered where Bobo and Yuzuru had gone. At that same moment, Rahel looked around and understood that Surfib's attack had struck everyone within range. Choi Han-suk felt as if Choi Han-suk had been abandoned there. Doris, who was seething with rage. Even then, Choi Han-suk noticed Doris coughing blood, understood that Choi Han-suk was pushing his body far beyond what it could endure, its limit. So Choi Han-suk chose to buy time and ran as quickly as Choi Han-suk could, telling Rahel to call out the monster zones from the map she had reviewed earlier, and she began naming each one as it came into view. Appeared, if Choi Han-suk kept charging straight ahead, Choi Han-suk would enter the Warhound's territory. Doris still chased him, ignoring whatever monster mocked up the path. The protagonist knew most beasts stayed away from stronger foes, but if their young were threatened, they would attack without hesitation. Doris dismissed it as a cheap trick, completely focused on taking him down, killing him. Drawing out even greater power, Choi Han-suk used a level 3 move only to collapse flat. His power surged, fueled by the belief that Promote was the strongest weapon a demon possessed. Convinced his brute strength would end Han-suk for good, Choi Han-suk stepped in to finish it. Then something felt off. Wrong. His body trembled, and Choi Han-suk suddenly coughed up blood. Choi Han-suk stopped and watched as Rahel warned that Doris's demonic energy was falling rapidly. Only then did Doris realize Choi Han-suk had reached his limit. Choi Han-suk had spent too much energy hunting demonic beasts and was now completely exhausted. Strained after seeing that, Choi Han-suk reluctantly turned away, accepting that Choi Han-suk could not continue. Choi Han-suk called after him, asking if Choi Han-suk was truly running. Irritated, Doris admitted Choi Han-suk had no other choice. Choi Han-suk needed time to recover first. Even so, Choi Han-suk vowed Choi Han-suk would return for revenge and never forget this humiliation. Shame. But before Choi Han-suk could leave, Choi Han-suk stopped him and mocked Doris, saying Choi Han-suk may have entered alone, but leaving would not be so simple. Easily. Doris scoffed, ridiculing the protagonist for thinking bare hands alone could bring him down, but Choi Han-suk was already prepared. Activated Ride Run Combat Art 7. Move then launched the explosive destruction wave. To his surprise, Doris endured the impact and remained upright, standing. Wearing a smug smile, the demon mocked Choi Han-suk for underestimating him. But before the battle could continue, someone unexpected appeared. A voice cut across the battlefield, sounding entertained by the entire scene. Hemis had arrived, asking what all the noise was in front of her castle. Then an explosion erupted. Choi Han-suk was blasted straight into a tree, leaving him dizzy and shaken. Choi Han-suk held his head and tried to make sense of what had happened. Doris turned toward the corpse commander and pleaded for her to intervene. Step in. Choi Han-suk insisted that Choi Han-suk had not truly lost yet, and this was not their final match. Hemis silenced him immediately. She mocked how pitiful Choi Han-suk looked, stunned that a human had beaten him so badly. With demons already at war against humans, she found it disgraceful that someone like Doris held the rank of battalion commander, and she decided to end him there. Choi Han-suk saw his chance, rushed in, boldly telling the corpse commander that Choi Han-suk had defeated the battalion commander himself. Then Choi Han-suk kicked Doris, causing his blood to splash across Hemis's face. Remembering their earlier bet, she accepted the outcome and invited Choi Han-suk over, saying they had much to discuss. As they spoke, Hemis learned that even a Surfib had been dragged into the trouble at the end. Choi Han-suk admitted Choi Han-suk had never expected that outcome. Either curious about how his mind worked, Hemis casually remarked that opening his head might answer a few of her questions. She admitted the protagonist had turned the situation against her, and though she disliked his method, she could not deny it was clever. Still, she warned him not to think he would get another chance like this. If Choi Han-suk tried another trick or caused trouble again, the punishment would be severe, harsh. Back at Bobo's house, Choi Han-suk lay stretched out on the floor. Tired but relieved to be alive, Choi Han-suk caught his breath and asked about Doris's polymorph and the concept of promote. Rahel guessed it might be a martial art used only by demons and said the cow-headed one might know more. When Bobo barked, Choi Han-suk admitted the poor creature had truly suffered through the whole ordeal. Chaos, although at least the corpse commander had brought everything to an end much faster. Thinking back on the battle, Choi Han-suk said Choi Han-suk almost felt a little sorry for Doris, since he had not been a completely terrible opponent. Rahel quickly pointed out that Choi Han-suk had deliberately landed the final blow to take all the experience points. Choi Hyun-suk offered a fake apology, but the grin hidden behind his hand revealed how Choi Hyun-suk truly felt. Wanting to check the result, Choi Hyun-suk looked at his level and discovered Choi Hyun-suk had risen quite a bit. Even so, the question marks in his status window left him puzzled, confused. Choi Hyun-suk wondered whether the system was malfunctioning, but Rahel immediately rejected that idea, saying the hero system could not simply break. She thought Choi Hyun-suk was joking, but Choi Hyun-suk was serious, then chose to drop the matter. To celebrate reaching level 48, Rahel suggested they check his combat power. After reviewing the number, she said his combat strength had risen to 13,936. The protagonist felt proud of such a huge increase, remembering how recently even a goblin had been a real problem for him. Then, as a surprise, Rahel pulled out a beer so they could celebrate. They drank, cheered, and enjoyed the victory. The win, yet even during that peaceful moment, I could sense danger and chaos drawing near. Closer after that, Hyun-suk returned to his usual routine of sleeping, preparing, hunting, eating, cooking, and training. No matter how much stronger Choi Hyun-suk became, that cycle never truly changed. While wrapping his hands for training, Choi Hyun-suk wondered whether Choi Hyun-suk should find Ebelson later and clear up the doubts still troubling him. Reborn arrived, surprised that Choi Hyun-suk had come so early, and the two greeted each other. With a proud smile, Reborn congratulated him for defeating Doris, and Choi Hyun-suk thanked him briefly, shyly. Taking that chance, the protagonist brought up something from his fight with Doris that had stayed with him. When Choi Hyun-suk asked about the technique called promote, Reborn thought for a moment and called it an informal style from ancient combat. The word informal immediately caught Choi Hyun-suk's attention. Reborn explained that combat had two types: formal, which relied on fixed movements, and informal, which broke away from those established forms. Choi Hyun-suk added that informal combat had far fewer variations, and since formal combat was already rare, informal styles were guarded even more seriously. Secretly, from that, Choi Hyun-suk guessed the difference was somewhat like ordinary attack damage compared with skill damage. Reborn explained that promote had been passed down for ages. Any demon with demonic energy could learn it, but almost no one used it because it was extremely dangerous and caused many side effects. That made him ask whether Choi Hyun-suk could learn promote too, since Choi Hyun-suk had at least a small amount of demonic energy. Reborn joked about how tiny that amount was, saying it was not natural or even true demonic energy. The protagonist barely listened and argued that small power might mean lighter side effects. Could help even as Choi Hyun-suk insisted. Reborn still did not want to teach something so risky, while Choi Hyun-suk grew increasingly frustrated waiting for an answer. Desperate, Choi Hyun-suk dropped to his knees and clung to Reborn's leg, arguing that without promote he would not survive. At last, he promised to stop if even one attempt failed, and Reborn finally agreed. Reborn admitted Choi Hyun-suk still felt unsure, but Choi Hyun-suk had made a promise, and to the protagonist's relief, Choi Hyun-suk would not take it back. Then Reborn announced that the training had begun and told Choi Hyun-suk to watch carefully. Attention! The scene shifts to the underground prison of the Gartran Empire. There, a chained prisoner is visited by a man in white robes who greets him by name. Jeffen says Choi Hyun-suk had wondered who was coming, then is startled to see the Pope and asks what Choi Hyun-suk wants, since they had supposedly finished with each other. The Pope replies that Choi Hyun-suk has come with an opportunity to make peace. Jeffen asks what Choi Hyun-suk has to do. With a cold expression, the Pope says the mission is to eliminate Ebelson. Jeffen is startled and asks why. The Pope coldly says it is none of his concern. Jeffen hesitates, worried because the glutton is there. The Pope tells him not to worry, saying 4 warriors will accompany him, and the glutton will be away for a while. Choi Hyun-suk ends with a threat, saying Jeffen must succeed because failure will not be forgiven. Back at the training ground, Choi Hyun-suk writhes in pain as red energy spills from his body and foam gathers at his mouth. Reborn merely watches without reacting. Meanwhile, Ebelson lashes out at them for trying demon combat arts, calling it madness when Choi Hyun-suk is human. Reborn argues that the protagonist kept saying Choi Hyun-suk was fine, and after all that training, there should not have been much demonic energy left. Anyway, Ebelson, furious, snaps back that they are not healers and had no way to know whether Choi Hyun-suk was fine, since neither of them was qualified to judge. She explains that she had sealed herein Sok's demonic Choi Hyun-suk before, but this training undid it because they thought they could manage it. Reborn asks what will happen to Choi Hyun-suk, and Ebelson says she cannot keep things under control like this. It is already too late to seal the demonic Choi Hyun-suk again, so she chooses to make his body adjust to its flow. Ebelson tries to compress the demonic Choi Hyun-suk with divine power, spreading it through his body so it will not gather in one place. If it works, Choi Hyun-suk might survive. It. Reed Run is stunned by the idea and asks whether it can truly work. Ebelson admits she is uncertain. She has never attempted anything like it, nor has she heard of another deity doing it either. There is also a risk that the demonic Choi Hyun-suk could resist the divine power and grow even more unstable. Control. Even knowing that, she chooses to proceed. Time is almost gone and no other choice remains left. Later on, Choi Hyun-suk opens his eyes in his room with the start. Choi Hyun-suk tries to sit up, wondering what happened and why it feels as if so much time has passed. Then Rahel and Bobo suddenly leap onto him, thrilled that Choi Hyun-suk is finally awake. Rahel can barely contain herself as she repeats that the protagonist slept for 3 full days. Shocked, Choi Hyun-suk asks if that much time truly passed, and she asks whether he remembers anything at all. Choi Hyun-suk says he remembers trying to learn promote, then checks his system window to see whether anything has changed. The instant Choi Hyun-suk looks, he realizes something is different. A new stat has appeared in the window, demonic Choi Hyun-suk, and it is marked with question marks. As Choi Hyun-suk calmly examines it, someone arrives and interrupts him. Reed Run and the commander enter, and she jokes that she knew Choi Hyun-suk would wake up. Choi Hyun-suk tries to stand and greet the commander, but nearly falls. She tells him not to force himself when he can barely kneel. Then she mentions what Reed Run told her, that Choi Hyun-suk had been training to use demonic power. When she asks why Choi Hyun-suk hit it, he immediately tenses up. The commander moves closer and checks his condition. Since the goddess healed him, she says the saint truly lived up to her title, leaving Choi Hyun-suk unsettled by the remark about saint. Then she faces him and releases dark energy from her mouth, saying his demonic Choi Hyun-suk training is not finished yet. This time she will guide him herself. After all, Choi Hyun-suk once called himself her little ant. With snake-like magic, the commander strikes Choi Hyun-suk in the neck. The blow feels like a bite and sends him into shock. Reed Run asks what she is doing, but she calmly says Choi Hyun-suk only needs a little more rest. As his consciousness fades, Choi Hyun-suk sees them leaving for a meeting with the demon king. Several days later at Bobo's house, the saint completes another treatment session connected to Choi Hyun-suk's recovery training. Once it is over, Choi Hyun-suk thanks her for always helping him. Deep inside, he is also happy that he gets to see her every day. Ebelson says Choi Hyun-suk does not need to thank her, because his own willpower held the crisis in check. Quietly, she adds that thanks are unnecessary since Choi Hyun-suk is her hope. Choi Hyun-suk fails to hear and asks her to repeat herself. She brushes it aside, says goodbye, and tells him she is finished for the day. Left alone, Choi Hyun-suk thinks about the strange things Ebelson has said and how this world keeps giving him questions instead of answers. For now, all he can do is wait. Happens. Later that night, Choi Hyun-suk studies demonic Choi Hyun-suk control with Reed Run and the hero. Reed Run warns him not to overdo it, but Choi Hyun-suk says he is fine. Okay. Ryadran notes that exactly 3 days have also passed since the commander left, and while Choi Hyun-suk continues speaking, his thoughts begin to drift. Even though that meeting takes place every year, something about this one feels strange to him. Choi Hyun-suk notices Ryadran spacing out and calls his name, prompting Ryadran to apologize. Choi Hyun-suk points out that Reed Run has been overwhelmed lately and offers to help, since Reed Run has been handling the command duties alone. Reed Run says everything is under control and the commander should return soon. Even if she left earlier than usual, it should not change much. Then he tells Choi Hyun-suk to worry about himself. Choi Hyun-suk accepts it as an order, while Reed Run quietly notices how much stronger Choi Hyun-suk is becoming. Now that Choi Hyun-suk has demonic Hyun-suk, Riyad Ram believes his progress should become even faster, even more. If Choi Hyun-suk can remain stable like this, the outcome could be huge. But as Ryadran watches him, he senses something strange. The moment Choi Hyun-suk detects divine power, he goes on alert. Choi Hyun-suk springs to his feet, catching him completely off guard. Reed Run explains that someone carrying divine power is inside the castle, and it is not the saint. Before Choi Hyun-suk can respond, Reed Run confirms it is an intruder and orders him to stay silent while he checks it out. In the castle corridors, 4 men in black cloaks speak among themselves, surprised by how easily they managed to get inside. One says it only happened because the commander is away, but Jeffen cuts him off and orders everyone to stay quiet. Jeffen already understands that and warns them there is still one enemy they must not underestimate. underestimate. The moment Geffen says Red Nightmare, Reed Run appears before them and demands to know how they learned Commander Hamus was on. One man panics when he realizes they are facing the feared Red Nightmare, but Geffen orders everyone to stay calm and prepare to fight. Geffen sends 2 men after Ebelson, while he and the remaining one stay behind to hold off Reed Run. The moment Reed Run hears they are targeting the Saint, Choi Hyun-suk becomes worried because her room is not far from there. Choi Hyun-suk clenches his fists in frustration. Facing all 4 would be simple, but stopping 2 while the other 2 slip away is far harder, and then a voice echoes through the corridor. Choi Hyun-suk appears and asks whether everything is okay. Choi Hyun-suk came because Reed Run had left with such a serious expression that he became worried. Reed Run scolds him for disobeying the order to stay put, though inside he is relieved Choi Hyun-suk came. Then he tells Choi Hyun-suk to listen closely to a new order. The intruders are aiming for Ebelson, so Choi Hyun-suk must reach her first and take her away safely. Reed Run throws his necklace to Choi Hyun-suk, leaving him confused about why he needs it. Before Reed Run can explain fully, Geffen charges at him. Even while blocking the strike, Reed Run says the necklace will prove the situation to high-ranking officers. Choi Hyun-suk immediately dashes away at full speed. Annoyed, Geffen orders his partner to chase Choi Hyun-suk and stop him. Reed Run finally launches an attack, making it clear that no one will take Ebelson from the castle without the commander's permission. Choi Hyun-suk activates the 7th movement of his combat style and crashes into Geffen with powerful blows, strikes. Then Choi Hyun-suk releases an explosive destruction wave, his eyes shining red with determination. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-suk rushes straight toward Ebelson's room. As Choi Hyun-suk runs, a mission appears, ordering him to protect Ebelson and escape with her. It even hints that romance might follow, with a reward of 1,000 points. The thought that humans are trying to harm the Saint immediately puts Choi Hyun-suk on edge. Choi Hyun-suk is also stunned by how many points the mission offers. When Choi Hyun-suk reaches Ebelson's room, Choi Hyun-suk urgently tells her they must leave at once because humans are attacking. Ebelson is confused and unable to understand, so Choi Hyun-suk explains that it is the same group that attacked before. At the same time, in the nearby halls, Reodran's soldiers are holding back the intruders. They shout for Choi Hyun-suk not to waste time and to run with them. The Saint. Without a moment of hesitation, Choi Hyun-suk grabs Ebelson by the hand, then swiftly lifts her onto his shoulder. There is no time for an apology. Choi Hyun-suk simply runs off with Ebelson in his arms. Elsewhere, the 3rd Commander Ruger is leading a meeting and speaks with clear disappointment about Doris losing to a low-level human. Choi Hyun-suk remembers the commander telling him to fix everything while she is away and wonders why that burden had to fall on him. Setting that aside, Ruger ends the meeting by saying there is nothing more to discuss and everyone should follow orders. Suddenly, a goblin rushes in with an urgent report. Choi Hyun-suk says Choi Hyun-suk has appeared while carrying Reed Run's necklace, leaving Ruger trying to make sense of that. The goblin quickly adds that other humans have entered the castle and are searching for Ebelson. Hearing that, Ruger becomes irritated by the troubling truth. Moments later, Choi Hyun-suk meets Choi Hyun-suk in the corridor with Ebelson beside him, ready to explain everything. Choi Hyun-suk says Reed Run sensed divine power inside the castle and pursued the intruders, only to discover they were humans trying to target Ebelson. Rider cannot believe humans would go after the Saint and tells Choi Hyun-suk to calm down, thinking there must be some mistake, but then Ruger suddenly senses something strange coming their way. Choi Hyun-suk barely has enough time to warn everyone to protect themselves before a fierce attack bursts through the corridor windows, revealing another enemy. At that point, there is no room left for doubt, and seeing it himself leaves Ruger stunned by the truth. As the enemies close in on Ebelson, Ruger casts a restraining spell to stop them, but they are too far away, and the spell cannot catch both attacks. Hackers. Choi Hyun-suk steps forward, preparing to use the 7th movement of Reed Run's art. Before one attacker can reach Ebelson, Choi Hyun-suk strikes him from behind with a heavy punch and drops him in one blow. One hit. As Choi Hyun-suk moves, Choi Hyun-suk shouts that Choi Hyun-suk will protect Ebelson. Back in Reed Run's battle, one invader is already down, and Geffen mocks his fallen ally after using him as a shield. Reedran expected Geffen to be powerful, but not to this extent. Choi Hyun-suk is at a commander's level, and with divine power clashing against demonic energy, warriors like Geffen become humanity's heroes. Geffen laughs and taunts Reed Run, saying that struggling against 2 intruders proves Choi Hyun-suk is nothing special. Reed Run remains composed and asks how someone with no chance of winning can still act so arrogant. silent. Jeffen fires back, asking who can stop him with the commander gone and Red Nightmare far from the legend, while his allies deal with the weaker defenders. Reed Run grows more serious, realizing the enemy knows far too much about the castle's defenses. Done wasting time, Choi Hyun-suk declares that Choi Hyun-suk will finish this fight quickly. Jeffen only smiles and asks how that is possible when their powers naturally oppose each other. Reed Run replies that overwhelming strength can crush any mismatch. Meanwhile, after knocking one invader out, Choi Hyun-suk hears the others say they never knew the Demon King's army had another. Their hero. The man complains that Choi Hyun-suk never expected to find 3 corrupted humans serving the Demon King. Choi Hyun-suk ignores it and says the attack has already failed. The whole castle is mobilizing, and no matter how strong Choi Hyun-suk is, surrender is the smartest move. The man sneers and asks whether Choi Hyun-suk is truly sure the invasion has failed. Nearby, Ruger wonders when Choi Hyun-suk learned Reed Run's combat style, but Choi Hyun-suk is grateful it helped them capture one attackers. The captured man begins muttering something too softly to catch, but it soon becomes clear that Choi Hyun-suk is chanting, a spell meant to sacrifice his own body and spread flames at high speed. Using sacred magic, Choi Hyun-suk burns himself away completely to create fire as a final resort, raising a wall of flames that turns the area into a burning arena. The flames are deadly on contact. Feeling safe behind them, the man raises his sword and says even top demons cannot break through easily, so Choi Hyun-suk should hand over. Choi Hyun-suk is shaken, unable to understand why humans want the Saint gone when she should be on their side. The man ignores him, and before Choi Hyun-suk can press further, Abelson answers herself. She says the divided empire abandoned her long ago. That completely catches Choi Hyun-suk off guard. Abelson continues, saying the empire does not need the real saint, only a puppet who obeys orders. Done talking, the man drives his sword into the ground. Choi Hyun-suk says Choi Hyun-suk is tired of the drama and gives Choi Hyun-suk a 10-second head start. Choi Hyun-suk is trapped with no safe way to endure a prolonged fight. The only solution Choi Hyun-suk can see is also the most dangerous one. As the countdown begins, Choi Hyun-suk activates Promote. The instant Choi Hyun-suk enters the first stage, Abelson understands what Choi Hyun-suk is trying to do. She warns that his body cannot withstand it and pleads with him to stop, but there is no time left. Choi Hyun-suk believes they will all fall if he holds back, so he chooses to fight with everything. Choi Hyun-suk drives the skill into full stage 2, then keeps forcing Promote even higher. Choi Hyun-suk remembers Reed Run's warning. Promote has 3 stages: bloom, full bloom, and falling flowers. Each one is more dangerous, and Reed Run told him never to consider the third. About it. Still, with death standing right before him, Choi Hyun-suk can see no other way. Choi Hyun-suk decides that if he succeeds, this will be the first and final time. After 7 seconds, Choi Hyun-suk reaches the peak. His heart feels close to bursting, and every part of his body begs him to stop. Rahel is horrified that the situation has become so desperate that this is their only option. Choi Hyun-suk shuts everything else out. Only one thing remains now. Move. Promote has reached stage 3. With crimson eyes and dark energy spilling from him, Choi Hyun-suk tells Rahel to cast her buffs. Time runs out. The man is shocked to see a human using Promote and realizes Choi Hyun-suk is no ordinary fighter. Choi Hyun-suk wastes no words and hurls himself straight at the man. The invader chooses to block, knowing stage 3 will quickly drain Choi Hyun-suk's stamina because he is still human. Choi Hyun-suk stays silent and strikes harder against the blade. The enemy believes he can win simply by waiting Choi Hyun-suk out, but then Choi Hyun-suk suddenly knocks the sword aside with his fists, leaving the man completely open. Before the invader can respond, Choi Hyun-suk lands a clean, heavy punch against his chest. The blow knocks the man off balance, and Choi Hyun-suk complains that he is relying on tricks. The enemy stares in shock, disgusted that a human would taint himself with demon. But Choi Hyun-suk knows his body is nearly at its limit. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk cannot fall. He is the only thing standing between the assassin and Abelson. Choi Hyun-suk remembers that pushing Promote this far can leave damage that never fully heals, yet he still finds a reason to go even farther. A beautiful woman is crying in front of him, and Choi Hyun-suk cannot accept that. If giving everything will make her tears stop, then to him it's worth it. With his body already pushed toward ruin, Choi Hyun-suk has only one path left. Keep moving and break beyond his limits. There is no turning back now. Choi Hyun-suk pours everything into protecting Abelson. Watching his resolve, Abelson considers using holy power to help him, but with demonic Choi Hyun-suk consuming Choi Hyun-suk, that would destroy his body on the spot. All she can do is pray. Choi Hyun-suk charges forward again and activates his combat arts. The man notices Choi Hyun-suk stacking his attacks and laughs, calling it self-destruction. destruction. Choi Hyun-suk ignores him and rushes in. Choi Hyun-suk leaps forward and strikes with instant obliteration. The enemy keeps taunting him, saying he will regret this when death arrives. As Choi Hyun-suk's blow comes down, the man blocks with his sword and mocks him for being weak, but Choi Hyun-suk keeps pushing, gathering an even stronger attack. Not just a single hit, but a complete combo. This time, the invader has no chance to speak a word. Choi Hyun-suk's stack strikes land all at once and leave him stunned. Now there is nothing left but to endure the full barrage. The force is so intense that it tears through part of the castle and sends a massive red blast into the sky. The enemy finally falls. Choi Hyun-suk barely has time to see what he has done before releasing promote. Last, Rahel instantly realizes Choi Hyun-suk has collapsed, and Abelson rushes over in panic to help. Before Choi Hyun-suk fully blacks out, the saint catches him and keeps him upright while checking his terrible condition. Abelson sees that Choi Hyun-suk is barely breathing and tries to speak to him, hoping to keep him going. Then a scream shatters the moment. The defeated enemy rises again and rushes forward again. Furious, Choi Hyun-suk says Han-sok will become a threat to the Empire and forces himself up just to stop him, but a huge hand grabs his head and halts him. Cold, Riadron has arrived. Choi Hyun-suk apologizes for being late and finally ends the invader. While Ebelson continues treating him, Riadron wipes the remains from his hand. Choi Hyun-suk quickly realizes Hyun-suk used the technique again, breaking the promise about the arts they had trained. Reed-run asks the saint to look after the protagonist, and she says she will do everything possible. Shaken by how far Choi Hyun-suk went to save her, Ebelson prays that he survives. The story then shifts to the waiting room inside the Demon King's castle. It is the 5th day of the commander's meeting, and Hemis is complaining about the food. Until a woman snaps back and tells her to stop whining, eat what is available, and quit being so loudmouth. That woman is Park Hyuna, the 4th commander of the Demon King's army. Hemis mocks Park Hyuna's tough attitude and says that without the commander's non-aggression pact, Park Hyuna would have fallen by her hand many times, making the 4th commander furious. Before the situation can erupt, a humanoid hamster rushes in, shouting that Choi Hyun-suk has urgent news for Hemis from the Black Fortress. When Hemis asks what happened, Choi Hyun-suk reports that the Gartran Empire attacked the fortress with 4 knights, including one at hero level. The raid left many people dead and injured. After hearing that, Hemis turns to Park Hyuna with a smile and points out how the meeting schedule changed just as the fortress was attacked, leaving Park Hyuna with no answer. As Hemis finally begins enjoying the food, she keeps thinking about that strange coincidence and the Demon King. Back in Choi Hyun-suk's room, Choi Hyun-suk wakes after using promote and is surprised that Choi Hyun-suk actually survived. Rahel immediately storms over, grabs his hair, and scolds him for being so reckless that Choi Hyun-suk nearly died. Choi Hyun-suk begs for mercy, saying Choi Hyun-suk is still recovering. Choi Hyun-suk jokes that with Rahel yelling so loudly, Choi Hyun-suk must still be alive, even though Choi Hyun-suk thought Choi Hyun-suk was finished. Rahel tells him that Choi Hyun-suk really did lose, because even after combining every technique and landing a direct hit, the enemy remained standing while Choi Hyun-suk had already fallen unconscious. Before the man could finish things, Reed-run appeared and ended it. That cow-headed man saved everyone with a single blow, and Choi Hyun-suk listens in amazement. Rahel continues explaining what happened after the fight. Reed-run and Ebelson treated Choi Hyun-suk and gave him what Choi Hyun-suk needed to recover. She and Bobo helped as well. More importantly, Reed-run and Ebelson both called Choi Hyun-suk's survival a miracle, and begged him not to do anything that reckless again. Choi Hyun-suk then points a finger at Rahel, and she immediately stiffens, expecting him to start an argument. Instead, Choi Hyun-suk gently touches her face and softens his tone, apologizes for making her worry, and thanks her for taking care of him. Rahel's anger melts away, and the atmosphere between them grows warm again. A few hours later, Reed-run and Commander Hemis visit Choi Hyun-suk. While Hemis plays with Bobo, Reed-run says Choi Hyun-suk used the technique well only because of Hemis's demonic energy. Into him, Choi Hyun-suk asks whether Choi Hyun-suk thinks Choi Hyun-suk has 9 lives, reminding him again that Hemis is why Choi Hyun-suk survived, and Choi Hyun-suk says Choi Hyun-suk understands now. Still playing around with Bobo, Hemis gets annoyed by all the lecturing. Choi Hyun-suk asks how the meeting went, and Hemis says she does not care because protecting headquarters matters more, so she simply left the meeting and returned to the fortress. Choi Hyun-suk is stunned since it was a meeting with the Demon King. Hemis smiles and says the Demon King may have been slightly annoyed. That thought sends a chill through both Choi Hyun-suk and Reed-run as they imagine what might happen next. next, but Hemis is far more interested in what occurred at the fortress. Choi Hyun-suk's performance after receiving her demonic energy made it seem as if that power had always been his, while Choi Hyun-suk and Riyadh Run worry about the Demon King's anger. Hemis is simply delighted by how interesting Choi Hyun-suk is. Then the story shifts back to the moment Hemis met the Demon King. In that memory, she says she stayed beside the Demon King through every battle he fought, from the first to the last. She followed his goal and believed everything Choi Hyun-suk did was meant to protect. The Demon King Tigrid cuts in and asks what exactly she is trying to say. Hemis answers directly, saying that if his plans go against her, they will have a problem. Tigrid says her attitude is insolent, and that she is basically declaring she no longer intends to obey him. Tigrid asks whether living for so long has made Hemis bored enough to seek trouble, but Hemis says she expected that answer and has no intention of fighting him. Instead, she says she will leave, but before that, Hemis looks at Tigrid one last time and asks which of them is truly tired of time passing, telling him to think carefully as her final warning from an old companion. After saying goodbye, Hemis goes to see Choi Hyun-suk, and the story returns to the moment she and Reed Run are leaving while Choi Hyun-suk watches respectfully. Then Hemis turns to Reed Run and congratulates him, leaving him confused about why. She says Choi Hyun-suk handled a hero-class human by himself, and asks whether it is finally time for him to rise to a higher rank. Reed Run thanks her, but says Choi Hyun-suk does not think now is the right time. When Hemis asks why, Choi Hyun-suk answers at once, saying Choi Hyun-suk still wants to train, watch Choi Hyun-suk grow, and keep learning from Hemis too. Prove more. Hemis gives a faint smile. Then she asks directly whether the castle was divided into 3 parts because of the human attack. Reidenred admits it was and says Choi Hyun-suk has no excuse. Hemis says everyone must have gone soft for things to get that bad before she reached the front, so she decides to hold a tournament to choose the Third Army's commander. The story then returns to Choi Hyun-suk, who is checking his shop through the system. Choi Hyun-suk notices that after upgrading the hero shop to intermediate level, Choi Hyun-suk still has 950 points left, and leaving them unused feels wasteful. Choi Hyun-suk excitedly scrolls through the upgraded shop and sees far more options than before, including many items and cosmetic goods. Rahel asks if Choi Hyun-suk plans to buy anything. Choi Hyun-suk says that despite the large selection, most items look basic and overpriced, especially since they give no bonus stats. Rahel agrees, saying Hydro could tear through them like paper. Looking more closely, Choi Hyun-suk notices that some accessories have different effects, but their descriptions are difficult to understand. Choi Hyun-suk decides to enhance his combat power gauge. First, just before doing so, he notices something and asks about an item called Wrath and Magic Creation. Rahel explains it isn't a typical item but a unique creation system skill that allows him to turn a move into a skill and level it up, making the same kick much more powerful. Choi Hyun-suk proceeds to spend 500 hero points. The system initiates the creation process, analyzing his mana and movement, and allows him to control how long the analysis lasts. All that information leaves Choi Hyun-suk completely confused. Once he figures out how the system records motion, Choi Hyun-suk is seriously impressed. Standing up, he prepares to record his new skill. For his first test, Choi Hyun-suk chooses his kick and executes it while the system records it. Afterward, the system is expected to generate an enhanced version by optimizing balance and control. Choi Hyun-suk simply observes. At work, then a warning message appears, catching him off guard just as he thinks his life is turning into a real power fantasy. The warning states the creation failed and instructs him to perform the move properly. This immediately frustrates him, and he snaps, asking why it failed since he followed the system's instructions exactly. Rahel guesses the system may not recognize him properly because he is a bug user with demonic Choi Hyun-suk. She explains the hero system has the strictest security, so the failure might not be his fault. Even more annoyed, Choi Hyun-suk grabs Rahel and shakes her as she panics, complaining that he was already upset. He finds her explanation only makes it worse when something suddenly catches his attention. A new hero quest appears. Before reading it, Choi Hyun-suk grows more irritated. He just wasted points, and now the system gives him another mission. He demands his points back, but the quest tells him to move on and earn more, assigning him to create a new skill using his own strength. Later at Reed Run's training ground, Choi Hyun-suk kneels and asks his master her for help. Read Run confirms, and Choi Hyun-suk requests assistance to develop his personal wrath, saying, yes, Read Run considers it. For a moment then tells Choi Hyun-suk. Choi Hyun-suk'll help. Overcome with emotion, Choi Hyun-suk can't respond. Read Run adds that he was planning to train him. Anyway, Read Run turns and declares the training begins now, with Choi Hyun-suk following immediately. A little later, the two sit in deep focus as the real training starts. The session continues with more strikes and physical drills, which leave Choi Hyun-suk completely worn out. By the end, Read Run and the Saint check on Choi Hyun-suk resting in his room again, covered in bandages with his feet strained away. That marks day one and Choi Hyun-suk smiles, proud he made it through. After rising, he checks the system window and sees he cleared. Mission, his combat power increases, and Choi Hyun-suk realizes he successfully created his own personal wrath. It is based on a modified version of Read Run's martial arts. Choi Hyun-suk names the new style novel. Then comes the day of the tournament. The host introduces himself as Jark and explains that the event will select 1 company commander and 13 battalion commanders. Choi Hyun-suk also notes that over 1,000 fighters are expected to join. As the host details the format, Choi Hyun-suk says the tournament will have 3 rounds and a new battle style different from previous events. Contestants have 1 hour to prepare before the first round starts. During that hour, several competitors gather, including a goat-headed fighter with a grin. Immediately, Choi Hyun-suk is shown smiling, while the host explains that a knife has been accidentally dropped, using it to introduce the first event, the Killer Run, which takes place on the highway outskirts. The scene shifts to Choi Hyun-suk warming up when the 4th commander arrives and approaches to him. She says she has been watching him and almost mockingly asks if he is human. Choi Hyun-suk is caught off guard, having never seen her before, stunned by her beauty. She sizes him up, noting that his black hair and combat power gauge make him appear like an ordinary hero at first. Choi Hyun-suk tries to agree, but she continues, surprised he has demonic Choi Hyun-suk, and wonders if he might be a spy. Before the conversation continues, Read Run intervenes, tells her to step back, and realizes she is the 4th commander. Read Run explains that Choi Hyun-suk has a message from Hemis for the cooking squad commander, leaving Park Hyuna shocked that he receives direct orders from Hemis. So Park Hyuna steps aside and gives them space. Turning away, she notices Read Run beside Choi Hyun-suk, not like a hunter near prey, but like a commander standing next to someone important. That thought excites her, and she notes that what happens next may be even more rewarding than expected. Read Run then tells Choi Hyun-suk she may act out of line in certain ways, sometimes, but she remains a squad commander and a hero like him. Choi Hyun-suk warns she is there to watch the tournament under the Demon King's orders. Though Hemis calls it surveillance, Choi Hyun-suk should stay clear. He quickly senses something unusual between the 2 commanders, then says he understands and asks what Hemis wanted. Read Andrum explains that Hemis wants him to rank at least 8th in the tournament. If he fails, he'll be assigned to the 2nd Materials Research Squad. He also mentions cost protection, causing Choi Hyun-suk to panic. Happened to him. 2 hours later, the tournament finally begins. The host outlines the rules. The first event is a simple race reach the finish line. There are no extra rules. Choi Hyun-suk adds that accidental deaths will not result in punishment. The goat-headed fighter turns to Choi Hyun-suk, asking if he heard correctly. In a threatening tone, Choi Hyun-suk says accidental kills will be forgiven, so stay clear. Choi Hyun-suk calmly responds that he understands. Then the host signals to start. The runners sprint immediately, with Choi Hyun-suk moving in a small group, though still far behind the leaders. One flying competitor mocks everyone on the ground and quickly fires a magic attack at Choi Hyun-suk's group, prompting him to call Rahul for using Rahul as a shield. Choi Hyun-suk asks for an update on the runners ahead while sprinting, and she warns that at this pace he's barely on track to reach the top 100. Suddenly, the goat-headed fighter appears beside him, surprising Choi Hyun-suk, who quickly forms an energy sphere to strike back. The attack connects, but Rahul's shield absorbs it flawlessly, and Choi Hyun-suk expresses gratitude. Unfazed, the goat channels even more power and launches another assault at Choi Hyun-suk. Before it lands, the energy splits into countless tiny projectiles raining down on multiple other runners. Choi Hyun-suk wonders why the attacker weakened his own strike by spreading it, then realizes the goat wants to frame him as the one hitting everyone. This false accusation terrifies Choi Hyun-suk. Infuriated, the crowd turns on him, fueled by anger and hatred. Holgoat accelerates and mocks him for falling behind. He flees the mob and sees Holgoat ahead. Choi Hyun-suk vows to defeat him, asking Rahul how many remain in front. She replies that he's past 76, with only 24 left. Suddenly, an attack from behind pierces Rahul's barrier and strikes him, Staggered by the hit, he recalls training with Read Run when he struggled to master mixed combat techniques. Each style was designed with a specific purpose for demons but adaptable for humans. Choi Hyun-suk must combine promote and read run techniques. This combination forms the foundation of a new skill perfectly tailored for him. That's how Noblesse was born. Activating it, he refocuses on the race. The system upgrades his magic from D to C and his demonic Choi Hyun-suk from E to C. Noblesse emerges in the system, a fusion of powers, radiating a purple aura of magic and demonic energy, with 0.6 efficiency. After charging while fending off other runners' attacks, Choi Hyun-suk bursts ahead, shouting for everyone to move. In an instant, a streak of purple light blazes past the competitors at unbelievable speed. He overtakes one runner after another, but then learns 95 have already finished, leaving only 5 spots remaining. Pushing harder, he moves so fast that Rahel can barely keep up. Holgoat glances back, shocked to see him nearly at his side. Choi Hyun-suk almost enjoys the moment, glad to find Holgoat right at the finish, then activates Rahel's third combat form and charges his attack as he nears. The instant he reaches him, he strikes from behind, telling him to go away. Launched at incredible speed into the wall, smashing directly through it. Observing the chaos, the host announces the 99th and 100th qualifiers, Choi Hyun-suk and Holgoat. He collapses in relief after qualifying, while Holgoat lies unconscious. Behind him, he gives thanks, but Holgoat quickly rises, enraged, cursing and promising to take revenge. Before the threat escalates, the host ends the race. Choi Hyun-suk notes the 100 who qualified will return in 3 days for round 2, while the rest are dismissed. That night, near the Dark Fortress, Hemis stands with Park Hyuna, the 4th commander, and asks if she truly intends to release that entity into the tournament. Hemis ignores the question, gazing ahead and greeting Modem as if solving an old equation. The creature emits a red aura, noting it's been 97 years, 3 months, and 11 days, then asks what Hemis desires. This creature is Modem, well known to Hemis. Its power measured at 198 in 530. Hemis instructs Modem to seize every participant's flag. Choi Hyun-suk acknowledges, and she adds a warning. If he finds a worthy contestant, he should hold back. Hearing this, Choi Hyun-suk, the loudmouth, grows cautious. Hemis questions why the 4th commander believes this makes her lenient, then poses a larger question. Why do demons consistently lose to humans? Without waiting, Hemis answers. Demons fight too directly, fairly. They attempt to overpower everything head-on, using brute force, and when that fails, they refuse to retreat, resulting in their demise widely accepted by all. Humans differ, and losing they withdraw, then return with clever tactics, which explains why the Demon King's army falls to weak humans. Hemis explains while pointing at Park Hyuna, leaving herself stunned. Hemis adds that the 4th commander must study more, aggravating Park Hyuna further. The next stage's rules are announced. Random teams of 4, each starting with 2 flags. After 48 hours, the top flag-holding teams advance. Only 10 slots available, and any team with 0 flags is eliminated regardless of rank. Once teams are set, Holgoat is thrilled, planning to use Choi Hyun-suk as bait to lure others and steal flags. Choi Hyun-suk, the plan is clever, but wonders how luck put him on Holgoat's team. The other 2 teammates remain silent, a hawk and one resembling Arbok, forming Team 9. Still excited, Holgoat boasts they can relax, as their current flags nearly guarantee advancement, while Choi Hyun-suk fumes internally. When rankings display Team 9 in 4th with 4 flags, their position unexpectedly jumps to 3rd, even though they haven't actively done anything. Everyone is left staring, unable to say anything. They wonder what is happening until a steel footstep moves toward them. Inso hears the metallic sound and quickly turns around. He spots Modem, who is giving off immense power and a terrifying presence. When Holgoat sees the flags on Modem's back, Choi Hyun-suk realizes this monster must be dominating the rankings. Instead of retreating, he grins, wondering if this is a jackpot. Choi Hyun-suk rushes at the stranger without thinking. Hyun-suk tries to stop him, warning he cannot win, but Holgoat keeps charging and calls him a coward. As Choi Hyun-suk gathers power for his strike, Holgoat brags that he will bring down the tin monster and claim all of its flesh. Modem takes him down with a single effortless move. The hit sends Holgoat crashing into the Hawk and Arbok, causing their team to lose a flag. While Modem secures the new flags, the people who sent him observe from a distance. Park Hyuna asks whether this was truly necessary. Watching Modem, she says the protagonist's team has no chance with their current strength. Hemis remains silent and continues watching. Meanwhile, the test timer keeps counting down. Before long, Choi Hyun-suk's team falls to 25th place. Later, only 1 minute remains in the test. Choi Hyun-suk says he has a plan and tells everyone to move on his signal, especially Holgoat. After they meet Modem again, Modem assumes they are attempting another rough attack. Choi Hyun-suk gives the order and Holgoat begins charging magic, clearly annoyed at being directed by a human. Blast strikes the area around Modem, but when the flames and dust clear, he is still standing. Then Choi Hyun-suk calls for the Hawk. The Hawk is already high above, prepared to act. He begins his dive, dropping toward Modem at full speed. Modem notices the charge and understands it is a coordinated attack. Since this is the first team to attempt a tactic like this, Choi Hyun-suk gets ready to block. As the hawk closes in, Modem catches him by the neck and stops the attack instantly. Only the wind from the dive reaches him, and Modem casually says it feels nice. Then Choi Hyun-suk notices another movement and remarks that this team's attacks are painfully simple. He also mocks how slow and weak the protagonist's demonic chief is. At that moment, Arbok sneaks in from below while Choi Hyun-suk moves close to Modem's guard. Choi Hyun-suk orders the centipede to attack and tries to slip past. He aims to break through Modem's defense and finish the assault with everything he has. Then Hyun-suk activates his unique skill. Wrapped in noblesse, Choi Hyun-suk rushes forward. He charges at Modem, closing the distance until he is inches from grabbing a flag. Modem stops him and even compliments the team's combination. He says the attack was not bad for something improvised on the spot. Still, that is as far as they get. It is not enough, and Modem has already restrained Arbok and Heinz. With only 15 seconds left in the test, 3 team members are fully immobilized, and Modem asks the protagonist what that purple energy was. Choi Hyun-suk ignores the question and keeps watching the clock. Desperate, Choi Hyun-suk tells Modem he will learn what it is the hard way. Grabbing the enemy's hand, Hyun-suk activates his new skill, triggering Choi Hyun-suk explosion. Purple energy surges into Modem. In the next instant, Choi Hyun-suk is already out of the fight. Even so, the attack has enough force to knock Modem off balance. As Choi Hyun-suk falls, time expires and both fighters are forced apart. At the final moment, Modem steadies himself and the test ends. Modem figures out how the move worked and wonders if it was basically a self-detonation, though not a very powerful one. Hearing this, Choi Hyun-suk draws his attention by calling him Tin Can and telling him to look behind him. On Modem's back, Hogot is holding a flag, leaving Modem confused. The protagonist mocks him, asking if he really thought Choi Hyun-suk would blow himself up without a plan. Choi Hyun-suk explains that everything was arranged so Hogot could grab a flag at the instant of the blast. Then he says it was truly unpleasant meeting him. Rankings appear and Choi Hyun-suk says he will never see the Tin Can again before making a rude gesture. The system then displays his new skill, Choi Hyun-suk Explosion, with 0-11 proficiency. After round 2, Hemis asks Modem what he thinks of Choi Hyun-suk. Modem calmly says he is a rare human who uses demonic ki and mana together, something he has never seen. Hemis says she already knew that, and asks what else he noticed. Modem adds that Choi Hyun-suk is not merely gifted, but quick-thinking, instinctive, and beyond many top demons he has met. Hearing that, Hemis becomes quiet. For a moment, she considers that the demon army may need a new direction. If she follows her own path, the future may become far more interesting. The story then shifts to the divine empire of Gartram. The Pope mourns Jeffen, a hero-class fighter who died disgracefully. Yet even in grief, the room is already considering its next move. A nearby man asks what they should do about Abelson. After a short pause, the Pope coldly says that, popular or not, she is only a princess from a minor kingdom. Choi Hyun-suk removes her from sainthood consideration and orders her branded a heretic tied to Demon King's side, before turning to another matter. Choi Hyun-suk asks if Hemis is stirring up trouble again. The man responds that she has begun reorganizing the army. Her plan involves selecting new officers through a tournament based on skill. Ever scheming, the Pope asks if there is any way to sabotage those plans. Elrond says Choi Hyun-suk tried asking the Demon King for help, but the reply was hostile, warning that interfering too much could provoke himself. The Pope proposes a direct approach, send a hero inside to disrupt the structure, possibly Kinley. Choice. Elrond hesitates, noting that Haik Anton, now branded a traitor, is at the Black Fortress, and Kinley would have little chance against both of them. The Pope remarks that Park Hyuna's presence suggests the Demon King and Hemis might not be fully aligned. For a moment, Elrond considers abandoning the sabotage plan, but the Pope interrupts with a raised hand. Choi Hyun-suk insists that Gartram and Drayson have always gained strength through conflict. Their power comes from holy wars against demons, and Choi Hyun-suk believes evil must exist for the light of justice to shine brighter. That light nourishes the people's faith, which in turn strengthens the empire. So regardless of change, the war must continue. Go on. The Pope reveals that one tactic has been feigning cooperation with the Demon King to subtly direct the war, but if demons evolve too fast, they may soon escape the Empire's control. Choi Hyun-suk then tells Elrond to confirm whether their spy reported the location of the next tournament. Notes: Choi Hyun-suk checks a map and confirms the next match will be in Inamazet, a remote forest teeming with dangerous beasts. Both men note its distance from the Black Fortress and see it as an advantage. Sign. The Pope orders the heroes to gather and use the next round to test their strength, putting the Empire's plans in motion. Back in Hyun-suk's room, Choi Hyun-suk is amused by the complex mess in his system after combining demonic ki and mana. Remembering when he had only one skill polished through Reed Run's brutal training. Training. The protagonist notices that Reedrun's fighting style changes are now listed in his skill window, counting Noblesse and Magic Explosion as separate skills. That brings his total to 5 unique skills, a significant step forward. Watching the update, Rahel asks if his leadership rank increased, impressed by how useful the new skill effects are and how quickly Choi Hyun-suk is climbing the ranks of the Demon King's army. While checking his system, Reedrun wonders if the shop has any items that could further boost his stats. Even more, suddenly a voice cuts in bluntly, saying nothing in the shop will help at his level, and he needs to wake up. It's Park Hyuna, appearing out of nowhere. Choi Hyun-suk jumps back, surprised to see the 4th commander in person. Commander. Annoyed by his reaction, Park Hyuna tells him to calm down and asks how many hero points he has. Choi Hyun-suk got. He quickly answers 1,300. She asks about his shop rank, and he says it's intermediate. Park Hyuna immediately mocks him, calling it completely pathetic progress. Pathetic. Seeing an opportunity to learn, Choi Hyun-suk carefully asks what Park Hyuna bought at his stage, hoping for guidance from someone more experienced. Park Hyuna laughs, aware of his attempt to extract information, but agrees to give him one tip: answer all her questions, and he accepts right away. She tells him that since he already has an aura, his next step should be upgrading the shop and buying a dimensional pocket, a valuable inventory item. Price. Park Hyuna wonders about its usefulness and whether it will appear in the next shop rotation, then says it's her turn to ask questions. First, is Choi Hyun-suk really a hero? He gives a vague answer, somehow. Yes. She then asks why he serves in the demon army. Again he says it somehow just happened. Her third question asks how he can use both demonic Kai and mana simultaneously, and he repeats the same answer: it just happened. Frustrated, Park Hyuna summarizes sarcastically that he's a hero who somehow joined the demon army, and somehow uses both demonic ki and mana, and the protagonist just nods. That earns him a sharp kick to the face, sending him across the room. Dazed, he shoots back that Park Hyuna is also in the demon army, too. Later, Choi Hyun-suk is face down on the floor, pinned beneath Park Hyuna as she rests on top. When she calls him, he answers immediately. Once, Park Hyuna asks if he wants to transfer to the 4th army and become her direct subordinate, even offering to train him personally. Still hurting, Choi Hyun-suk politely declines and thanks her anyway. Her mood darkens, pressing harder to know why he is so determined to stay. Through the pain, he explains simply that if he leaves, Hemis might kill him. Park Hyuna asks if that's the only reason or if he has goals beyond mere survival. Hemis. Without hesitation, Choi Hyun-suk says his grand dream is to marry a wealthy blonde noble woman and have 5 children, leaving Park Hyuna stunned. She gets off him, visibly shaken, saying they should forget this conversation. After recovering, she tells him to pursue whatever strange dream he wants, admitting at least that Hemis would never let him walk away easily. She turns to leave, telling him to rest while he still can. As her footsteps fade, Choi Hyun-suk lies staring at the ceiling, admitting that fear of Hemis and his ridiculous dream aren't the only reasons he stays. His growth as a person, fighter, and possibly hero is tied to his life in the Demon King's army, and oddly, it makes sense. Him happy. Later, the 3rd round of the tournament finally begins. Tension mounts as Choi Hyun-suk prepares, checking his gear and packing what little he needs. Before leaving, he smiles and asks Bobo to watch the house, promising to return in first place, and Bobo responds with a bark. As Choi Hyun-suk and Rahel get ready, she asks about the route to Intimosity and whether they will pass through Lee Dongjin first. Choi Hyun-suk checks the map again, confirms it. With everything ready, they head out the door full of excitement. Both are focused on winning, determined to claim the top prize in the next round. On the 3rd day of the tournament, Choi Hyun-suk hunts monsters, noticing that each kill grants a full level, and after leveling up 4 times, he begins to wonder if it's even real. The enemies are dryads, plant-type demonic beasts that spread pollen to help other monsters reproduce. Holding a defeated dryad, Choi Hyun-suk questions why he's gaining so much experience. Above him floats a purple sphere used in the tournament. This round, the 3rd day challenge is to survive in the demonic forest until 10 of the 24 participants are eliminated. Each contestant receives a match-specific magic item. The item is the same purple sphere Choi Hyun-suk finds suspicious. Created by Hemis from demonic energy, it tracks each participant's location like a magical GPS for the organizers. Rahel. She moves closer to the purple orb, amazed by the Demon King's army's advanced magical technology. Like this, Choi Hyun-suk decides not to waste time and moves before anyone can claim his kills. Suddenly, something strikes him on the head. Choi Hyun-suk falls to the ground, losing the monsters he had captured. Slip away. The attacker celebrates finding him, while Choi Hyun-suk struggles to recover off the blow. Then the attacker reveals himself, a furious goat ready to crush the protagonist. For good. Elsewhere, the tournament host grumbles in boredom, feeling that overseeing the event experiment is a pointless chore. Meanwhile, the other guards focus on monitoring the portal to Enoch. In Emazat, one guard warns him to take it seriously, explaining that the portal is crucial, the only link to the main gate, and any damage could be huge. The host agrees but says it's unlikely anyone would show up in such a remote location. Suddenly a new presence appears. The portal guardian instantly senses unusual beings nearby. Choi Han-suk sends out his energy to scan them. He confirms they are humans, likely monster hunters. Even so, Choi Han-suk dismisses them, sensing no unusual magic from them. He reasons that attacking now would create trouble, especially if they discovered the portal. Given Inamizat's size, he assumes they won't encounter the tournament group and leaves them. For now, back with Choi Han-suk and the goat, the new enemy tries to act intimidating, bragging and suggesting Choi Han-suk should beg or flee. Tired of the act, Choi Han-suk asks Rahul if they should just kill him already. That comment changes everything. The goat immediately drops the act, pleads for his life, and warns that killing him would be a grave mistake. Choi Han-suk is unsure what Choi Han-suk means. Then the goat claims he knows something very important. That prompts the protagonist to ask what it is. The goat reveals that all demons in the area have placed Hinsuk at the top of their target list. Choi Han-suk doubts this. If true, he asks, why isn't everyone already attacking? Instead, the goat suddenly starts a countdown, leaving him puzzled, confused. When the countdown ends, other participants appear around the giant chair, stunning the protagonist as the goat bursts into laughing. Back at the Black Fortress, the entire scene is being shown to Hemis and Park Hyuna via magic. Hemis didn't expect everyone to gang up on Choi Han-suk and laughs at the spectacle. Park Hyuna quickly warns that this isn't something to laugh about. Then the broadcast abruptly cuts off as the Guardian reports humans attacking the gate. Choi Han-suk identifies the enemy as a heavily armed human force using stealth gear, somehow knowing the exact location of the gate. The message ends there. Hemis immediately orders him to act. Reedrun understands the gravity and says Choi Han-suk will handle it at once. Hemis points out that the attackers are too well prepared, indicating a leak of information. As she states this, Park Hyuna can only stare in shock. Hemis raises her voice, demanding to know the leak source, while Park Hyuna looks even more shaken. Back in the forest, Han-suk evades the others, but Choi Han-suk is furious and terrified, unable to believe contestants are breaking rules and organizers are doing nothing. Rahel tells him to be quiet before he reveals their hiding place. Nearby, two participants search but quickly conclude Choi Han-suk isn't there and wait for the next track. Update: the protagonist stays hidden a little longer for safety. Be safe. Then Choi Han-suk drops to the ground, overwhelmed by fear, questioning how he can survive this. Rahel tries to calm him, reminding him that his leveling is progressing, suggesting hunting more monsters nearby, and asking if his shop has anything useful. Choi Han-suk agrees and starts searching, though he doubts anything there can really save him. Just then, he spots something that might help. A dark figure in a cloak approaches and interrupts him. The stranger asks if he is the rumored hero, catching Choi Han-suk off guard. Then the man pulls back his hood, revealing red hair and a human face, shocking Choi Han-suk further. The others with him also uncover their faces. All of them stare at the hero in a strange way. They are clearly human, yet something about them feels off. Their leader apologizes for not introducing himself sooner, saying his name is Andrew Taylor and acknowledging Choi Han-suk as a hero. Right then, Choi Han-suk's system prompts a mission: survive at all costs and defeat all villains for 1,000 hero points. Thinking quickly, Choi Han-suk plays dumb, cheerfully introducing himself as a rookie hero and casually asking what they are doing in a place like this. Andrew Taylor answers they are here to hunt demons. The protagonist nods, calling it a noble cause, saying demons deserve elimination. Then Choi Han-suk rises, declaring he's off to fight demons too, wishing them luck. Suddenly, Andrew Taylor swings his sword at him. Choi Han-suk narrowly dodges, stunned by the attack. Andrew Taylor makes it clear they also intend to kill the human traitor. As Choi Han-suk prepares to strike again, the tournament participants arrive, still searching for Choi Han-suk. The goat sneers there's no escape now. Some contestants spot another human and wonder if Choi Han-suk can somehow replicate himself. Andrew Taylor is caught off guard by that comment. Choi Han-suk quickly assesses the situation and formulates a plan, immediately instructing everyone to recite the third command of the Demon King's army. The crowd is stunned, unsure what Choi Han-suk's doing. Even Andrew Taylor just stands there, confused. Then the protagonist begins shouting speech, declaring they are the mighty army of the Demon King. A blue aura surrounds him, and as Choi Han-suk continues, the goat and the other contestants hesitate, asking if this means they should attack the humans in front of them. Higsok says yes, and urges them to destroy the enemies of their father, the Demon King, like true warriors. At that moment, the system announces a hidden status, charisma, and leadership, noting ally morale has risen. Choi Hyun-suk orders them to charge, and the participants start talking among themselves. The goat admits Choi Hyun-suk has a point, and another participant agrees that either way, they are still an army, backs him up. Choi Hyun-suk shouts for everyone to charge and tear through the humans, strengthened by the protagonist's blue aura. The whole group rushes into battle, leaving him thrilled. Choi Hyun-suk silently admires their courage. Then he runs in the opposite direction, cheerfully saying they will meet again in Valhalla. As Choi Hyun-suk escapes, Darnsuk figures they probably will not last long and running is his only chance. Then someone suddenly grabs his scarf. It is the commander who had been guarding the gate. Choi Hyun-suk recognizes him immediately and asks, "What happened?" The commander explains that the gate linked to the castle was destroyed in the human ambush. When Choi Hyun-suk asks about the guards, he says they were likely wiped out, and he barely escaped. The protagonist can hardly believe it, since there were only about 40 enemies. The commander explains that all of them were at least battalion commander level, with 3 even stronger, and 1 nearly division commander class, alive. The commander answers that staying alive may not even be possible. Then Choi Hyun-suk reveals that a tracking spell is attached to him. Since the commander is also a high-ranking member of the Demon King's army, both are important targets. Choi Hyun-suk asks if the spell can be removed, but the commander says no, because it would take too long and they have no time. Suddenly, the tracking spell detects a nearby creature with an absurdly high level, human beast. Choi Hyun-suk realizes that the monster might actually help them. Choi Hyun-suk looks toward the commander, who waits for the plan. Then Choi Hyun-suk says he has an idea that might get them out of this. Sometime later, the invading force has already taken down all the tournament participants and realizes that the traitor hero got away, so they begin a full pursuit, using the tracking spell to follow him. Andrew Taylor notices that something besides the protagonist is being detected and wonders if it could be Floklad. Choi Hyun-suk explains that Floklad is one of Inamazot's top predators, a huge plant-type monster with combat power between 250,000 and 300,000, making it extremely dangerous. High risk. Usually, at least a fighter-class hero is needed to defeat it. Andrew Taylor says killing it is possible, but the damage would be severe. Before long, the invading heroes are thrown into chaos when they run straight into the monster. Andrew Taylor orders his team to keep the beast occupied while Choi Hyun-suk goes after the traitor hero himself. At that moment, the system announces the use of pheromone perfume, an item that mimics a demon beast's scent. The wider it spreads, the weaker it becomes, but it can create beast affinity toward humans. Points. Choi Hyun-suk uses it together with Promote, betting everything on the escape plan, even if it means dressing like a female tree. Andrew Taylor soon spots the pair in their ridiculous outfits, and looks completely caught off guard. Choi Hyun-suk charges straight toward them, and Choi Hyun-suk immediately calls for the commander to stop him. Blocks Andrew Taylor's attack, and both swordsmen draw back into position, ready to fight. Andrew Taylor releases the advanced form of his sword and attacks. Hacks again, beginning a fierce duel between 2 master fighters. While the commander is pressured from several angles, Choi Hyun-suk leaps in and takes down the side attackers. After another, Choi Hyun-suk tells the commander that Choi Hyun-suk will handle the weaker enemies and urges him to stay with the plan so they can survive as long as possible. Andrew Taylor catches on and asks if their entire strategy is simply to buy time, but no one answers him. The story cuts back to when Choi Hyun-suk explained the plan to the commander, use the demon beast as their main weapon. The commander was meant to avoid Andrew Taylor as much as possible, wear him down, and keep the beast between them. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-suk would handle the others by using the beast to his advantage. The key was never to fight head-on, and he even gave the plan a name. Come at me. Back in the fight, Andrew Taylor grows irritated by how much the commander keeps dodging and demands to know how long Choi Hyun-suk will keep running. The commander says nothing, but inside, Choi Hyun-suk thinks the humans fight like cowards. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk knows that this approach is exactly what is buying them time. The focus shifts to Choi Hyun-suk, who is now facing a nearby cloaked enemy. The man is exhausted, but Choi Hyun-suk still rises with one goal, to bring down the traitor, kill the traitor. Choi Hyun-suk rushes in and slips past every strike, with ease. Still, Choi Hyun-suk can tell the attacks are sharp and powerful, and any one of them could end him in two. But there is a weakness. The man swings his sword like a machine, stiff and easy to read. Choi Hyun-suk makes the first real move and kicks his leg out from under him. From under him, the man drops. Rahel's face first and Choi Han-suk finishes with a heavy kick to the head, knocking him out. On the spot, the easy victory gives Choi Han-suk several level ups, surprising even him. The fight felt almost too simple, and their robotic style makes him question whether they are truly human. While thinking about how long Choi Han-suk has been using Promote and how much stamina it consumes, he notices something strange. His forehead begins changing, and the system says his demonic energy has risen. Rank B, a horn begins growing from his head. Confused, Choi Han-suk realizes he is taking on a demonic appearance. The system explains that his body has temporarily synchronized with demonic energy, causing an instant transformation. Not far away, the commander watches Andrew Taylor from a safe distance. Choi Han-suk can feel his strength fading. He is close to his limit, and that worries him. The demon beast Choi Han-suk has been hiding behind is badly injured too, breathing heavily and trembling. Neither of them can last much longer. Andrew Taylor finally breaks the silence. Choi Han-suk mocks the commander, saying all Choi Han-suk is good at is running, and that it is about to end. Andrew Taylor then boasts that heroes grow stronger whenever they defeat beasts or demons. Charges. Choi Han-suk strikes with deadly precision, and the commander barely blocks it with the whip at his side. For the first time, his face shows real tension. Concern. Choi Han-suk realizes that if he doesn't act quickly, his situation could be over, so he immediately starts targeting key points on the bee. Choi Han-suk's finished. He moves fast, focusing on critical areas of the bee body. His fingers move with practiced precision. To speed. Tiny red sparks fly as he touches each point. The sparks leave strange marks across the beast's skin. Even as Andrew Taylor presses him relentlessly, Choi Han-suk keeps going, determined to complete his seal. Andrew Taylor advances while the commander blocks what he can, clinging to the beast. Every strike pushes him back until a heavy hit sends him crashing to the ground. Andrew Taylor raises his sword for a killing strike, and Choi Han-suk arrogantly says that once he gets the stat boost from killing it, dealing with him will be easy. But before the final blow lands, the commander, breathing heavily, comments, and Choi Han-suk insists he wasn't moving around for nothing. The marks on the beast suddenly glow bright red as thick metal chains erupt from them in all directions. Red sparks arc across the demon beast. It's an advanced restraint skill. Ignoring his injuries, the commander completes the final hand sign to activate. Glowing chains shoot forward, wrapping around Andrew Taylor from behind just as Choi Han-suk is about to strike again. The story flashes back to when Choi Han-suk and the commander discussed the second part of the plan before the fight. Barely containing his excitement, Choi Han-suk suggests calling it Steel. The commander looks skeptical, asking if that's some hero code. Choi Han-suk grins, explaining he'll wipe out the rest of the group before the beast goes down. The commander, cautious, asks what comes next. Choi Han-suk answers confidently, stalling as planned, and promises to return at the right moment to finish. Beast. The commander scratches his head, admitting they lack better options, but Choi Han-suk points out two major problems. First, can he really get back in time? Second, even if he does, can he beat Andrew Taylor after Choi Han-suk levels up? Bluntly, he admits the odds of success are less than 1%, but he adds that if they quit now, the chance drops to 0. Clenching his fist, Choi Han-suk says that if these are the only options, he'll bet everything on that 1%. Back in the present, Andrew Taylor is suddenly pinned by glowing chains around his legs and raised sword. Furious, Choi Han-suk demands to know why the commander is using such a cheap trick. The commander remains calm, forming more hand signs. Choi Han-suk manipulates the chains, telling Andrew Taylor to be patient. They have a hero who can also level up too. Then Choi Han-suk appears in his awakened demonic form, horns rising, power surging, leaving even Andrew Taylor stunned. His voice trembles as he asks what Choi Han-suk is and whether he's truly a demon. Answer. Instead, Choi Han-suk rushes the demon beast barehanded, slamming it with brutal force. The shockwave shatters the chains on both the beast and Andrew Taylor, while the system confirms Choi Han-suk has leveled up. The demon beast takes its final breath and crashes to the ground. Dropping to one knee, the commander laughs wearily, saying Choi Han-suk couldn't have chosen a better time, though it was too close. Choi Han-suk nods, fist still covered in the beast's blood, and thanks him for holding out. Then Choi Han-suk points directly at Andrew Taylor, declaring confidently that he will be the one to defeat the hero. Andrew Taylor raises his sword, scoffing at Choi Han-suk's words as arrogance. Killing a weakened beast doesn't mean anyone can beat him, but Choi Han-suk is ready to prove otherwise himself. Andrew Taylor unleashes a new sword skill, Form 3 Dragon Slayer, blue energy swirling around the blade, as Choi Han-suk steps forward with absolute confidence. With a roar, Choi Han-suk swings, raising his arms, crossing his wrists, and stops the blade with sheer strength. The ground cracks beneath him, yet he remains standing. Andrew Taylor immediately realizes Choi Hyun-suk isn't just strong, he's a close-range fighter with terrifying physical power. Another strike might not be enough. Choi Hyun-suk stares with glowing white eyes, calm and fearless. Andrew Taylor's flashy sword and hero title mean nothing. Choi Hyun-suk is here to end this. Andrew Taylor unleashes successive strikes, blue beams flashing around Choi Hyun-suk, but he blocks every attack. With ease. Worried Form 3 won't suffice, Andrew Taylor pushes to Form 7 and charges. Before Choi Hyun-suk can react, he counters with tremendous force, blasting him violently. Lightning. Andrew Taylor is hurled off the demon beast, and only stops when Choi Hyun-suk slams him into a rock wall hard enough to crack it, blood dripping from his mouth. To the ground. Teeth clenched, Andrew Taylor screams desperately, wondering what Choi Hyun-suk truly is, in a demon. Now on the ground, Choi Hyun-suk emits a violet aura. He approaches Andrew Taylor calmly, stating every enemy he's defeated was stronger, then delivers a hard kick to Andrew Taylor's stomach. The hit leaves a gash and intense pain. Without warning, Choi Hyun-suk grabs Andrew Taylor's face and slams him into the ground. Pinning him down, Choi Hyun-suk speaks steadily as Andrew Taylor begs him to stop. Choi Hyun-suk lands brutal hits repeatedly, muttering lessons he once instilled in Andrew Taylor between blows. Drew's mind. Ultimately, level is just a number. With energy enveloping his fist, Choi Hyun-suk finishes with one last strike. It lands harder than all previous attacks, ending the fight decisively, proving his point. Afterward, Choi Hyun-suk gains multiple levels and unlocks a hidden stat, Fighting Spirit, boosting resistance to mental effects and sharpening combat focus, starting with 10 points. Later, Choi Hyun-suk is on the ground in pain from using Promote again, though the backlash is milder. Even so, he pretends to be dying. Choi Hyun-suk's clearly not. While keeping up the act, the commander asks if he's still alive. Choi Hyun-suk replies no. Choi Hyun-suk's dead. Then the commander pours a red liquid on Choi Hyun-suk's face, startling him and tells him to drink it. Choi Hyun-suk sits up, complaining about the awful taste and asking its source. The commander says Rahul brought plenty potions. Yahello appears with another bottle, explaining its high grade, offering more. The system notes it heals and restores some mana too. Choi Hyun-suk asks how she got so many. She explains dead heroes drop everything they carry, catching him off guard. Looking at Andrew Taylor, Choi Hyun-suk comments that heroes in this world are too strange. Yahello doesn't understand, so he explains that heroes are meant to be righteous, fighting evil and sin, save the world. But in this world, killing another hero yields no punishment, only XP and items. Choi Hyun-suk realizes that despite being a hero, he's been living more like a villain without any repercussions. Back against it. After hearing that, the commander says Choi Hyun-suk's concern is understandable from a human view, but as an ally, his actions were no different from a good hero's. Aren't absolute. Choi Hyun-suk listens carefully to the commander. Still, one question keeps bothering him. Was the commander actually trying to comfort him? Comfort a hero? When Choi Hyun-suk asks, the commander answers with kicks, telling him to shut up and rest. Still suffering from the side effects, Choi Hyun-suk complains that his bones already ache. The commander finally stops and explains that Choi Hyun-suk called for help before the signal was cut during the attack, so reinforcements should be on their way. Kicks him again. Then the story shifts to Rhea drama. Arrival. Choi Hyun-suk is the one who opens a portal for everyone to go back. The commander helps Choi Hyun-suk into the portal, and it works without any trouble. Without a problem. Everyone passes through and arrives at the Dark Fortress. Choi Hyun-suk happily announces his return as Choi Hyun-suk's back. But the moment Choi Hyun-suk opens his eyes, disaster greets him. Everything is ruined and he is stunned to realize his safe zone is no longer safe anymore. His shock turns into anger when Choi Hyun-suk sees his house burning and demands to know who did all this. Reed Run and the commander also see the destruction, and the three quickly understand who is responsible. Who's behind it? It was Hemis. She is still there, wrapped in rage and wearing a blanket. Expression. Choi Hyun-suk is caught in Hemis's fury. She desperately tries to calm Hemis, saying all this destruction is pointless and makes no sense. Makes sense. Then it becomes clear that Hemis thinks she is the traitor, even though she strongly denies it. By now, Hemis no longer cares whether the protagonist is guilty. Her rage is enough, and anyone connected to the Demon King will not be allowed peace. Attack. With no choice left, Choi Hyun-suk prepares to defend herself, unable to believe Hemis is still destroying everything, despite proof that she is not a traitor. Isn't a traitor. Hemis launches a fierce attack, but something strange knocks it off course. A huge wall of smoke rises, and a figure slowly emerges through the chaos, leaving everyone uncertain who it is. Then someone who looks very much like Reed Run calls out to Hemis with a stern, serious stare. It is Uzgeis, another commander in the Demon King's army, carrying a direct order from the king himself for Hemis to stop immediately. That makes Hemis pause. She wonders how Uzgeis learned about this so quickly, since arriving in time should have been impossible, unless unless the Demon King knew beforehand. In advance, Hemis then realizes Choi Hyun-suk was only a decoy, while someone else had truly been assigned to watch the commander. The commander, when she says that and confronts him, Choi Hyun-suk answers that she is simply being paranoid, making too much out of something in her own mind, her own head. She takes it as mockery and prepares to aim her next attack at him. But then Hemis pauses, lowers her guard, and descends to speak with him, face to face. As she approaches, Hemis admits she may have overreacted. Then she recalls being punished for saving Rotak from humans and locked in the Dark Fortress for 100 years. With that, she reveals what she thinks Uzge's meant, and asks if Choi Hyun-suk truly sees her as arrogant and paranoid, while spreading a spell across the ground. As the magic spreads, Hemis says maybe saving Rotak was a mistake. Uzge senses the danger and is caught off guard by her sudden move. As dark energy closes around him, Hemis asks if Choi Hyun-suk agrees. He does not move, as if certain nothing can hurt him. Suddenly, a voice rings out. It is Reed Run, shouting for Hemis to stop before she attacks. Uzge recognizes Ryadran at once, showing that the two clearly know each other. Before things escalate, Hemis calmly steps forward, touches Uzge's shoulder, and tells him to relax because there is no need for confusion anymore. What she wanted. Then she tightens her grip on his shoulder and tells him to thank his nephew, making it clear that Reed Run is Uzge's nephew. Later, Choi Hyun-suk lies in bed, still trying to process everything and shocked by how much chaos exists inside the demon army. Abelson is beside him again, helping him recover. She asks if Choi Hyun-suk still plans to stay in the Demon King's army, especially with his promotion to battalion commander approaching. Choi Hyun-suk says Choi Hyun-suk probably will. War has officially begun between the Dark Fortress and the Garchan Empire, and living among humans would now be nearly impossible. Now that Choi Hyun-suk has horns and uses demonic energy, Ebelson cannot help laughing at his situation. Soon Choi Hyun-suk thinks back to the trial, especially the heroes who showed up there. Something about that group felt wrong, and aside from Andrew Taylor, the others looked strange. They all seemed dazed, and no matter how badly they were hurt, even when they fell, their expressions never changed. When Choi Hyun-suk asks if she knows anything about them, Ebelson says she is not sure, since being expelled cut her off from the kingdom's inner workings. Still, she confirms the Empire has many powerful heroes, and most wars against demons are not fought by priest-reign heroes. Even so, it remains unclear how the divided Empire gathers so many strong heroes so quickly, though rumors claim cruel methods are involved. Make it happen. As soon as she finishes, someone arrives and cuts the conversation short. Reed Run apologizes for interrupting the moment between them, but says Hemis wants to see them. The scene moves to Hemis's office, where she greets them warmly and happily says she has a new mission. They need to install a spatial interference magic shield. Choi Hyun-suk does not understand, so Hemis explains it as a barrier that blocks unauthorized teleportation. In his room, Hemis adds that only the second corpse can handle this job. And at that choice, Choi Hyun-suk starts to see where this is going. Hemis continues, saying they will travel undercover as a messenger and a medic. She says the setup is mostly to protect them from humans, so the mission should be easy enough. On top of that, she will send a trusted guide with them. That guide reads the travel order with fire in his eyes, clearly annoyed at being dragged into another ridiculous mission. The commanders gather in a grand hall around a long table. 7 seats are prepared, but only 5 are filled, and Rotak's empty chair stands out. Meeting again. The 5th commander, Uzge, simply shrugs, saying Rotak never comes to these meetings anyway. Derek Aegis, the 1st commander, is clearly annoyed by Rotak's absence. Even if attendance is not wasn't required, Park Hyuna lazily brushes it off, saying that even if Rotak had appeared, Choi Hyun-suk would have just rambled. Hemis remains silent, listening as the others say almost everything. At last, Tigrid, the supreme commander, looks around the room and declares that the meeting began with discussion of Hemis, who had executed a major operation without reporting it, including the clash between Choi Hyun-suk's demonic form and Andrew Taylor. Tigrid noted that leaving the border unguarded allowed humans to stage a heavy ambush. Uzge's interjected with the casualty numbers: 97 dead, 100 injured, and additional individuals. More missing. Tigrid continued calmly, adding that Hemis had also attacked the 4th commander without clear cause, which violated the rules, as commander battles require prior authorization. With that, Tigrid officially opened the debate over Hemis's punishment and asked if there were any objections. Hemis immediately spoke up, insisting she wanted to present her case personally. She raised her hand, explaining she had a reason. Someone had been spying on her, and she believed the fourth commander was responsible. Instead of punishing her for self-defense, they should seek the actual saboteur. That clearly irritated Tigrid, who asked if she was questioning his authority. Hemis replied it was a modest suggestion, though her smile suggested otherwise. That only inflamed Tigrid further, and Choi Hyun-suk gripped his throne in shock. Later, Uzgace, Derek Aegis, and Park Huna spoke in the hallway, noting that both commanders had let their emotions take control, rendering the meeting pointless. Park Huna feared Hemis and the Demon King might never reconcile. Derek agreed they'd likely never be as close, and Park Huna admitted she disliked how things were progressing. Ultimately, they decided not to dwell too much on it. Such clashes were likely to continue, and all they could do was choose which side to support. Meanwhile, at the magical tower of the 4th Command, Shai's group arrived and Choi Hyun-suk was immediately impressed by what he saw. Before long, the 4th Commander's guards stopped them, demanding immediate identification from everyone. Ruger introduced himself as commander of the 3rd Regiment and explained that 2 humans were accompanying him. After confirming Hemis's letter, the guards welcomed the group warmly, noting the commander was expecting them and led them inside. Meanwhile, Rotak sat back in his office, contemplating the human who could wield dark mana and was slowly transforming into a demon. Choi Hyun-suk found this intriguing, but remembering Hemis's warning, he reminded himself that the boy was still human. Soon, the group reached Rotak's room and was greeted by him. He welcomed them. Then, unexpectedly, he lunged at Choi Hyun-suk before he could even finish greeting, catching him entirely off guard. As Rotak examined his body, Choi Hyun-suk was startled by what he felt or sensed. Nothing registered, and Choi Hyun-suk began channeling energy into one arm, warning it would hurt, and that he had to endure it. Unsure of what was happening, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain as Rotak's energy coursed through him. When it ended, Ebelson quickly asked if he was alright while Choi Hyun-suk knelt, trying to recover. The saint moved to assist, but Rotak seemed more impressed than concerned, praising Choi Hyun-suk's growth. As Choi Hyun-suk looked up, Rotak asked if he understood the future awaiting him. Then Rotak finally said that if things continued at this rate, Choi Hyun-suk would be dead within roughly 3 months, and the warning left him speechless. Rotak explained that Choi Hyun-suk was becoming a demon far too quickly, adding that he was lucky only certain outer parts would change first. His mana would be affected too, and once the corruption reached his heart or lungs, Choi Hyun-suk would die. Right there, Choi Hyun-suk doubted it, saying he felt fine, but Rotak turned to grab something and told him to wait. Rotak picked up a paper from his desk and showed it to Choi Hyun-suk, calling it a demon contract that revealed the truth. Caught off guard, Choi Hyun-suk saw the contract confirm Rotak truly believed he would die in 3 months. It also revealed Rotak's plan for experiments, deformity risks, and possible damage to his mind or identity. Choi Hyun-suk understood what Rotak wanted. Abelson was horrified and begged him not to sign, promising she would care for him herself. Rotak quickly rejected that, calling Abelson knave and explaining that dark mana and divine power cancel each other, so her healing only worked while Choi Hyun-suk remained mostly human. Once he became fully demonic, her power would no longer help him at all, leaving both Abelson and Choi Hyun-suk stunned. Rotak pushed harder, reminding them that 3 months was only the best-case estimate, so Choi Hyun-suk had to decide quickly. The group stepped aside to think. Rahul worried he had a fatal condition, yet the only person who might help wanted to run extreme experiments on his body, turn him into a test subject. Then Ruger asked why Choi Hyun-suk did not take the problem to Hemis, leaving him surprised by the suggestion. Ruger explained that, unofficially, Hemis ranked above Rotak among the commanders, and if anyone could pressure the 2nd commander to revise the contract, it would be her. So the group returned, knocked, and asked to enter, and Rotak allowed them in. Immediately afterward, Choi Hyun-suk stepped forward again, this time holding something concealed beneath a cloth. He asked to come inside, and Rotak instantly noticed the hidden item. When asked what he was carrying, Commander Ruger placed it on the table, revealing a glowing purple orb everyone recognized at once. Then Choi Hyun-suk began the spell to contact Hemis. Rotak stiffened the moment he saw the communication orb. Before long, Hemis answered, greeting Rotak and casually asking how he had been. In a trembling voice, Rotak greeted her back and mentioned how long it had been since they last met. Hemis reminded him it was during one of the Demon King's meetings, making Rotak even more nervous and awkward. Hemis did not waste time and said she had called to ask for a favor. Her tone sharpened as she ordered him to add terms to the contract. First, Choi Hyun-suk had to do everything possible to treat him. Second, Choi Hyun-suk was not to be harmed. Rotak immediately understood her intent and froze as Hemis demanded a 3rd condition. Nothing in his body could be altered without permission, and Choi Hyun-suk was not allowed to die before the contract was fulfilled. Rotak finally snapped. He demanded to know why Hemis cared so much, and why she would go that far for a human. Hemis calmly called his name, and Rotak straightened at once as she reminded him that 350 years ago, after his own people abandoned him, she took him in. She took him in and fed him, then reminded him that 200 years earlier she helped him win the commander selection tournament, and 100 years ago saved him from humans. Hemis finished by saying she had even paid a price for defending him, so if Choi Hyun-suk remembered any of it, only one thing remained. He had to sign everything. Rotak had no choice. He had to obey. Later, Choi Hyun-suk could only release his anger by cursing both the human and Hemis as well. Furious at the humiliation, Rotak ordered a subordinate to bring a communication device since Choi Hyun-suk had someone to contact. By the next day, Rotak brought Choi Hyun-suk back to his lab office and said they had much to discuss. Without wasting time, Choi Hyun-suk got straight to the point. Choi Hyun-suk noticed Rotak's serious face as the commander calmly asked whether he knew why demonic energy was changing his body, as if it were normal. Believing they shared the same understanding, the protagonist honestly said his body was changing because a human using demonic energy defied nature, but Rotak immediately replied it was wrong. Rotak explained Choi Hyun-suk was only partly correct because humans were never meant to handle demonic energy. An ordinary person should collapse the moment it entered their body, but by fate and chance, it settled inside Hyun-suk and became part of him. His body began changing, but it was more than physical. It was reshaping what Choi Hyun-suk was, letting that power sink in, even deeper than before. Shaken by the explanation, Choi Hyun-suk asked whether there was any way to stop the process. The changes could not be stopped, Rotak bluntly said. Still, the protagonist might guide their direction by receiving transplanted parts from a demon or magical creature into his body. Choi Hyun-suk reacted badly, already imagining himself turning into some kind of human monster hybrid. He asked if refusal was possible, since every replacement idea sounded insane. Rotak answered that without accepting it, Choi Hyun-suk could simply live like a terminal patient until he died. Rotak added that there was no need to worry, since he intended to preserve his appearance and vital organs, using only unnoticeable transplants. Once that was settled, Rotak and Choi Hyun-suk later met in the training arena for a noblest test. To show the skill, the protagonist focused. Immediately, purple energy gathered around him, beginning the transformation. Rotak observed closely, seeing him use demonic energy and mana with remarkable efficiency, along with stronger physical power and mental control, enough to endure it. Rotak was impressed by Choi Hyun-suk's talent, and once the noblest state stabilized, Choi Hyun-suk quickly told him to activate promote. Not long afterward, horns grew from his head again. Rotak noted this was the only major physical difference between the protagonist's noblest form and his promote form. Choi Hyun-suk guessed he may have been lucky, then confirmed the transformation worked efficiently because it protected his internal organs. Rotak desperately wanted to study it further and copy it in future subjects, but Hemis prevented a full analysis, leaving him unable to mass-produce those powers and chimeras. With his thoughts packed like a scroll, Rotak drifted off. Choi Hyun-suk snapped him back and asked what he was supposed to do after using promote. Rotak refocused, since there was no need to show more today. Inwardly, he knew he had obtained what he wanted, then told the protagonist to rest. Choi Hyun-suk was told to rest. After that, he continued more promote tests and brutal physical training, pushing himself until he collapsed from exhaustion. Once Choi Hyun-suk reached that state, Rotak began a physical procedure on him. Rotak kept altering him and forcing his transformed body beyond new limits, creating further needs and modifications while Commander Ruger and Abelson watched throughout, watching everything unfold. Later, the story returned to another conversation between Choi Hyun-suk and Rotak, with Rahel also present and casually eating cookies. The system showed improved stats, but Choi Hyun-suk was so exhausted he said he wanted to die, then joked he felt so awful he might be already dead. Rotak watched the drama and noted that dead people did not have bodies, while aura remained stable. With that, Choi Hyun-suk declared the day was over. The protagonist thanked him, though Choi Hyun-suk was clearly exhausted. As soon as Choi Hyun-suk left, Rotak activated the communication orb once more and called someone. Choi Hyun-suk asked whether they could talk now. The person on the other end asked what was so urgent that Rotak had called. Out of nowhere, Choi Hyun-suk demanded an answer to his earlier proposal. The other person asked which one, then quickly remembered. The person on the other end was Park Hyuna. She mentioned Rotak's offer, an alliance to bring down Commander Hemis, though she remained doubtful. Go to war with her. After all, Hemis had raised him and supported him until Choi Hyun-suk became one of King Amun's commanders. Rotak answered that those days were long over, and their paths had split a long time ago. His voice turned cold and distant, and a flashback showed Rotak telling Hemis he wanted to continue Chimera research because he believed it was truly powerful. A powerful method. Hemis mocked the project, asking how long he would depend on cheap tricks, saying even strong chimeras meant nothing if their master remained weak. Back in the present, Rotak asked Park Hyuna for a clear answer. Would she join him or not? Park Hyuna hesitated, wondering if Choi Hyun-suk should simply ignore Hemis as she ignored him instead of trying to drag her down. Rotak said he could have lived that way, but Hemis now held someone too valuable to ignore, and copying that person's abilities could change everything. Everything for them. Park Hyuna quickly guessed he meant Choi Hyun-suk, though she asked to confirm, still unsure whether he was worth opposing Commander Hemis over. Choi Hyun-suk said he was. He argued that even Hemis could not withstand two commanders attacking together, and if he joined Park Hyuna, her fall would be certain. Once the plan was ready, the call ended with Rotak calmly saying Choi Hyun-suk would contact her again in a few days. Rahel, still sitting there with her cookies, heard everything and was stunned by what Rotak was planning. Before long, the group contacted Hemis to warn her about the plot, but to their surprise, she had already suspected it. Hyun-suk asked why she was not shocked. Hemis asked why she should be, since it had been obvious from the start, then wondered if that was why they used the orb to call her. Choi Hyun-suk said no, he had something else to ask. Caught between monsters far beyond him, he wanted to know what he was supposed to do. Hemis fell silent for a moment, clearly weighing her answer. After saying her next few words, she turned back toward them and asked what they thought of the new plan. She had just come up with it. The idea was clever, but it would place Rotak in an extremely risky situation, a truly dangerous position. At Hack's laboratory, Ruger and Choi Hyun-suk quietly subdued one of the guards. With the guard down, Ruger took the lead and found the room where the mission's real objective was being kept. Seeing their true target, Choi Hyun-suk asked if the vials before them were the treasure Hemis said Rotak had protected. Ruger confirmed they were demonic chidi from extinct ancient beasts, impossible to replace. For good reason, one vial was believed to be the strongest of them all. Holding up the red liquid, Ruger told the protagonist to wait before taking any action. Ruger warned that if things went wrong, he would at least make sure Choi Hyun-suk received a proper funeral. Choi Hyun-suk stared at him flatly and thanked him with pure sarcasm. Then, without hesitating much, Choi Hyun-suk snatched the vial from Ruger and asked if this was the right moment. He began drinking it. A little earlier, during the call with Hemis, they had discussed how the protagonist could gain more from his dealings with Rotak. Her instruction was short, direct, and deeply unsettling. Hemis told Choi Hyun-suk to hurt himself, and the simplicity of the command made it even worse. He was stunned, confused, and uneasy since she had just forced Rotak to protect his body. Deeply uncomfortable, Choi Hyun-suk froze. Hemis softened her voice a little, but her tone remained firm. This was not a joke or a harsh lesson. It was an order, and a calculated one. According to their pact, Rotak only had to do the bare minimum to keep Choi Hyun-suk alive until his obligation was fulfilled. Once that duty ended, Rotak would no longer try to keep Choi Hyun-suk alive. Still unable to understand, Choi Hyun-suk asked what that had to do with hurting himself. Hemis explained that Rotak had collected rare demonic essences for years, remnants of ancient monsters filled with immense power. Her plan depended on Choi Hyun-suk absorbing the strongest former demonic essence. Just hearing that made Choi Hyun-suk feel sick. He asked the obvious question, wondering if swallowing something so dangerous would simply end him. Hemis had already expected the concern. She reminded him that the pact magically forced Rotak to do everything possible, even the impossible, to keep Choi Hyun-suk alive. Rotak would have to use every bit of skill to save him. Hemis then steadied him personally, saying she knew Rotak's abilities best because she had shaped his medical talent herself. That was the plan. The story returns to Choi Hyun-suk as he reluctantly drinks the potion. As the bitter liquid slid down his throat, Commander Ruger watched carefully. Rahel stayed close, worried, and asked if Choi Hyun-suk was all right. He sighed and said nothing seemed wrong yet, except the awful taste. For a brief moment, everything looked fine, until a fierce wave of pain suddenly hit him. Choi Hyun-suk's body seized up. The vial slipped from his fingers and shattered on the floor. His vision blurred, and he struggled to breathe. The pain was worse than anything Choi Hyun-suk had ever felt. Rahel called his name in alarm while Ruger narrowed his eyes and said the side effects had begun. Then it worsened. Choi Hyun-suk writhed in pain, fighting to stay conscious. Even then, he managed to snap sarcastically at Ruger for not warning him how terrible the side effects would be. Ruger replied with cold composure, saying it should have been obvious. Choi Hyun-suk glared at him and tried to answer, but the pain overwhelmed him. Then Choi Hyun-suk passed out. Some time later, he opened his eyes in a bed. Still dazed, Choi Hyun-suk quickly realized he was somewhere unfamiliar. Slowly, sore and weak, he forced himself upright. Rahel appeared with a small smile and told him he was in Rotak's office. She said the commander had spent 4 straight days using questionable but effective methods to keep him alive. Even so, she looked uneasy. At last, she asked how Choi Hyun-suk was feeling, but before Choi Hyun-suk could respond, the door opened. Himis walked in as if she owned the place, greeting them after a long while, with Ruger and Rotak following right behind her. She approached Choi Hyun-suk with a pleased smile and said his power had clearly increased. Himis added that Choi Hyun-suk had become stronger than she expected. He tried to downplay it, saying he was not that impressive, but she paid no attention to him. Without warning, she placed a hand on his shoulder and began casting a spell. Choi Hyun-suk's right arm turned completely black and sharp pain rushed through him. Whatever she used seemed meant to ruin the limb, leaving him shocked and confused. Rotak then explained what was happening. The beast essence Choi Hyun-suk drank was slowly settling into his body, carrying the trait that once made the creature feared across the demonic world. That toughness was now appearing in Choi Hyun-suk. His cells, muscles, and organs were changing under the former demonic essence, though the process had nearly broken his body. The result was obvious. Hemis listened with a faint smile and admitted she felt a little jealous, half joking that Rotak might have hidden the plan for her to stop anyone interfering. Rotak gave no real answer. He only said the hero's treatment was finished and coldly asked if it was time to break the pact. Rams agreed despite protests. She calmly started the ritual, noting that the pact had already achieved its purpose by ensuring Choi Hyun-suk's treatment was completed. When the last glyph crumbled into magical dust, the pact vanished entirely. No longer bound, Rotak immediately turned to Emis and revealed his resentment. He made it clear he had not forgotten what she had done and promised she would regret everything. Hemis did not flinch. She simply smiled and asked whether she would truly be the one left with regret, her reply sounding more like a warning than a real answer. She hinted that someone else might be the one to regret things and said she would wait to see how Rotak's threat would end. The scene then shifts to the training grounds. Choi Hyun-suk and Reed Run were in the middle of another intense sparring session. From the very first exchange, Reed Run could tell something was different. Choi Hyun-suk's stance, timing, and the weight behind his attacks had all improved. He had grown stronger. Choi Hyun-suk threw a heavy punch and Reed Run blocked with ease. Still, Choi Hyun-suk kept pressing forward, following with a quick series of strikes that connected with unexpected control. Reed Run observed every movement, from the angle of Choi Hyun-suk's punches to his footwork and even the way he managed his breathing. His progress was real. Then came a breakthrough. Choi Hyun-suk landed a clean punch to his mentor's stomach, and Reed Run did not even try to block it. The grin on Choi Hyun-suk's face said everything. For the first time, he had struck his teacher cleanly, and all the pain and effort were finally starting to pay off, though not for long. In one swift motion, Reed Run brought his elbow down onto Choi Hyun-suk's head, knocking him hard to the ground. Dizzy and aching, Choi Hyun-suk was immediately reminded that he still had a long way to go. Lying flat on his back, Choi Hyun-suk thought about how everyone kept saying he had improved. Maybe they were right, but Reed Run had still overpowered him completely. Was progress really enough? Reed Run knelt beside him and told him not to lose heart, saying Choi Hyun-suk was unlike any student he had ever trained and was growing at an incredible pace. The results would be remarkable once his body fully adapted. Still doubtful, Choi Hyun-suk stood and muttered that he did not believe it, since the last real fight had nearly cost him everything. Others had stepped in to save him. Reed Run did not answer right away. He only smiled at his student's modesty. When training ended, Reed Run reached out and helped Choi Hyun-suk stand again. With a calm nod, he told him not to rush, because when the real moment came, Choi Hyun-suk would be ready. That faith lifted Choi Hyun-suk's spirit, and he silently promised he would do everything he could to prove his worth. Meanwhile, the atmosphere back in Rotak's territory began to shift. It changed in an instant. Soldiers hurried everywhere, getting ready for what was coming. Something major was about to happen as weapons were distributed and commands echoed loudly. Across the grounds, cages were locked down, each one containing a red chimera. They were being prepared for use. In his office, Rotak received word that everything was ready, and Choi Hyun-suk rose immediately. The objective was clear. They would reclaim the human rims stolen from the dark side. Dark Fortress. Enraged, Rotak vowed she would pay. That human was never hers to take. Choi Hyun-suk was Rotak's experiment, and Rotak wanted him returned. Back at the training grounds, Reed Run finished, encouraging Choi Hyun-suk, warning him not to hurry because his chance to prove himself was drawing near. Those words made the hero feel far more assured. Then a massive blast tore through the wooden structure surrounding the training grounds, leaving Choi Hyun-suk completely caught off guard. Choi Hyun-suk and Reed Run both became alert, bracing themselves for whatever came next. The Sentinel team quickly sounded the alarm, shouting that the Skivon tribe was launching an attack. Reed Run instantly realized these were the second commander's forces, and both of them were stunned. The Skibons under Rotak's command were rat-like creatures about 1.5 meters tall. Though not physically strong, they were dangerously cunning. Outside the fortress, the Skibon commanders demanded heavier firepower, and another wave of cannon shots slammed toward the wall. protecting it. The scene shifts to Choi Hyun-suk, who praises Rotak's firepower and admits he never expected him and the tribe to attack so boldly. Before Rotak can reply, one of his men rushes in. Choi Hyun-suk reports that the targeted wall has already fallen. They broke through quickly because the previous strike had delayed repairs, information Choi Hyun-suk had given Rotak in advance. The second commander orders the troops to advance, sending the Chimeras first and commands Galdio to capture Choi Hyun-suk. Rotak says he will go with Park Hyuna and deal with Hemis himself, finally setting his revenge plan into motion. The focus returns to Reed Run and Choi Hyun-suk as they head out. He says he always suspected Rotak might try this, though Tom admits he never expected it so soon. Seeing his panic, Reed Run tells him to stay calm because right now Choi Hyun-suk needs a clear head more than anything. Still overwhelmed, the protagonist asks what they should do now and exactly what Choi Hyun-suk is supposed to do. With a serious expression, Reed Run says he will gather the troops and gives Choi Hyun-suk a special mission. Choi Hyun-suk listens carefully as the first order is to defeat Commander Galdio, leaving him completely shocked that he is being sent after a commander himself. Reed Run explains that Galdio is one of Rotak's closest allies. Normally Choi Hyun-suk would fight him personally, but this time he says he fully believes in Choi Hyun-suk's strength, and that trust makes the hero brighten with determination, ready to accept the task. Then the second mission arrives immediately. The scene cuts to Choi Hyun-suk racing through the halls while pulling Abelson by the arm. The Saint asks whether Reed Run sent him to evacuate her, and Choi Hyun-suk says yes. The reason is simple. If Abelson moved freely and used her holy power without restraint, she would become a serious threat to the demonic army. Her sacred energy alone could disrupt entire enemy squads, and hearing how much they value her power, the Saint gives a small, amused laugh. Beside her, the protagonist remains focused and states exactly what he plans to do: find Galdio. Before Choi Hyun-suk can even decide which way to go, the commander appears directly before them. The sudden arrival startles both him and Abelson. Galdio introduces himself with absolute confidence, and when Choi Hyun-suk checks his stats, 162 tons 730, he is shocked by how high they are. This is not merely a strong opponent. Galdio is a true monster. Choi Hyun-suk immediately thinks of Andrew Taylor, the enemy hero who once pushed both him and Ruger to their limits, and wonders if he can defeat this one alone. Choi Hyun-suk barely has time to think before Galdio attacks first, ordering his hellhounds forward. The beasts charge straight at him and Abelson. Without hesitation, the protagonist moves in front of the Saint. The hellhounds clamp down on him from every side, but Choi Hyun-suk holds firm and keeps her protected. Watching with cold satisfaction, Galdio says the hero is trapped now. Choi Hyun-suk begins gathering what seems like a finishing attack, boasting that this strike will end things for Choi Hyun-suk permanently, but before he can release it, Choi Hyun-suk interrupts. A steady voice. Choi Hyun-suk says the hound's bites mean nothing. Their strength is far too weak and greatly overrated. Their fangs could not even scratch him. Then Choi Hyun-suk transforms, releasing a surge of energy as he jumps straight to level 3. The sudden rise in power shocks everyone present. The hellhounds sense the threat and retreat instantly, while Galdio clearly loses his confidence. Choi Hyun-suk gives him no chance to recover, rushing in at incredible speed and pouring everything he has into the strike. His fist crashes into Galdio with tremendous force, and the real battle begins. Snarling, the commander insists he has the continent's finest technology and could never lose to mere human. Driven by pride, Galdio orders his entire army to gather there immediately. From behind, Abelson senses the growing danger. Then she sees the chimeras arriving, warped warbeasts that make the threat even more serious. With firm resolve, she drops to her knees and begins chanting. She channels all her divine power into a single spell, trying to slow the monsters down or stop them completely. A huge wave of sacred energy bursts across the battlefield. Her light spreads in every direction, shining brightly enough to be seen from all over the black fortress. Choi Hyun-suk is impressed for a moment, then becomes worried. Breathing heavily, Abelson admits she cannot continue. She poured everything into that single attack, and that was all she had left. Still, it was enough. Re-energized, the protagonist turns back toward Galdio and begins forcing him back. With a fierce shout, Choi Hyun-suk tears one mechanical arm from Galdio's suit, metal screeching as it rips apart. Fear spreads across Galdio's face. The commander, who had seemed so arrogant moments earlier, cannot understand how Choi Hyun-suk charges again without hesitation, driving all his power into one heavy punch aimed at the part protecting Galdio's head. The blow lands with force. Metal splits, the guard breaks apart, and the impact goes straight into the commander's body. It is a decisive finishing strike. At last, the enemy falls. Looking down at him, Choi Hyun-suk feels strangely disappointed. For a commander, Galdio seems far less impressive than Choi Hyun-suk expected. Then he reconsiders. Maybe Galdio was not weak. Maybe Choi Hyun-suk had grown far stronger than he realized. After training with monsters and surviving fierce battles, he had become used to comparing himself with legends, forgetting how far he had already come. His thoughts are cut short when Ebelson, still shaken, asks whether Choi Hyun-suk is okay. The protagonist turns toward her, his expression softening, and calmly says he is fine, still stained from the fight. Then Choi Hyun-suk notices something strange. Whether it is her posture or her aura, it immediately puts him on guard. Before Choi Hyun-suk can fully process it, the scene shifts to another battlefield, where Hemis stands her ground against two enemies. Facing her are Rotak and Park Hyuna, both overflowing with confidence. Wearing a twisted smile, the second commander asks whether Hemis is prepared. Instead of showing fear, Hemis responds with biting sarcasm. She mocks how much preparation they needed, joking that even the fourth commander was brought in just to defeat her. To Hemis, it is cowardice on an entirely different level. Rotak remains unmoved and coldly says she can call him anything she wants, because only the final result matters. Beyond that, Rotak wants to surpass her as a warrior and erase her legacy on this battlefield. Filled with that determination, he steps forward. As he prepares for battle, Rotak turns to Park Hyuna and asks whether she is truly ready to begin the final fight that will end everything, Hemis's rule. Park Hyuna answers with a dark, mocking smile, looking at him as if the question itself was foolish. With heavy sarcasm, she says she cannot help because she has suddenly been overwhelmed by hunger. She repeats the excuse mockingly, leaving Rotak utterly confused. Rotak snaps and demands to know what nonsense Park Hyuna is saying at a moment like this. She simply shrugs and tells them to enjoy themselves without her. She says she is heading home for a hot bowl of ramen. Before leaving, Park Hyuna points at Hemis and says there is one last thing. She reveals that the moment Rotak approached her with his plan, she had already chosen to betray the Demon King's army and side with Hemis instead. She only pretended to cooperate with the attack. In exchange, Park Hyuna asks that her long-standing conflict with Hemis finally be settled, then casually says goodbye. With that, she walks away, leaving Hemis alone with Rotak. Hemis mocks him, asking if his strongest ally has really abandoned him. The insult strikes hard, and Rotak erupts in anger. He demands to know whether his suspicions were right from the start, and if Hemis and Park Hyuna had tricked him. Hemis calmly confirms it. Once Park Hyuna discovered Rotak's true plan, she changed sides, meaning Hemis had known about his scheme the entire time. With an unshaken expression, Hemis asks whether Rotak still intends to continue after everything that has already happened. Enraged by what feels like pity, Rotak activates a hidden device inside his chest and swears he will see this through regardless of the cost. The device forms a strange piece of technological armor, which begins wrapping tightly around his arm. Dark crimson energy spreads across his body, pushing the transformation toward completion. Now fully armored and ready for battle, Rotak prepares to prove what he gained through centuries of training in Hemis's shadow, always chasing the chance to surpass her. Back with Choi Hyun-suk, the figure he noticed turns out to be Park Hyuna, and her sudden appearance catches him completely off guard. Park Hyuna says she happened to be passing by and became worried that Choi Hyun-suk might have been badly hurt in all the chaos. Then she admits her concern was unnecessary, since Choi Hyun-suk has clearly grown much stronger. Her attitude leaves him confused, because she used to be his enemy. Now she stands calmly before him, speaking casually and showing genuine concern. When Choi Hyun-suk asks why she is not fighting, Park Hyuna says Hemis ordered her to stay out, so she chose to watch safely. Once Choi Hyun-suk realizes she is obeying Hemis's command, he asks who she believes will win. Park Hyuna admits Rotak arrived fully prepared and deeply determined. Even so, she says Hemis stands far beyond anything his strength or strategy can overcome. Then the battle begins, and blazing spheres of energy shoot forward with tremendous force. They fly straight toward Hemis. She remains motionless, calmly waiting as Rotak's attacks close in. Her stillness only fuels Rotak's anger. He demands that she fight back and take him seriously, reminding her that he is a commander in the Demon King's army. He also leads a tribe that depends on him. When Hemis still refuses to change her stance, Rotak pushes his power to its limit and launches one final all-out assault. Hemis remains perfectly calm and asks why she should treat this as a real fight when she already knows she will be the one left standing. Without saying another word, she unleashes an enormous burst of energy toward Rotak. As it strikes him, Hemis reminds Rotak that Park Hyuna betrayed him, and the weapon he spent years creating is now useless, because she targeted and destroyed its core. With the weapon damaged beyond repair, Hemis asks again with authority and a trace of pity whether he still intends to continue fighting. Rotak has almost nothing left. He admits everything she said is true, including the betrayal, but still refuses to retreat and activates his ability to force out his remaining power. He gathers strength for one last desperate attack, firing massive shining energy spheres from his cannon. It is a devastating final shot, a last gamble meant to end the battle at once, but Hemis stops it with effortless ease. From Rotak's perspective, his entire attack seems to be absorbed, leaving him stunned. For one brief brief moment, hope flickers inside him. Perhaps even Hemis could not withstand that much power. But Hemis sounds almost amused as she admits it was a decent attack. Then a deep purple aura spreads over Rotak's blast. In only moments, her power overwhelms his attack completely and erases it from the battlefield. She appears before him and says he truly has changed from the weak, lost person she once knew. He has grown stronger. Still, Hemis says it is her turn now, and she will not show mercy. She slowly licks one finger, her eyes fixed on him. Then she points at Rotak and uses her ability, summoning countless black claws that surge toward him like hungry beasts. The moment Rotak realizes how dangerous the attack is, all of his resolve collapses into fear. He freezes in place, unable to move, left only to wait as the attack draws closer. A moment later, the claws reach him and wrap around his body. They hold him firmly in place, while the attack grows even more overwhelming. The force becomes terrifyingly severe, leaving Rotak devastated and broken. The same man who came to destroy Hemis and her people is now reduced to a helpless state. Knowing his end is near, Rotak uses his final moments to ask his former mentor something. As Hemis approaches, she coldly asks whether he is about to beg for mercy. That sadness lingers beneath her voice. With fading strength, Rotak asks if she still sees him as weak, worthless, and pathetic. He remembers the day he swore he would become as strong as Hemis and grow into a true leader. He wanted to become someone who could stand beside everyone else, or even rise above them. But that dream shattered under the pain of Hemis rejecting him and looking down on him. From that moment on, his only purpose became surpassing her and making her answer for all the humiliation he had endured. Hemis grows quiet for a moment as she reflects on his words. Rather than answering him directly, she begins to speak. Time is cruel. Some things seem as though they will last forever, but time continues moving, and people change through the choices they make. Some of those choices lead to regret. Even so, Hemis thanks Rotak, acknowledging that his long journey gained some meaning and that his actions helped shape what came after. Shaped everything that came after. Hearing those words, Rose lets a faint, gentle smile rise on her face. Rotak's face comes to mind. Then Choi Han-suk finally falls and Hemis quietly tells him to rest. Rest in peace. The scene then moves to the ruined black fortress, now standing on the brink of collapse. There Hemis meets with Choi Han-suk and Reed Run. The problem is clear. The fortress can no longer serve as their base, so Hemis announces they are preparing to relocate. The announcement shocks everyone and leaves the entire room stunned. The room falls silent. Hemis explains that repairs will not be enough. No matter what they try, the fortress has suffered too much damage too severe to save. Reed Run and the others listen without a word. No one argues, but their reactions make it obvious this is hard to accept. After a brief silence, Reed Run asks where the third command is meant to go. It sounds practical, yet Choi Han-suk is clearly anxious about what comes next. Hemis answers without hesitation. The third command will transfer to the 8th Division, with Fort Gadrick as their new base. The news lands heavily. Reed Run begins to object, but Hemis immediately cuts him off. Her decision is final, and she orders him to send a letter demanding the current commander leave the fort for them. With nothing more to say, Choi Han-suk and Reed Run leave. As they walk through the fortress, Reed Run grows quiet. Of all possible places, why the 8th? Noticing his unease, Choi Han-suk asks what about that division troubles him so deeply. After a pause, Reed Run explains that Fort Gadrick is no ordinary base. It stands closest to the human front lines, making it their nearest frontline post and one of the most dangerous locations. The protagonist's expression hardens as he understands. It is a harsh place to be sent. Still, if the fort has survived this long, its commander should be more than capable. Rayrun shakes his head and brings up Fort Hemmern. Choi Han-suk looks puzzled, which clearly irritates him. With visible frustration, Rayrun reminds him that was where they first met. Choi Han-suk recalls the fierce battle there, the one that forced their side to withdraw. It was a moment neither of them could forget. Rae-jun then reminds Choi Han-suk that Grat commanded that division. At the time, Choi Han-suk asks how Grat handled Hemis's anger after that defeat. Reachman answers in a serious tone. Even amid all the chaos, Gratz managed to keep Fort Gadrick secure, since it was his own stronghold. The protagonist gives a small nod. Choi Han-suk comments that Grat must know how to defend what belongs to him. Reed Run is not completely convinced. Maybe Grant protected the fort through skill, or maybe Choi Han-suk used some hidden method. Either way, no one can know for certain. The story then moves to Fort Gadrick. In his office, Grat finishes reading Reed Run's letter. A vein rises on his temple and Choi Han-suk slams his fist onto the desk, shouting Reed Run's name in fury. The message has clearly set him off. The order is simple but deeply humiliating. Leave the fort, so Hemis' third command, and claim it. Muttering under his breath, Grat curses Hemis as an old witch and wonders what she is truly planning. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk knows the order cannot be ignored. But he is not finished yet. After a short pause, Choi Hyun-suk reaches for a nearby communication orb. Choi Hyun-suk activates it smoothly, opening a magical connection. Once the link stabilizes, he introduces himself as Grat, commander of the 8th Division of the Demon King's army. The person on the other end replies with dry humor, saying it has been some time since Grat last called, then asks what Choi Hyun-suk wants this time. Grat goes straight to the point. He has a proposal, and it is an important one. The story then turns to the holy capital, where a tense conversation unfolds. In the shadows, one of the Pope's men speaks in a low, disappointed voice. Choi Hyun-suk laments the failures of Jeffin and Andrew Taylor, admitting he truly believed Andrew Taylor would win. Then he wonders if Choi Hyun-suk was the one who changed everything. Once again, the monocled man confirms it immediately. He says Choi Hyun-suk is growing at an unprecedented speed, and his power is increasing so quickly that it has become a serious concern, even for the Pope. The advisor suggests setting him aside for now and focusing on the Dragon Empire first. In his opinion, Choi Hyun-suk is still only one person, but the Pope refuses that idea. If Choi Hyun-suk were merely an ordinary man, perhaps they could leave him alone. But Choi Hyun-suk is not ordinary. He is a hero, and that changes everything. Everything. The Pope then scolds the monocled man for treating the matter too lightly. He says the man still fails to understand what a hero truly is, or what a hero can become. Making such a decision would be reckless and impossible to justify, especially for someone with so much authority. The consequences could spread far beyond a single nation. Calm but firm, the Pope says they must remove this threat before it reaches the holy capital's heart and corrupts it from within. Then he turns to his aide and asks whether their spy among the enemy has sent any new message. The aide says yes, a report has just arrived. According to the spy, an unexpected offer was made, promising help to eliminate every major enemy target in one day. Decisive move. The Pope falls silent. The proposal is so sudden and bold that it clearly catches him off guard. Narrowing his eyes, Choi Hyun-suk quietly asks how the spy could possibly achieve something so massive. The man explains that the 3rd Command is moving to Fort Gadrick and intends to take it over as their new base. That means a much larger plan may already be forming there. As tension builds, the Pope asks why this offer was not reported sooner if it had already been made. The advisor answers cautiously. Grat attached severe terms, so extreme they sounded impossible. Choi Hyun-suk demanded 10,000 sacrifices, the withdrawal of support posts from several fronts, and a 5-year non-aggression pact. Even saying it aloud leaves the monocled man stunned. The demands are enormous in both scale and weight, even absurd. The Pope thinks for a moment, then calmly asks what Grat truly wants. Why would a man demand such a high price? Taking a breath, the advisor says Choi Hyun-suk has heard rumors that the 2nd Command's seat is now vacant after Hemis removed Rotak. With that opening, Grat may be trying to climb into that position by turning Hemis and the Demon King against each other. The Pope considers that 10,000 sacrifices may involve more than lives alone. This bargain could also include land hidden within political bargaining. But the monocled advisor says land is not the main concern. What alarms him is the number of sacrifices. Losses on that scale could shake the empire itself. The Pope then asks why Grat, of all people, wants so many resources and services from the empire. Before anyone else can answer, the Pope rises slightly and announces his decision. Accept the deal. The advisor is visibly shocked. The Pope's determination leaves no room for doubt. The Pope explains that this may be their only chance to destroy every major threat in one bold strike and bring down all their enemies in a single campaign. Beyond that, it could place their spy in a crucial position deep inside the Demon King's army. That advantage is too valuable to lose whatever the cost. 10,000, 100,000, even a million sacrifices. Still, the Pope warns that a plan this large must be flawless. Every step has to succeed. They cannot afford another failure. With that, the Pope gives his final command. Summon the legendary warriors from every region. The time has come. The final battle is close. Sometime later inside Fort Gadrick, Grat greets the arriving 3rd Command with a smile that feels false. Choi Hyun-suk acts welcoming and follows Hemis's order to surrender the fort, yet the tension beneath is obvious. After only a few lines of conversation, his tone shifts, his eyes narrow, and worry begins to show. Reed immediately asks what problem Choi Hyun-suk is talking about, and Grat explains. Choi Hyun-suk says the nearest human army has been behaving strangely. Their troops are moving in unusual patterns, and huge amounts of supplies are being shifted around. From this, Grat concludes they are likely preparing to besiege the fortress. To him, this is no mere guess. Yes. It was a warning. Ron quickly asked what plan Choi Hyun-suk had to stop it, and Krat answered grimly that he was preparing a staggered offensive to strike before the enemy could pin them down. But for that strategy to work, Choi Hyun-suk needed reinforcements to hold the line until Hemis arrived with the main army. He said the 8th Division had been exhausted by repeated problems and lacked the numbers to cope alone. Rat Run agreed that the 3rd Command would assist them. Choi Hyun-suk then asked whether the rest of their group would also join the counterattack, but Grat paused before saying no. In his view, bringing them along would only slow the operation. Choi Hyun-suk insisted they would be more of a burden than support. Speaking urgently, Choi Hyun-suk said he would assign each role himself. For now, everyone needed to rest and prepare for the mission. Later that night, in their quarters, the protagonist spoke with Rahul while tension still lingered. Unable to let it go, he asked her again what it truly meant to be a hero. Rahel immediately understood where his thoughts were going. Choi Hyun-suk was falling into another painful spiral, troubled by the fact that he was meant to be a hero yet was now fighting humans. Rahel replied calmly, almost cold. She said there was little they could do because things had simply turned out this way. That answer unsettled him even more. Rahel used to speak so firmly about duty, justice, and heroism, so when had she become so distant? With a faint smile, she asked when she had ever said those things. The protagonist answered immediately, reminding her that she once promised to help meet the Demon King and save humanity. But lately, his view had begun to shift. Choi Hyun-suk admitted he no longer looked at everything in the same way. To him, a hero should not exist only for humans, and heroes do not always walk the correct path. Sometimes they make the wrong decision. At that moment, Ebelson finally spoke, saying she had once read that heroes exist to carry out everyone's will. Choi Hyun-suk blinked, not understanding what she meant. Ebelson explained that ancient writings described heroes as beings born to protect the happiness of the absolute majority. That was their true purpose. Her words stirred an old memory. His commander had once told him something similar and said Choi Hyun-suk was already a hero. That made him question what majority actually meant. Did it include non-humans as well? The saint nodded slightly, saying it probably did. Humans often treat their own happiness as if it equals the world's happiness, but perhaps that is not true. Maybe human joy does not mean peace for all. Choi Hyun-suk frowned. Was a hero supposed to protect the happiness of every thinking being? The saint said that could be right, and maybe that was why Choi Hyun-suk was different. A hybrid hero. The idea left him silent, weighed down by the meaning of that role and the burden of protecting the happiness of the absolute majority. At sunrise, the assignments were given. Reborn would move alone, while Ruger led the scouting team with orders to engage enemies on sight. The 8th Division would support Reborn after his clash, while Choi Hyun-suk, Ebelson, and Bobo stayed behind to guard the supplies. Following those orders, the three waited in a room resembling a mess hall, staying there while the battle began. Before long, the protagonist said he did not like the plan. Something about it felt wrong. He could not shake that feeling. Hearing his tone, Rahul moved closer and asked exactly what seemed wrong. Choi Hyun-suk looked around, thinking quickly, until it struck him. The teams had been rearranged. Compared with the formation Rams had approved, everyone had been separated and sent to places opposite from where they were meant to be. Rahul tried to understand it, but she could not. If they had been deliberately spread so far apart, what was that supposed to mean? Abelson answered calmly. Rahul Drun had been sent to a highly dangerous area. Rioter was also placed near the front with the scouts, while Choi Hyun-suk, Rahul, and Abelson were stationed somewhere safe, far away from the actual danger. Rahel frowned and tried to justify it, suggesting it might be because they were guarding a saint. That should have been an important responsibility, but the reasoning did not fit. Choi Hyun-suk stood and pointed out the issue. If the enemy was not supposed to be that strong, why were Reed, Run, and Ruger sent forward while three capable fighters remained guarding supplies? Rahel's eyes widened because Choi Hyun-suk was right. It made no sense to leave someone as powerful as him in the rear. Abelson did not need all three of them to protect her. The protagonist nodded because that was exactly what had been troubling him. Then Choi Hyun-suk started walking away. Rahul jumped up and asked where he thought he was going and whether he truly planned to ignore his orders. He kept moving. Choi Hyun-suk said Bobo could manage things here without trouble. As for him, he could no longer sit still with this unease and needed to see the front for himself. After a short pause, Ebelson said she would come, too, if Choi Hyun-suk allowed it. He turned to her more gently and said he would not stop her, but asked if she was certain staying with Bobo was still the safer option. The saint did not hesitate, saying she could be useful. She meant it. Choi Hyun-suk reminded her that he could move far faster in his transformed form, but that was not what concerned him. It was something else, something difficult. Put into words, Ebelson looked confused, ready to ask more, but Choi Hyun-suk stopped the conversation. He told her to forget it, and said that if she felt well enough to keep up she could come. With that, Choi Hyun-suk said they were heading to the battlefield. Before he could get much farther, armed guards stepped in and blocked him. Their orders were clear. The protagonist was not permitted to leave without direct approval. Thinking fast, Choi Hyun-suk gave a crooked smile and claimed he only needed the bathroom, then asked sarcastically where it was while promising he would return right away. The guards remained unmoved, and one repeated the order. Choi Hyun-suk was not allowed to leave for any reason. That struck him hard. The effort to keep him there felt far too intentional. His unease deepened, and Choi Hyun-suk could only hope Ryoza was still safe. Far from the fort, Ryozram was already in combat. He was exhausted and marked from battle as he faced a gray-haired hero with a sword. Then a red-haired warrior entered, calling him the Red Nightmare. With a smug expression, he praised Reed Run's strength, admitting he had not expected him to hold off two heroes, even if Byron was still inexperienced. Byron scoffed, saying he could have defeated Reed Run alone if he had not made a mistake. The red-haired hero silenced him immediately, warning him not to act arrogant while he was still a novice. Then he gave the order to bring down the Red Nightmare. He also summoned the Holy Spirit magic unit. Soldiers rushed out and formed up with perfect timing, and Ray Dedrun instantly realized it had all been a trap. In that instant, the truth struck him with full force. Grat was the traitor. Back at Gadrick Fort, Choi Hyun-suk and Ebelson made their move. They slipped past the guards and dashed into the night. Soldiers tried to stop them, but they were too quick. Bobo stayed behind, and they were not worried. No one would dare touch him, since everyone knew the dog below belonged to Hemis. That gave them room to act. As Choi Hyun-suk pushed ahead, the fear in his chest only grew, and he prayed they were not already too late. Back at the real Riyadh Run battlefield, Choi Hyun-suk realized there were not only two heroes standing against him. The other knights were carrying magical weapons as well, which was far too excessive for a battle against a single man. The red-haired hero admitted Reed Run had a point, but said they could not allow Heim's favorite coordinate to escape. That line made Reed Run tense. Now Choi Hyun-suk understood who their true target was. That realization only made him even more uneasy. Determined to fight, the red-haired hero noticed Byron growing restless and warned him to stay alert. The strategy was to exhaust Reed Run first before striking at the perfect moment. Then Choi Hyun-suk ordered the 2nd Regiment of Warriors to prepare. Observing their efficiency, Reed Run became even more tense yet ready to face a serious challenge. As Choi Hyun-suk entered combat mode, almost resembling a Super Saiyan level 3 form, the hero commanded the 1st Regiment to attack. Fully transformed into a Super Saiyan, Riyadh Run braced himself against a hail of arrows. He withstood the volley. With a single strike, Choi Hyun-suk deflected the attack, and even sent several arrows ricocheting back towards the enemy forces. The force generated a gust strong enough to shield him and turn their assault back on them. The hero then urged the soldiers not to fear him, reminding them that numbers still favored them, while Riyadh Run fought alone. A squad of spearmen charged and Riyadh Run prepared. Choi Hyun-suk readied one of his special moves, a destructive explosion wave. With a swift motion, Choi Hyun-suk slammed the ground, triggering massive devastation. He leaped away as the crater opened beneath the advancing soldiers, then moved to target those who were still trapped, the wreckage taking them down one by one, until the last spearman fell beneath Choi Hyun-suk's crushing strike. Byron grew increasingly frustrated from being forced to watch. When Riyadh Run nearly broke free, Byron lunged at the red-haired hero, striking directly, but the Red Nightmare absorbed it. Still, Riyadh Run was surprised at how quickly Byron recovered and leaped back into the fray. Yet the situation remained largely unchanged. Reed Run attempted to strike Byron, but the red-haired hero intervened, pulling Byron aside, counterattacking. Reed Run blocked the hero's sword with his bare hand and stared at both heroes. Seizing the opening, Choi Hyun-suk struck simultaneously and slammed the ground with another destructive blow, creating a new crater. When the dust settled, the heroes had escaped mostly unharmed, though visibly shaken. Reed Run proved far stronger than intelligence reports suggested, which frustrated them. Still in Super Saiyan form, Reed Run began to feel the strain from pushing himself too far. After expending so much demonic energy, Choi Hyun-suk wondered how much longer he could sustain it. Choi Hyun-suk barely had a moment to consider before the heroes summoned the 2nd Regiment. They advanced precisely as Riyadh Run faltered over his dwindling energy. At the same time, the heroes charged with the remaining warriors. Byron hung back, irritated at the red-haired heroes' leadership. Seeing the oncoming assault, Reed Run braced to unleash his destructive strike again. But before Choi Hyun-suk could complete it, the heroes pressed him. They diverted his attention, forcing him to block multiple attacks simultaneously, allowing the other warriors a chance to counter with magical spears. As they struck, Riyadh felt his power draining rapidly. Those spears absorbed nearly all of it, his demonic energy. As it faded, Reborn finally collapsed. Under siege, the red-haired hero explained that the spears sapped so much energy that even the strongest demons could not move or resist, and Choi Hyun-suk stepped before the subdued Red Nightmare, declaring the battle finished. To secure the victory, Choi Hyun-suk ordered his men to drive more spears in, pin Reborn, and capture him as swiftly as possible. Hearing this, Byron approached, seized a spear, and declared that Choi Hyun-suk would personally finish Reborn, settling a personal score. Choi Hyun-suk mocked the Red Nightmare for being reduced to a helpless demon and prepared, yet with his head bowed and eyes dark, Reborn muttered something under his breath, trying to muster a final residual strength. Byron leaned closer, urging him to repeat it. Instead of responding normally, Reborn declared Choi Hyun-suk was the Red Nightmare of the Demon King and unleashed a devastating counterstrike that tore Byron apart. On the spot, the blast was massive, killing Byron and several spear warriors, leaving only a few and the red-haired hero standing. In disbelief, he wondered how someone so foolish became a hero and was sent to such an critical battle. Choi Hyun-suk noted the army was nearly decimated, yet Byron's death was no reason to celebrate, even if he had been ineffective. Still not entirely worthless, as Reborn's final exertion allowed the plan to continue. Choi Hyun-suk commanded the remaining soldiers to raise their magic weapons and encircle Rhea, forming a circle. But before they could regroup, the hero was struck in the face by a devastating punch from Choi Hyun-suk, who had arrived on the battlefield. In a fury, now in half-demon form, Choi Hyun-suk was ready to eliminate everyone responsible for this trap set for Reborn. The blow sent the red-haired hero sprawling across the ground. Reborn observed Choi Hyun-suk and felt relief at his arrival. Seeing help, Choi Hyun-suk explained he had a bad premonition and rushed to Reborn's side. Seeing his injuries, Choi Hyun-suk asked if he could still manage. Reborn admitted uncertainty about handling it alone, but was grateful. Choi Hyun-suk arrives. The red-haired hero rises again, sees him, and quickly understands this must be the rumored hero who once served the Demon King. At the same time, Choi Hyun-suk lifts Reborn, trying to get them away out of danger as fast as possible. The red-haired hero thinks of his fallen soldiers, realizing barely anyone remains to carry the plan through. Reborn is about to escape, leaving only two options: let him go or risk everything in battle. The red-haired hero chooses the most extreme path. Reborn and Choi Hyun-suk realize he refuses to retreat as he activates his kamikaze mode. Choi Hyun-suk offers his soul to his god, and a burning aura bursts from his body. Choi Hyun-suk recognizes it instantly, remembering the Black Fortress, where another hero used untouchable flames that consumed everything nearby and drained his own life as well. The red-haired hero continues transforming, and the strength Choi Hyun-suk receives is overwhelming. Its radiance shines so intensely that it can be seen from a great distance. Reborn realizes it is the same kind of technique, but this hero stands on a completely different level from the one he faced before. The technique is divine summoning, an advanced version of that all-consuming flame. Only high-ranking sacred warriors can use it, and surviving it is extremely difficult. After hearing Reborn's explanation, the red-haired hero confirms it, warning them not to compare him to the weakling sent earlier. Choi Hyun-suk makes it clear he stands above the wounded pair. Choi Hyun-suk declares that he carries the troop power of a god. Reborn realizes that, for sacred warriors, divine summoning works like promotion. As for demons, yet that immense strength demands a price from the user. They are fated to die. The red-haired hero is surprised by Reborn's knowledge, then confirms it. Once the power fades, Choi Hyun-suk dies, because sacred strength is paid for with life. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk says it is worth it if Reborn and Choi Hyun-suk fall with him. And then, he rushes toward them. His sword aims straight for Choi Hyun-suk, but Choi Hyun-suk blocks the strike without much difficulty, though the impact feels unusual. The red-haired hero explains that sacred power and demonic Choi Hyun-suk oppose each other completely, and Choi Hyun-suk is barely human now, almost fully consumed by demonic energy. The battle continues, with the hero driving forward while the pair struggle to defend themselves. Then the red-haired hero intensifies his assault, calling Choi Hyun-suk a walking corpse with nothing left to protect him. A massive blast opens another crater, hurls Reborn far aside, and leaves him severely wounded. Choi Hyun-suk still withstands the explosion and remains standing. Choi Hyun-suk turns and sees Reborn took the worst of the damage. He is gasping, trembling, and clinging to consciousness. Choi Hyun-suk compares the transformation's effect with the attack's damage. It harms him badly too, but as a half-human, he suffers less than Reed Run, a pure demon who bears the full impact of everything. Even then, Choi Hyun-suk finds a little hope. He only needs to endure until the red-haired warrior exhausts his sacred power. If the hero keeps attacking recklessly, Choi Hyun-suk will burn through it faster. Still, Choi Hyun-suk does not know how much longer he can stand. He considers enduring quietly or provoking the enemy into wasting more power, but in the end, survival depends on luck, since Riot's limit remains unknown. How long he can last. Just after that thought, Choi Hyun-suk looks back at the red-haired hero and is taken by surprise. The man is shaking, already suffering from using too much divine power. The backlash has begun, earlier than expected. His vision dims and his ears ring, but Choi Hyun-suk says he barely needs them. He can still sense demonic Choi Hyun-suk and continue attacking. Then Choi Hyun-suk speaks, as if curious about something. The hero asks what this walking corpse wants to say. Choi Hyun-suk asks whether the red-haired hero is having trouble seeing. The hero says he expected a better question, then admits it. Yes, he is going blind, but he does not care because he can still trace demonic energy even with his eyes closed. As they exchange words, Choi Hyun-suk realizes that this could still become a weakness, even if the red-haired hero can continue attacking. That response leaves both Reed Run and the red-haired hero confused. Then someone appears on the battlefield carrying a blood-stained club. Choi Hyun-suk prepares to finish things and says the red-haired hero is merely a blind man now, calmly mocking him as he orders Ebelson to attack. She has already slipped behind the red-haired warrior, with the club in hand. A brief flashback shows that, a few minutes earlier, Ebelson had been watching from the mountain. She feared both of them would die if the battle continued like this, and she wondered what she could possibly do. Then someone suddenly grabbed the saint by the ankle, startling her. It was one of the heroes, pretending to be dead. Choi Hyun-suk explains he waited for Choi Hyun-suk to move away so he could approach the saint and take her away with him. Abelson is unsure what to do, since no one remains for her to sacrifice. Yet, now cornered, she understands she can no longer keep depending on others to shield her. She remembers every time Choi Hyun-suk saved her from a cruel fate, giving everything he had and even being ready to risk his life for her, while she had only remained passive. They lived under the same roof day after day, yet she never returned anything to the person who always protected her. Acting helpless only made Choi Hyun-suk worry even more. Then Abelson notices a nearby club and decides that from this point on, she will protect herself. Gathering her courage, she strikes down the soldier. The story returns to the present, where she swings that club down at the red-haired hero's head. With that blow comes victory, along with relief that she is no longer a burden to the one she calls the hope of the world. The scene shifts to Grat facing the Divine Empire army. Surrounded by blades and hostile stares, Choi Hyun-suk cannot understand why he is treated as an enemy. In his mind, he kept Riyadh Run controlled as promised, so he should be an ally, not a target. One army leader steps forward, orders Grat to be silent, and calls him a filthy demon. Then Choi Hyun-suk accuses him of causing a scheme that led both frontline heroes to defeat, creating disaster for them, the Divine Empire. Grat is stunned, realizing Choi Hyun-suk had known nothing. His mind spirals over all of this. How did things reach this point, and how could Riyadh Run defeat not only two heroes, but an entire army alone? Before Grat can respond, a violent tremor shakes the area. A blinding light then crashes down on Shang, striking the ground with enough force to leave behind an enormous crater. As the glow begins to fade, the figure who landed there is finally revealed. It is Himis. She looks over Grat and the gathered soldiers, then calmly asks what is happening. The soldiers instantly link Himis' arrival to Grat. Rumors spread through the ranks, and they begin believing this was his trap from the start. They think Grat brought them here to be sacrificed. Grat immediately seizes that idea. With a sly grin, Grat tells Himis he truly gathered these humans as an offering for her, even bragging that they are the strongest troops in the region. Himis watches him in silence for a long moment, her expression impossible to read. Then she admits that, for once, Grat may have actually done something useful. Without wasting another second, she begins using a skill. Speaking with the air of someone above them all, Himis says she will not refuse a feast prepared so generously. Prepared by Grat, the ground starts to tremble and a slow darkness spreads across the battlefield. One soldier notices something overhead and shouts a warning, but there is no time to react. A massive ball of fire falls from the sky, heating the air before it even touches the ground. It lands with overwhelming force and engulfs every soldier caught in its path. No one survives the impact. The army disappears, leaving scorched earth, shattered armor, and grim traces behind. When the flames finally die down, Grat hurries over to Himis and begins showering her with praise. He gushes over the attack, calling it unbelievable and saying she wiped out an entire army by herself. Then he goes even further, calling her a peerless living legend. But Hemis quickly grows tired of his hollow flattery. In an instant, she moves faster than the eye can follow. With one clean, fluid strike, she ends Grat before he can react. His body drops before the sound of the attack has fully faded. Only then does Hemis speak. She says she already knew Grat was the spy, suspected he had accomplices, and merely watched until his reckless, selfish lies became undeniable. Her only regret is not stopping him sooner. With that finished, she leaves the battlefield. The scene changes again, this time to Fort Gatwick, where a meeting is being held to reorganize the troops. Hemis speaks while Choi Hyun-suk, Reed Run, and Ruger listen. She announces that Reed Run will take command of the forces Grat left behind. To support him in that role, Ruger will serve as his adjutant. Hemis then turns to Choi Hyun-suk and reveals something unexpected, her voice calm but firm. She tells him he will become a regiment commander directly under her. Choi Hyun-suk is surprised yet excited, though he wonders why she'd not assign him a lower rank. Hemis answers immediately, saying his talent is too valuable to waste on one battalion. The rank rewards his hard work, survival, and the strange entertainment he has provided. But there is one condition, and it instantly changes the atmosphere. As regiment commander, Choi Han-suk will advance with no troops at all. Everyone is confused by the idea. Reed Run finally voices what they are all thinking, asking how someone can command a regiment with no soldiers. Hemis replies without hesitation. She says there is a small but real chance Choi Han-suk may not need subordinates, and she wants to see how far he goes alone. Before anyone can ask anything else, a firm knock sounds at the door. A voice announces that a visitor has arrived. The timing is perfect, because just as Hemis mentions Moten as a proxy commander, the door opens. Moten steps inside. With a faint smile, Hemis tells the two men to get along, while Moten warmly greets Choi Hyun-suk, clearly pleased to see him again. Choi Hyun-suk, however, immediately remembers the trouble Moten caused him during a past tournament. After that, Hemis leaves the meeting, saying she has other urgent matters to handle. The scene then shifts to Ebelsen's room. In a much quieter setting, Choi Hyun-suk admits he was truly surprised by what the saint did, and asks what gave her the courage to act when it mattered most. Abelsen smiles gently before answering. She says depending on Choi Hyun-suk, all the time had made her too passive, even lazy, and it began to bother her. Choi Hyun-suk notices how much she has changed, and asks if that means she will fight alongside him. She answers at once, saying that if he needs her, she will fight. Ebelsen reminds him that, as a saint, she can use power close to divine invocation. The problem is that her body cannot sustain it for long, so she tires quickly. Choi Hyun-suk is still glad to hear her willingness. Half joking and half serious, he says she might even surpass him someday, with a hint of jealousy, because she now holds the highest level of divine power. Ebelsen answers modestly, saying power alone does not decide a fight. Her words carry weight, especially from someone who has won through unusual and creative methods rather than simple force. Then Riho joins in with a teasing tone. She says Ebelsen makes it sound as if Choi Hyun-suk wins only through dirty tricks. Then Rahel mentions something that catches him off guard. Rahel explains that a battalion commander's rank equals that of a hero in the human world, and only around 1,000 people across the continent likely stand above that level. Choi Hyun-suk falls silent. He knew he had grown stronger, but realizing he is near the world's top 1,000 is entirely different. The story then moves away. The next scene shifts to the holy city of Benedict, now in ruins, with destroyed defenses, fallen soldiers, and a dark trail leading toward a great church. Before the church doors stand only Hemis and one trembling survivor. Hemis observes the devastation without changing her expression. She tells the man she will spare him, not out of kindness, but so he can spread her message across the land. The man trembles even harder as she continues speaking. From this day forward, she says she will erase every village of the Divine Empire one by one and leave no survivors. All he can do is kneel and beg. Mercy was never something he was going to receive. 500 years ago, the entire continent had been thrown into chaos by endless war. The mighty Drazen Empire kept expanding, swallowing smaller kingdoms that tried to resist. Then, without warning, a new land appeared with a towering pillar of light. Word spread quickly, and people wondered if it was the lost super-civilization of Valentin, said to have sunk beneath the sea 1,000 years earlier. Once known as the Peak of Magic, Valentin's ruins were believed by some to hold ancient magic that had nearly vanished from the world. Every kingdom believed that whoever restored that lost power would gain an overwhelming advantage over the others, above all else. So every warring nation dispatched teams into that uncharted land, hoping to discover a path to unmatched power. What humans encountered was nothing like the ruins Valentin had left behind, nor its vanished people. Instead, they found beings from another realm, demons, brutal and ravenous, intent on conquest and entirely different from humans. Faced with such a threat, humanity ceased internal conflicts and united to survive. Their war against the demons began and would last centuries. Initially, it seemed the demons would prevail. Their strength far exceeded that of humans and robots, in sheer physicality. Worse, they wielded demonic chi, a lethal power granting them a sinister advantage. Just as hope waned, a new force emerged: clerics, healers, and priests previously kept from the battlefield, who chose to fight. They brought divine power capable of countering the demons. This changed everything. It didn't merely turn the tide, it also spread religion across the continent. From this arose the divine empire of Gartranar, coalition of nations bound by faith. Over the next 2 centuries, that faith strengthened and combat clerics multiplied rapidly. Humans, once inferior, eventually surpassed the demons and gained complete military dominance. Then a new figure rose. The man who contributed most to the war against the demons, Choi Hyun-suk, became legendary. Known as the Pope, peerless in battle, Choi Hyun-suk trained vast numbers of knights and soldiers, including heroes from other worlds. Under his command, the demons were pushed to the continent's edge. Peace finally arrived, but it created a new challenge. At a great council with leaders from every land, the Pope questioned why humanity faced danger again after so much time. Choi Hyun-suk explained the demons had not been fully eradicated when humanity had the chance. Instead of finishing them, people chose to rebuild their ruined cities first. That decision was not wrong, as lives came first. But with demons surviving, nations continued living under their shadow, and that fear shaped daily life. Before matters worsened, the Pope urged all nations to unite their forces once more and strike back. In a holy war, the divine empire of Bertram would lead it, holding nothing back: no effort, no resources, no battle. United under one goal: to build an era fully governed by humankind. The story then shifts to a religious assembly delivering a message. Demons were once again threatening. 3 cities had already fallen in mere days, and no one knew which would be next. Perhaps even the people present could be targeted, the speaker warned, as demons spared neither women nor children. Choi Hyun-suk then pointed to Father Levi, the sole survivor of Benedict. In a hollow tone, the priest described the city's total annihilation. An instant, ordinary lives were ended. Choi Hyun-suk alone survived to bear witness, yet in his mind his soul had died in Benedict, alongside the loved ones. Choi Hyun-suk said he had no reason left to live. The speaker resumed, warning that demons grew stronger daily. Choi Hyun-suk revealed the Pope had declared a holy war and refused to remain idle. He also disclosed that Asahel Bald, the legend of Gatling, had emerged from seclusion to join the conflict. Other nations vowed to send their own legends and heroes to safeguard the people. A major offensive had begun, but even that might not be enough to eradicate the threat permanently. If the continent were to have a future, every able fighter must lend their strength. Now was the moment. The call went out for all to join the holy war, trusting that God's will would guide them to peace. The speech ended with a resounding cry from everyone present, united in purpose: destroy the demons once and for all. The scene shifts again. In private, the Pope told a subordinate that Cardinal Elrin might have potential, but his recent failures were severe. His errors caused 2 heroes' deaths and a failed attempt to capture Reed Run, a disaster that achieved nothing and cost tens of thousands of lives. Consequently, the Pope ordered Elrin's duties reassigned within 3 days. Afterwards, all his property would be confiscated, and Choi Hyun-suk and his entire family would face execution. The story then cuts to Redron, bursting into a room with excitement after Hemis arrived. Hemis greeted him with mild surprise, joking she never expected him to enter unannounced. Perhaps Choi Hyun-suk missed her that much. Riadron ignored the jest and went straight to the question: why did Hemis attack an entire city alone? Hemis calmly affirmed she acted alone, but it was part of a larger strategy. Ultimately, that plan would benefit all demons. By acting, she forced humans to deploy their legends, since ordinary fighters could not stop her. Hemis explained that each nation's legends were their strongest assets, and eliminating them allowed demons more time. Now uneasy and confused, Reedrun asked for clarification about buying time. Hemis stood and responded calmly. She wanted to secure time for the hope carried by these new currents to grow. Gazing out the window, Hemis quietly spoke to Moten, wondering if Reedrun truly believed her plan. Moten said Choi Hyun-suk probably had no doubts, it was simply in his nature. Then Choi Hyun-suk asked whether Hemis truly intended to cease collaborating with the Demon King, his worry clear, as the path she had chosen was recklessly dangerous. Hemis answered without pause. There was no chance they would ally again. Even if reconciliation were possible, it would come at too great a cost. She refused to accept it and added that she bore no hatred, understanding why the Demon King sought to avoid another war with humans. Then she tried to make Moten see that the Demon King had recently made foolish decisions driven by pointless emotions, fretting over fallen subordinates, comrades, and even family. To her, however, those thoughts meant nothing. If someone died, it was because they were weak and deserved it. In the true order, the strong atop crush the weak and claim victory. To Hemis, that was how the world should function, and what the Demon King. He once believed the same, which is why her newfound compassion confuses him. She confronted what she saw as his cowardice, lost patience, issued a final warning, then turned away, and told him to pull himself together before leaving. Turning back to his former colder self. Hemis admits she feels a twinge of regret, knowing she is about to make a choice her old self never would have considered. Mojin remains silent, observing the inner conflict unfold. As commander, Hemis reflects that if she had understood earlier what it truly means to protect someone, she might have comprehended the Demon King better. That realization brings regret for past choices, and she turns to Frisch to apologize. Frisch approaches with a calm smile, saying it is no trouble, and that it was an honor to follow her orders. Choi Hein-suk is then revealed as the Pope's right hand. Hemis gives a faint smile upon noticing Frisch still wears his priestly attire. As Choi Hein-suk begins removing the disguise, he explains that after so many years as a cardinal, he had simply grown accustomed to wearing the robes. Delighted to see him again after so long, she hands him a letter asking him to deliver it to Reed Run and Moten at the right moment, noting that she could do it herself, but might regret it later. Frisch accepts the letter, fully aware of her intentions. Hemis then brings up Choi Hyun-suk. She instructs Frisch to ensure the protagonist survives, which clearly surprises him. Hemis notices his reaction and teases him, suggesting perhaps she is getting older or simply does not want to leave Frisch without someone by his side. The following day in the garden, doors suddenly slam open, startling everyone. An-sok awakens abruptly. Choi Hyun-suk jumps up, shouting with Folk's authority, demanding to know who dares disturb the commander's rest. But the moment he sees Reed Run, all his confidence vanishes. Choi Hyun-suk lowers his voice, asking what is happening. Rilla tells him to leave immediately and flee as far as possible. Mimsy is stunned, asking why, and Reed Run explains that the human army plans to attack the castle the next day, a massive battle involving humanity's strongest warriors. They are legends. Choi Hyun-suk protests, wondering if it would be better for him to stay and help. Reed Run shakes his head, saying the enemy seeks only one thing: Hemis dead. Choi Hyun-suk insists that while he believes victory is possible, if anything happens to her, he will not be able to protect her alone. The story then shifts to a letter slid under Reed Run's door. Choi Hyun-suk picks it up and begins reading. The letter reveals aspects of Hemis's past and the truth behind recent events, describing how the demons suffered countless deaths. They were finally driven into exile at the continent's edge, yet even when cornered completely, humans never finished them off. There were many reasons for sparing them, the most important being the Holy Empire, which relied on the demons' survival to maintain its power. The Demon King exploited this, striking a secret deal with Gartram. Both sides agreed to hold the front line and leave each other's territories untouched. As a result, the demons' survival became tied to humans believing the war was ongoing. They endured through minor skirmishes and small threats. This balance helped keep Gartram and the other nations united. Only Hemis knew of Gartram's arrangement, and she refused it outright. To her, dying with pride was preferable to living in chains. But that choice came with consequences. Using Rotak's actions as a pretext, she was exiled to the Black Fortress. In the letter, Hemis explains that this was merely the beginning. What truly matters is what comes next. Frisch notes that the humans are preparing for a massive assault, a battle unmatched, featuring legends and heroes from every human nation. While she faces them personally, Reed Run must defend the castle and assume command. She admits that his current strength may not make this task easy. Still, when the vote for the next commander occurs, Park Hyuna and Uzjaes will support him as planned, and Uzjaes needed no convincing since Choi Hyun-suk cares deeply for his safety. Hemis writes that this is all she can do for her nephew. From here on, everything is in his hands. She trusts him to make the best decisions and thanks him for easing her time in that suffocating castle. In the end, she has made her burden a little lighter for him. Finally, she mentions Choi Hyun-suk, reassuring Reed Run not to worry. His path has already been prepared. Choi Hyun-suk will leave the Demon King's army, and if all goes well, will reunite with Riladron. For now, he must depart with a saint. As preparations for departure begin, Reed Run tells Choi Hyun-suk that once things settle, and he is in his proper position, they will communicate through the communicator. Choi Hyun-suk resents the suddenness, but still complies. He goes along with it nonetheless. He calls out to Choi Hyun-suk. Eblizin and Frisch arrive, and Hemis' aide steps forward, introducing himself and stating that Hemis orders him to accompany them. Choi Hyun-suk explains the plan. They need to integrate into human society and observe developments. During this time, Eblizin will pose as a priestess in training. First, she distributes false identities to everyone. Choi Hyun-suk states that he and Choi Hyun-suk will act as mercenaries. If there are no questions, it is time to board the carriage. Eblizin boards first, followed by Choi Hyun-suk. He does so with clear reluctance. He still clings to denial, hoping that somehow everything will work out once inside. Choi Hyun-suk asks Frisch where they are headed. Frisch sighs, regretting not explaining sooner. He notes that the Holy Empire's territories are too dangerous, and Drazen is notorious for rejecting heroes, which is why they are going to the kingdom of Marriott. The next morning, Reed Run awakens alone in his new room. Choi Hyun-suk sits quietly, contemplating his next move. His gaze falls on Hemis's desk, and he reflects on all the demons who have already died. If the current course continues, even more will be lost. Knowing the truth behind the human-demon war, Reborn reaches a painful conclusion. None of these deaths mattered. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. His thoughts are interrupted. Ruger is there, standing firmly before him. He says it is time to leave. Reborn takes one final deep breath, steels his resolve, and declares that from this point onward, demons will no longer be the same. Choi Hyun-suk will do everything he can to make his will become reality. The scene then shifts to Reborn standing before his army and ordering them to listen carefully. Choi Hyun-suk begins by praising their nature, reminding them that demons are a warrior, race born for combat unmatched by any other people. No race could ever truly tame them. That is why Choi Hyun-suk says they must face the coming battle with no fear, and if the moment demands it, they must be ready to give their lives for freedom, as warriors protecting the future of their entire race. Reborn raises his voice at the height of the speech, declaring his battle creed with firm conviction. Demons are warriors filled with pride. The focus then moves to Hemis, who quickly realizes Reborn has already begun taking action, which means she must now make her move as well. On her side, Hemis springs into motion, leaping down from a mountaintop to the lower ground below. The moment she lands, she sees a man quietly waiting beside a tree. He speaks first, saying Choi Hyun-suk knew she would come and had been waiting for this meeting. Hemis recognizes him immediately and notes that 150 years have passed since they last met. Yet somehow, Choi Hyun-suk now looks younger. This man is Basil Scott, the legend of Jurassic Park. Choi Hyun-suk explains that his youthful appearance came from reaching the realm of legends. Hemis says she expected another human instead, the one she truly sought, who apparently hid himself and concealed his magic. Basil Scott remains calm and tells her Gartrum's command is stationed far from their current position. Choi Hyun-suk then draws his sword and declares that their battle will take place here, without interference. Hemis understands what Choi Hyun-suk is trying to do, but she shows no concern. She coldly warns him to choose his words carefully before daring to challenge her. She has not forgotten how lesser soldiers once blocked her path while Basil Scott fled to save himself. She says his courage now comes from wanting to repair his ruined reputation. After that, she activates her personal domain, the boundary of lamentation. Basil Scott remains steady. Choi Hyun-suk says he lost back then to a technique he had never faced before, but this time will not be the same. The instant Choi Hyun-suk finishes speaking, he rushes toward him with all his force. Hemis counters with the stars of loss, but the attack does not stop him. Choi Hyun-suk deflects every strike and keeps advancing until he is almost upon her, his sword carrying tremendous power. For a brief instant, Hemis wonders if Choi Hyun-suk might be right, and perhaps this time truly is different. As his attack arrives, she blocks it immediately and mocks him, saying she still sees no real change in his strength. With a sneer, she laughs at how little Choi Hyun-suk has grown. Their weapons clash together, again and again. During that exchange, Basil Scott realizes his power now feels nearly equal to hers. So Choi Hyun-suk decides the key is simple: stay alert for the magical projectiles falling from above. These attacks, called Tears of Lament, are cast instantly by Hemis. But this time, they do not only fall from the sky, they also erupt from the ground as well. Taken by surprise, Basil Scott is forced to dodge. Choi Hyun-suk struggles to avoid the attacks while also handling Hemis's relentless close-range assault. At one point, she springs upward and prepares a crushing sequence that nearly takes his head. Choi Hyun-suk survives by the narrowest margin. That close escape impresses Hemis, proving Choi Hyun-suk has truly improved by avoiding attacks that once would have overwhelmed him. Irritated by her mocking tone, Basil Scott snaps at her to be quiet as Choi Hyun-suk gathers his energy and regains his balance, ready to rush in again. Their fight becomes even more intense, but Hemis also begins attacking his mind. With a cold smile, she asks whether the next tears will come from the sky or the ground. Watching him struggle against so many dangers, she warns that the moment his guard slips, she will end him with a single blow. Moments later, that warning becomes reality. Before Basil Scott can respond, the ground beneath him bursts apart, sending countless stakes upward to pierce his chest and hold him in place. Stunned and helpless, Choi Hyun-suk can only grit his teeth. Hemis fixes him with a sharp look and says the fact he dodged so much already proves his growth. Choi Hyun-suk is clearly not the same man she fought years ago. But before she can continue, his body begins to blur and fade as if being teleported away. Hemis briefly suspects a clone, then dismisses it because she knows she struck the real one. A moment later, Basil Scott bursts through a portal and attacks with a new technique that genuinely catches her off guard. For the first time, Hemis is truly impressed by how far Choi Hyun-suk has come. Charging forward with full resolve, Basil Scott says he saved this secret move for this exact instant. Choi Hyun-suk pours out everything he has, but Hemis blocks it with only only one hand, she makes the distance between them painfully clear. She is still years beyond him. Then the commander raises 2 fingers and aims them at his chest, unleashing a devastating blast that hits him head-on and knocks him out instantly. Choi Hyun-suk falls with no strength remaining. Beaten and out of options, Basil Scott wonders if this is truly the end. Shame weighs on him because Choi Hyun-suk could not land even one decisive strike. Then Hemis calls out to him and asks whether Choi Hyun-suk is truly the famous Legend of Drasen. Before Choi Hyun-suk can recover from the shock, she asks for something Choi Hyun-suk never expected, something no hero would imagine. Hearing from a demon, Hemis says personal matters are involved and she needs his help. If Choi Hyun-suk ever meets him in the future and ends up fighting, she wants him to spare Choi Hyun-suk once. Basil Scott is stunned, unable to understand why a commander like Hemis would make such a request. Before she can explain further, the sky suddenly splits open and a massive wave of golden energy crashes down on him. The blast is so overwhelming that the legend of Drasen is completely erased, leaving nothing behind. Not even dust remained. Caught off guard, Hemis tried to understand what had happened. She was certain the hero was gone, and anger rose in her chest after someone so rudely interrupted the time she had given him to speak. Looking up toward the sky, she recognized the only person capable of using power like that for real. As Yahello descended with his subordinate, Morian at his side, Choi Hyun-suk had intended to appear only after the group defeated Basil Scott. But once he saw that victory was impossible, Choi Hyun-suk decided he had to intervene early. At that moment, Hemis appeared with her scythe in hand. Doubt briefly crossed her face. Was this too harsh to do before humans? Was it truly the right decision? The answer came quickly. It no longer mattered. The man before her was Drasen's legend. Even if they had cooperated for a time, Drasen remained the Holy Empire's old enemy. Taking him down first was the wisest move, since the fall of a legend could shake an entire nation. From the cliff, Yahello watched Hemis below. Choi Hyun-suk immediately understood that the city's destruction had been bait meant to lure him there. Her reaction confirmed it when she recognized him as the Legend of Gratin. Yahello made it clear this was no coincidence. Everything had been arranged for this very day. Behind him stood Morian, shining with holy power beside a massive army at her side. Morian clasped her hands near her lips as if in prayer. In her mind, there was no doubt the second battle was about to begin. Hemis immediately sensed that something was wrong. The pillar before her was more than a simple shield. It did not merely block her energy. It pushed back against the power she was trying to spread. It felt as though space itself rejected her control. The pillar held sacred power gathered over time, and its golden light now expanded outward, erasing her influence. Above them, Yahello raised his sword before the army. The plan was simple. The saint would maintain the pillar, and the knight would guard her at any cost. The soldiers moved into formation, hands resting on swords planted in the ground, heads lowered. From each position, golden flowers bloomed like symbols of holy power. At Yahello's command, they formed a barrier to prevent Hemis from escaping. A golden sphere wrapped lightning-like energy illuminated the battlefield. Hemis had to shield her eyes from the glow of both the pillar and the sphere. She quickly realized this barrier was unlike anything she had ever seen. Her scythe broke apart into black smoke, with tiny sparks drifting away. The repelling force was overwhelming, and her domain began collapsing beneath the sacred power. Even the shield she still possessed had weakened into a faint remnant, nowhere near enough to protect her. Then, as her face emerged through the light, it had changed. She tore open the stitches, sealing the cuts from the corners of her mouth across her face. Sharp fangs appeared through the slits, and a twisted smile spread across her face. Hemis mocked them, saying they would never have dared challenge her if she had not restrained herself. Holding the cord made from those mouth stitches, she stared up at the enemies on the cliff. In one swift movement, she charged forward and snapped her whip toward Yahello, who leaped down to meet her. Sword raised, she attacked from one side then the other, each strike quick and precise, while Choi Hyun-suk kept defending. With his blade, one strike came close enough to cut through the air, inside his face catching a brief opening, forced into a counterattack. With a shout, Choi Hyun-suk drove his sword forward to end it, but the strike never landed. At the very moment of impact, Hemis vanished. Yahello's eyes widened. Her body had completely dispersed. From above, Morian shouted for him to look up. When Choi Hyun-suk did, he saw Hemis floating overhead, chanting as red light wrapped around her body. It was Hellflash, the evolved form of Hellflare. On the ground, Ozio bent forward, frustrated by the crushing power above him. High in the air, Hemis brought her hands together and released the attack, sending a massive blast straight down at Yahello, but it was stopped. Yahello gripped his sword with both hands and blocked the full force head-on. The impact carved a deep V into the ground around him. Himis clenched her fists as she watched. Even knowing Choi Hyun-suk specialized in defense, she had not expected him to endure it, completely unharmed. Sweat ran down Asahel Bald's face, but Choi Hyun-suk did not move, his sword still raised as his entire body resisted the attack. Himis quickly understood why. The sacred barrier was absorbing the demonic energy within her strikes, weakening them before they could do real damage. A top-class defender, a saint, and a giant shield powered by the holy energy of hundreds of soldiers. Morian remained bowed, eyes closed and hands clasped, pouring all the surrounding energy into the barrier. To Himis, it was infuriating. This battlefield had been designed perfectly for a prolonged war of attrition. Violet sparks began cracking in her right hand. For a moment, she measured her options against that impossible defense. Basil had drained more of her demonic energy than expected, and every movement was becoming harder. At half strength, breaking that shield was impossible. As she looked at the white-haired man before her, she realized she had taken Basil's place. Now she was facing the same trial Choi Hyun-suk had once faced, and then a memory flashed through her mind. The fight resumed, again at full speed after several exchanges. Asahel Bald pressed forward, gripping his sword and declaring that Choi Hyun-suk would end it here. With all his strength, Choi Hyun-suk drove the blade into the ground and released immense divine power, the Sword of Revelation. Golden light erupted from the impact, blasting stone upward and sending clouds of dust into the air. Before Himis, a crimson sphere began to gather, pulsing with compressed energy. She recognized the technique, but she did not look afraid. She knew the move well, and she was far from believing the fight had ended. This sphere drifted toward her slowly, almost as if it were alive. Her golden claws gleamed sharply. Then, all at once, blood burst from her upper body, forcing her to bend backward, while the kneeling soldiers kept their swords firmly in place. They stared in disbelief. Morian's eyes widened as she cried out that Choi Hyun-suk had brought down the glutton. Looked just as shocked. His sword was still stuck in the ground. Himis lay collapsed before him, covered in blood and unable to move. Shaking, Choi Hyun-suk struggled to sheath his blade at his waist, trying to believe what had just occurred. A bead of sweat slid down his face as he quietly questioned whether it was truly over. His gaze remained fixed on Himis's hand, the golden claws still on the ground. Then, before Asahel Bald could even realize she was alive, Choi Hyun-suk found himself caught between Himis's fangs. She lunged with a massive maw that burst open from the wound Choi Hyun-suk had inflicted. Moments earlier, the legendary hero had been reduced to little more than a bite for the glutton, leaving only a fragment behind, making the scene both terrifying and surreal. Unable to comprehend it, the saint cried out for Asahel Bald. In desperation, full of confidence, Himis reverted to her normal form and mocked everyone's astonishment, then admitted how dire things had become. She had faked her own death and used a trick once employed by Baal. Still sneering, she asked what they thought of her small magical display, but her composure didn't last. She began coughing blood and admitted that the Empire was far stronger than she had anticipated. The saint observed and wondered whether the blood came from Himis's wounds or from her inability to digest a paladin. Wasting no time, the saint commanded the warriors to begin layered enchantments while she maintained every barrier on her own. The soldiers obeyed instantly, splitting into groups to ready their spells. Meanwhile, Himis remained motionless, drained and too weak to resist. She realized digestion was slower than normal, likely suppressed by the sacred barrier. When she looked up, the attack was nearly ready. At that moment, she understood her end had come. Quietly accepting it, the commander acknowledged her role was complete. She entrusted the future to those she trusted. Unable to solve everything herself, all she could do was hope her allies would complete the task. Then the saint unleashed a radiant beam of sacred energy that struck the commander directly. Himis remained calm, sitting still, satisfied that she had never succumbed to a life of servitude. Finally, the battle ended. Only shattered earth and a massive crater remained at the center, with no sign of Himis anywhere. Breathing heavily but slightly relieved, the saint's thoughts drifted to Asahel Bald. Choi Hyun-suk had acted foolishly, letting an early victory inflate his ego. That arrogance left him vulnerable, and Choi Hyun-suk paid the price dearly. She reflected on the weight of the loss. Asahel Bald had fallen far too early in the unfolding events, and she knew the Pope would be deeply disappointed. Then a warrior broke the silence and asked, what should be done next? The saint slowly turned to the assembled army, and in a firm voice, she instructed them to return to the capital for now, warned them to heed instructions carefully and remember every word. She began, saying only one story should survive. Sir Asahel Bald and Sir Basil of Drazen had fought with unparalleled courage and died together facing the glutton. They deserved the highest honor, like living legends, and she commanded that no other version ever be spread. The narrative then shifts back to the battlefield, where Reed Run stood after eliminating every soldier in his path. Moten arrived, praising him. Noting that none of the fallen soldiers had stood a chance against Rudrin, Rudrin brushed it off, saying Choi Hyun-suk still had a long way to go before he could compare to Moten, but Moten meant every word. Choi Hyun-suk knew this was sincere praise. At this pace, Reed Run could surpass him in just a few years, perhaps even before the year ended. The remark hit Reed Run hard, leaving him stunned. Moten then solemnly planted his sword into the ground. Choi Hyun-suk revealed that his connection to Hemis had completely disappeared. Shaken, Reed Run pieced it together and voiced the fear that the worst had occurred. Moten confirmed it, and Reed Run asked what Choi Hyun-suk planned to do next. The knight replied without hesitation. Hemis was his sole lord, and Choi Hyun-suk would continue to follow her final command. His loyalty, Choi Hyun-suk stated, would remain unwavering, whether she was alive or already gone. Reed Run then inquired about her final order. Moten explained that Hemis instructed him to protect Reed Run until he became a commander. Afterward, Moten would stay by his side, train him, and guide him until he had the strength and wisdom to rise above the rest, strong enough to reform the corrupted state of the demon race. Then Choi Hyun-suk extended his hand, promising to remain Reed Run's ally forever. The scene shifts to a grand temple, where the Pope addressed the faithful with grim news. One of the Holy Empire's greatest pillars had fallen. Choi Hyun-suk announced that Yahello Bald had become a martyr after dedicating over 2 centuries of his life in service. With a heavy heart, Choi Hyun-suk mourned the loss of a longtime comrade, a man who had stood beside him and the legendary Sir Quinlan for many years. The Pope declared that Yahello Bald had lived with unmatched devotion to God. Even in his final moments, Choi Hyun-suk thought only of the Holy Empire's people, praying their remaining days would be safe and peaceful, then asked everyone present to honor Yahello Bald's deeds. Choi Hyun-suk urged them never to forget his sacrifice, warning that divine punishment would one day fall on those who oppose God. With sorrow, the Pope reflected that Choi Hyun-suk often warned against complacency, now grieving the tragic end of Yahello Bald, whose death would weigh on the faithful forever. Choi Hyun-suk was suddenly interrupted by a messenger, reporting that Drehan had sent someone to Marriott seeking permission to inspect the battlefield where Hemis had fought. The Pope surmised they sought the truth behind Basil's death, but stated that the cleanup was complete and nothing remained to find. Even so, Choi Hyun-suk ordered the messenger to secretly contact Marriott and deny Drazen's request. The man bowed and began to leave, but the Pope stopped him. Choi Hyun-suk had one final question. Choi Hyun-suk asked about the whereabouts of Ebelson, and Choi Hyun-suk, the messenger, replied that neither had been seen, not even in recent battles. Choi Hyun-suk's absence was especially strange, as there was no reason for him to stay away from the front. Choi Hyun-suk suspected Hemis had removed him from the Demon King's army. That made the Pope realize Choi Hyun-suk remained a problem even at the very end, and since Choi Hyun-suk never appeared when Hemis was in danger, the Pope ordered a search, no matter how far it had to reach. Choi Hyun-suk demanded both be found and warned that anyone hiding or assisting them would face divine punishment. The story then shifts to the group's carriage, or rather the 4 travelers inside it, where Choi and Rahel were busy complaining before someone interrupted. Rahel was asked to check if the disguises were ready. She was surprised by how quickly they were completed. Then she looked at Choi Hyun-suk and noticed his freshly dyed, icy red hair. After evaluating the results, she told him not to mess this up. Ebelson then arrived, saying her disguise was finished too and asking for everyone's opinion. Choi Hyun-suk reacted as usual, nearly losing his mind when he blurted out that Ebelson looked stunning, like a princess from a fairy tale. Ebelson laughed, thanked him, and said that while she might not be from a fairy tale, she truly was a princess. One of them came from Marriott, and that realization snaps Choi Hyun-suk back to reality at once. Frisch is shocked that Choi Hyun-suk never connected Ebelson's surname to the kingdom they are heading toward. Even Rahel admits she wanted to defend him, but this time, Choi Hyun-suk was simply being too dense. He quickly bows to Ebelson and apologizes for not realizing sooner that she was a princess. She tells him it is fine and asks him to treat her as he always has. Choi Hyun-suk mutters that, as a Korean, he has something like a servant's mindset. Then it suddenly hits him that if Ebelson is a princess, she must have connections in Marriott. Ebelson says she is not certain. She already discussed it with Frisch, but if possible, she does not want to reveal her identity or even return there. When Choi Hyun-suk asks why, Frisch smacks him on the head and calls him an idiot. Rahel agrees without hesitation. Frisch explains that one of the continent's strongest empires is hunting him, and Ebelson does not want anyone else to suffer because of her. Ebelson adds that it is not as though she will never return. Still, if the situation grows desperate enough, she may have to ask for help, because in the end her family is there. The story then returns to the battlefield where Hemis clashes with the heroes. A sharp cracking sound suddenly echoes through the ruins. From within the rubble, a dark aura begins to rise. Whether that is a good sign or a bad one, no one can tell yet. Meanwhile, inside human territory, The trio continues moving deeper into the forest. Feeling uneasy, Choi Hyun-suk checks his system again, still bothered by the fact that it refuses to work. Rahel notices concern. She asks what is wrong, and Choi Hyun-suk explains that ever since they entered human land, the hero system has completely stopped functioning. All he can see now is a screen filled with glitches and scrambled text. Rahel is doubtful, saying the system is far too advanced to simply break. Choi Hyun-suk says he has felt something strange for a while, as if someone is watching him and placing obstacles in his path. Rahel pushes back, saying she cannot see the system, so she cannot be sure. Maybe it is failing because Choi Hyun-suk has taken a path no other hero would follow. In other words, he is an irregular user of demonic power who stands against humans. Naturally, Choi Hyun-suk only reacts to the part where she called him irregular. Rahel finishes by saying she still has not been ordered to leave him, so perhaps that means Choi Hyun-suk is doing something right. Frisch overhears them and cuts the chatter short, warning that they are almost at the village nearest. The borderlands, Kitan Village, Kingdom of Marriott. Ebelson grows curious and asks if this is Choi Hyun-suk's first time entering a human village. He says yes, since his journey began in a strange place because of someone. Still, he is glad to finally experience something like a proper hero's journey. Ebelson says he will likely be disappointed, because this first human village is nothing special. Soon, guards stop the group and ask for identification. Frisch smoothly claims they are 3 mercenaries looking for paid work. Choi Hyun-suk is surprised by that story, especially in a region so close to the demon border. Frisch ignores his reaction and says it will make sense once he sees the place. Ahead of them lies a disaster, with ruins everywhere. People are living in misery. Rahel steps closer and notices posters on the public boards. The notices reveal a grim situation. Taxes, endless forced labor, more taxes, and then even heavier taxes. The sight hits Ebelson hard, especially because this land belongs to her family. Frisch notices her expression and, with a touch of sarcasm, asks why she looks so ashamed. When Ebelson hesitates, Choi Hyun-suk answers for her, saying the royal family is draining the people dry. Under the excuse of preparing for war, they take everything they can. Frisch adds that this is not limited to Marriott. He saw the same pattern in other empires while serving as a cardinal. Across Gartrum, rulers use fear of war to squeeze their people and enrich themselves. Abelson listens in shock, struggling to accept that things have become this bad. Later, she sits beneath a knight's statue, quietly thinking about the lives of people beneath her station. Her thoughts are interrupted when someone suddenly calls out to her. It is Choi Hyun-suk. Surprised to see him, Ebelson asks where Frisch and Rahel are. Choi Hyun-suk sits beside her and asks how she is feeling. Abelson answers honestly, admitting her mood has not improved at all, and that she is angry. Tries to ease the mood with a joke, saying she has every reason to be. Ebelson explains that her anger is not directed at Frisch, but at herself. She wanted to defend the empire somehow, yet nothing she could say would excuse what Gartram has done to its people. Hearing this, Choi Hyun-suk tries to think of a way to cheer her up. Before he can decide, Ebelson calls his name. Panicking that he has done something wrong, Choi Hyun-suk blurts out an apology despite saying nothing. That only makes her stare at him in confusion. A moment later, Choi Hyun-suk realizes she had not been about to scold him at all. Abelson also pauses, caught off guard by his reaction. Then she smiles and says an old story has come to mind. She thinks Choi Hyun-suk might like to hear it, so Ebelson begins telling him about a hero from Kitan, a village that looks poor now, but once knew true glory. That hero was Dronzer, a name still remembered. Came from an age when warriors who fought demons were first honored as heroes and legends. Dronzer was the greatest hero of his era, and his name spread beyond Marriott across the continent because of his deeds and his character. He was a noble warrior who loved his homeland, protected the weak, and showed mercy. But like all stories, Dronzer's ended far too soon. He was only 37, and sadly his end came in Kitan. Choi Hyun-suk asks why he died so young and why it happened there. Ebelson says it happened 1 year before the war ended, when the demons launched what seemed like a desperate final push, and Marriott's imperial family ordered Dronzer to abandon Kitan. For the first time, he refused an imperial command. Dronzer believed a nation existed to protect its people, so he would never allow Kitan to be abandoned. After making his stance clear, Dronzer went out to face the demons and drove back their attack. He did it alone, without a single warrior beside him, and that achievement carved his name into history, Marriott's history. Choi Hyun-suk quietly absorbs the weight of her story and commits Dronzer's name to memory. Abelson continues, wondering what that hero would think if he saw Ket now and the suffering its people endure. By nightfall, the two are walking together. Ebelson thanks Choi Hyun-suk for staying beside her and says she feels better now, but he simply brushes it off, saying all he did was listen. Still, she says that alone was enough to ease her heart. The atmosphere between them begins to change until a sudden scream tears through the night. Two men rush out from an alley, shouting in terror that there is a body and calling for the guards. Choi Hyun-suk immediately moves to investigate, telling Abelson to stay cautious. With just one look, he realizes this is no ordinary situation. It is not simply a body. The blood around it has been arranged into an unnatural pattern. Abelson steps closer in concern, but Choi Hyun-suk says the officials should arrive soon and the immediate danger seems gone. Even something feels wrong, so he asks her to examine it as well. She steps forward and asks exactly what he wants her to check. Choi Hyun-suk points out that the smell is far too strong for someone who just passed, and a strange magic circle surrounds the body. Since he knows little about magic, Abelson should be able to judge it better. The moment she draws near, someone suddenly shouts a warning. Watch out behind you. An undead creature is right behind him, lunging in without warning. It is a surprise attack. Choi Hyun-suk reacts quickly, breaks away, and jumps back to create distance while trying to understand what he is facing. Abelson rushes in as well, moving to protect him from another blow. She strikes the creature in the head and brings it down immediately. Shaken, Choi Hyun-suk asks what that thing was and whether that person was truly dead. Abelson explains that it was an undead raised through necromancy, a dark magic known to be used by demons. He says demons were rumored to use that magic during the war, but this is the first undead she has ever witnessed with her own eyes. Choi Hyun-suk says it feels like something from an American movie and asks whether a bite could infect someone. Abelson is unsure since no records mention it, but being bitten by an undead is clearly dangerous, so they need to stay cautious. Before they can continue, soldiers arrive to investigate the commotion. Seeing Choi Hyun-suk and Abelson there, they immediately notice the two are not locals and demand to know what they are doing in the village. Wilson starts to answer, but Choi Hyun-suk cuts in first and says they are mercenaries who came in search of work. The guards exchange glances and quietly discuss it, with one admitting the pair "You look like mercenaries." Then a guard asks to see Choi Hyun-suk's mercenary badge, and Choi Hyun-suk hands it over at once. After inspecting it, the guard confirms their story, says he understands why they are here, and tells them to follow him. Later, once things calm down, Choi Hyun-suk tells Frisch everything, including how he accepted work as a mercenary. Frisch is immediately annoyed, saying they have been letting people mistake them for mercenaries and are now taking jobs. At this rate, Choi Hyun-suk says he might end up becoming a real one. Soon after, Edmir arrives looking for the mercenaries the guild claimed were incredible. That description leaves Choi Hyun-suk and Abelson a little taken aback, and even Edmar begins wondering whether they truly deserve such high praise. To preserve their cover, Choi Hyun-suk boldly claims they are not merely skilled, but legendary mercenaries, and people should feel fortunate to live in the same era as them. After boasting like that, Choi Hyun-suk silently apologizes to Abelson, telling himself it was the best way to hide their identities. Then he continues, saying the guild told them to handle this quickly, though it seems the matter really does need to be dealt with. Abelson feels ashamed before God and silently asks forgiveness for her companion's lies. Once Edmar is satisfied with their identities, Choi Hyun-suk gets straight to the point. He explains that over the past few months, villagers have vanished one after another, and these are not ordinary cases of people leaving because life became too difficult. Soon after each disappearance, bodies appear around the village outskirts. Some are placed on top of family graves, others are pierced with strange staffs, while some bear unfamiliar letters and rough marks carved into them. Abelson adds that she has never seen anything like it before. Choi Hyun-suk continues, saying the villagers recently begged their lord for help. Instead of solving the issue, he ordered them to move to a nearby settlement, likely because he did not want to waste effort on poor villages that barely pay taxes. So the residents pooled what little money they had and sent a request to the mercenary guild. Frisch now understands and asks whether that is why Choi Hyun-suk insisted on being treated like real mercenaries. Rahel snaps that they are all liars, complains that she was left out, and says this is their punishment. Trish then looks at Abelson and says Choi Hyun-suk lying is one thing, but a saint doing it is another matter. Even so, everyone understands the situation. From now on, it is better not to draw attention. If undead are involved, the Demon King's army might notice, so acting recklessly would be unwise. Abelson asks whether Frisch can let them help, even if only for one day. She wants to do whatever she can for the villagers before they leave. Seeing how deeply she cares, Choi Hyun-suk says he feels the same and wants to help as well. Frisch agrees but sets a limit. They may stay for 1 week. If they do everything they can and the problem still is not solved, they must leave. Choi Hyun-suk accepts immediately and brightens at once, and Abelson does too, relieved that they will be able to help the village. The group makes a plan and divides the village into 2 patrol zones. Rahel and Abelson take one side, while Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch cover the other. Choi Hyun-suk asks what Frisch will actually do, and Frisch says he will watch the village entrance in case outside mercenaries appear. 4 days later, Ebelson returns to the room where the others have gathered, and Choi Hyun-suk greets her. He points out that she is late, and Abelson says she had to confirm something first. Now she has something important to tell him. He asks what it is. She says it began earlier that day while she was patrolling with Rehul. Now she is certain. The village has an unusually high amount of demonic energy in the air. Any land may contain traces of human energy, demonic energy, and divine power, and it is normal for one to be stronger than the others. But if humans are the ones protecting a place, demonic energy should be extremely low. That is not true here, which makes the situation unnatural. Frisch and Choi Hyun-suk immediately say they have felt this kind of energy before. Ebelson says that whatever this abnormal demonic energy is, it is likely connected to everything happening here. During the rest of their stay, they should find out why it is gathering in the village and report it to the chief. Choi Hyun-suk points out that even then, it will not truly solve the problem and asks if she is okay with that. Ebelson says she knows she has already taken too much of the group's time, so she cannot ask them to become involved any further. Frisch and Choi Hyun-suk end the meeting by saying they will continue for 2 more days. Now that they finally have a lead, they split up and they move forward with the plan. That night, the group begins working. Choi Hyun-suk brings up necromancy and asks whether Frisch uses it too, but Frisch says no, hardly anyone in the 3rd Legion practices that. This surprises Choi Hyun-suk. Frisch explains that Hemis despises necromancy just as much as chimeras, calling it an extremely strange form of magic. Choi Hyun-suk asks what he means. Frisch turns to the saint and asks whether she ever explained necromancy to him. Abelson says no, since she does not know much about how it truly works. Frisch explains that only a small number of demons ever used it, and even then, the results were poor. Because of that, human records on it are extremely limited when it comes to how it functions. Necromancy allows someone to turn bodies into undead and control them. During the war, all those fallen bodies became material for it. At first, it seemed like a powerful method to expand an army, but weak undead lacked intelligence, forcing the caster to control each one individually. Trying to handle that in the middle of battle left the caster dangerously exposed, and when they created stronger undead, the risk became even greater. Once one grew stronger than its master, it could break loose. Sometimes the undead even turned against the summoner. Once control was lost, they attacked any living creature nearby, whether ally or enemy. Choi Hyun-suk understands now and agrees that necromancy truly is twisted magic. Frisch adds that it caused many incidents of friendly fire during the war. Then something interrupts them, a strange energy. Ebelson quickly says another demon is close by. Trish is surprised she sensed the demonic energy so quickly and asks where it is. Choi Hyun-suk asks which direction it is coming from, and she says, the statue plaza. They hurry there at once and find someone casting a spell on the ground. Choi Hyun-suk asks if that is the source of the energy, and Abelson says yes, but tells them to wait. Taking him down now would be a mistake. First, they need to learn what he is doing there. Frisch asks what she plans to do, but Choi Hyun-suk cuts in and says he will handle it himself. Choi Hyun-suk asks to approach alone. The caster notices them and remarks that Choi Hyun-suk has a very unusual aura for a human. Choi Hyun-suk immediately realizes how sharp the man's senses are. The caster rises and says that if they will not come closer, he will go to them. Choi Hyun-suk is startled, but before anything happens, he launches into his plan and shouts for everyone not to attack. This man is an ally. That completely confuses his companions, because it had looked like a fight was about to begin. The hooded man is just as bewildered and asks what is going on. Choi Hyun-suk then loudly declares himself Choi Hyun-suk, regimental commander of the Demon King's 3rd Legion, and orders the man to state his name and rank. The hooded man freezes. Being ordered by a human already feels wrong, especially when that human is Choi Hyun-suk, a demon army recruit surrounded by strange rumors. Worse, the last time they had any link to the regiment, Choi Hyun-suk was only a company commander. Obeying him now feels uncomfortable. Ebelson notices the tension immediately and wonders whether Choi Hyun-suk's bluff is truly the right move. Frisch, however, chooses a different approach. Without hesitation, he supports Choi Hyun-suk and introduces himself as a regimental leader from the 3rd Legion. In a calm, firm voice, he says the man does not seem to belong to the 3rd at all and repeats the order to identify himself properly. Abelson grows even more uneasy. From her position, both of them are openly lying, but she only cares about one thing: ending this quietly so the village is not dragged in. Choi Hyun-suk calmly tells her that if things go wrong, she should retreat and warn the village chief to evacuate everyone immediately. The hooded man slowly reveals his face, still suspicious. What bothers him most is how naturally Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch move among humans. Frisch answers without hesitation, saying they are on a secret mission ordered directly by Hemis. Anything beyond that, he says, is classified. That name carries weight. The hooded man accepts the authority behind it, and Frisch immediately presses him once more for his identity. At last, the man admits he belongs to the 4th Legion. Choi Hyun-suk understands at once that this man serves under Park Hyuna. The man's mood instantly turns bitter, and he snaps that Park Hyuna is not the true commander of the 4th Battalion. In his eyes, that position belongs to Lord Onyx. Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch exchange a quick whisper. Frisch explains that Onyx once led the 4th, but after a major defeat, he lost the post and was demoted to vice commander. He also says this reaction is not surprising. Many demons resent taking orders from a human hero, and the Demon King's army is filled with that kind of bitterness. Seeing them whispering, the hooded man demands to know what they said. Choi Hyun-suk brushes it aside, telling him it was nothing important. Then Choi Hyun-suk thinks back to what the man said earlier. When he left his unit, Choi Hyun-suk had still only been a commander. That means he has likely been away for a very long time. Using that opening, Choi Hyun-suk softens his tone and says he understands. A great deal of time must have passed, and the man has probably endured a lot on his own. Frisch supports the idea, saying lonely missions are never easy, and he knows what it feels like to carry that burden alone. Little by little, the man's guard begins to fall. Their unexpected sympathy clearly reaches him, and Choi Hyun-suk starts to relax. Before long, the three are speaking far more openly, and the reason Choi Hyun-suk came to the town finally begins to surface. The hooded man still hesitates, choosing his words carefully, as though he is torn between speaking and staying silent. Choi Hyun-suk gently pushes further, noting that the man clearly dislikes the current commander. If he only wants to vent and complain about Park Hyuna, Choi Hyun-suk says he and Frisch are willing to listen. Choi Hyun-suk even adds that Park Hyuna has a terrible personality, something he knows from meeting her recently. Frisch follows by saying Himis and Park Hyuna are barely getting along, then casually asks whether the hooded man knew that. Before he can say much, Frisch adds that they also have a mission in the city, so sharing information would help them avoid getting in each other's way. As the hooded man thinks it over, they note that he seems cut off from the lands ruled by the King of Amon. Frisch says that is common on solo assignments where people go a long time without news or contact from the main force. That finally lowers the man's guard. After a brief pause, he reveals his mission, testing a magical device that converts man into demonic energy. That revelation shocks Choi Hyun-suk. The hooded man explains that when demonic energy is poured into the device, it converts nearby mana into more demonic energy for a fixed time. The area fills with dense energy and yin, making it ideal for necromancy. He explains that the device was created jointly by Onyx and Rotak. Over several months, they buried nearly 100 bodies while constructing a massive magic circle around the village. Recently, it began working, and undead started appearing on their own without being summoned. He was sent to observe the results, collect data, and oversee the test until Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch appeared. Choi Hyun-suk asks what happens once the circle is fully complete. The hooded man says old stories speak of a legendary hero connected to this village, and the final goal is to revive that hero as an undead. Frisch immediately thinks of Lofer Dronzer and asks whether necromancy has truly advanced enough to bring back someone who died so long ago. The man says reviving him may be possible, but controlling him is another matter. The entire process remains an experiment, with no certain result. Noticing Choi Hyun-suk's hostility toward Park Hyuna, the hooded man reveals even more. If this succeeds, he says the next target will be Park Hyuna herself, turned into an undead. That makes Choi Hyun-suk jolt in shock. The man continues calmly, saying a plan like that would require a huge number of devices. But if it works, they will never need commanders from other races again. Then Lord Onyx can reclaim his rightful position as leader of the 4th Legion. With that, the hooded man ends the conversation and says he hopes their paths never cross again. Choi Hyun-suk looks at Frisch, and Frisch looks back at him. Neither says a word, but they understand each other instantly. Both move at the same time, swift, precise, and decisive. The hooded man is taken down before he can react. In his final fading moment, what he feels is not fear or rage, but bitter disappointment. He had been deceived by the very people he thought he was using. As soon as he falls, the magical device becomes unstable. Its core begins pulsing wildly, and energy bursts outward. Across the plaza, they skid over the stone, sparks flying, crashing into the central statue, causing the device to tremble briefly. Then it stops. Frisch breaks the quiet, noting how odd it is they both chose the same move without communication, and Choi Hyun-suk admits he hadn't anticipated such perfect synchronization. Frisch continues, saying the Legion's interests mean little compared to Lord Hemis, and Choi Hyun-suk prefers keeping Park Hyuna a quiet, passive commander rather than letting the Legion fall into infighting. Exhaling at last, Choi Hyun-suk feels the tension leave his shoulders. The legal mess is resolved, the summoner is dead, the device is deactivated, and they can leave the city with a clear conscience. If they destroy the remaining magic circles, the undead should vanish, and the village's demonic energy ought to return to normal. Confident in this, neither notices the air shifting behind them. As they leave the plaza, a strange mist spreads across the ground, and Choi Hyun-suk casually remarks that it might help improve his relationship with Park Hyuna, at least slightly. Before he can finish, a massive green beam erupts behind them with a deafening roar, shaking the air. Both Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch freeze and spin back in shock toward the plaza. From afar, Abelson stands with the village chief and residents, calmly issuing orders. An unnatural silence falls over the crowd. She pauses, sensing something is wrong and wondering whether she should continue. But hesitation vanishes the moment a green light shoots into the sky. He immediately realizes it emanated from the hero statue and decides to head back. Returning to Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch, she warns the villagers not to enter the town under any circumstances. She also instructs the chief to contact the nearby temple immediately. Back in the village center, Choi Hyun-suk can barely process what he is seeing. The summoner is dead, he knows that for certain. Yet the ritual continues as the thick mist gradually clears, revealing the scene. Frisch narrows his eyes, noticing a figure materializing in the center. Something solid stands there, real and imposing. From the fading fog, the summoned undead finally speaks in a commanding old voice, asking if its homeland remains safe. Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch fall silent upon facing the legendary hero. Loafer Dozer's presence is overwhelming, and for a moment Frisch focuses more on Choi Hyun-suk's reaction than on the hero himself. Breaking the silence, Choi Hyun-suk forces a smile and cheerfully tells him they are in Marriott, specifying the location more precisely. In Kaiten, Loafer Dozer appears puzzled as Choi Hyun-suk questions why monsters are wandering freely within Marriott's kingdom. While Choi Hyun-suk attempts to promote Clation, traps spring on him, and he scrambles for a stable explanation. Before he can speak, Ebelson rushes over and urges action. She calls out, stopping abruptly when she sees an unfamiliar man next to Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch. Shock first, then recognition follows. Quickly, the saint grasps Choi Hyun-suk's identity and steps forward without delay, formally introducing herself and requesting a word with Loafer Dozer. To confirm her identity, Ebelson presents the royal medallion. The medallion of Marriott emits a soft magical glow that Loafer Dozer immediately recognizes as a relic reserved for the royal family. Without hesitation, Choi Hyun-suk kneels in respect. He then introduces himself as Loafer Dozer of the Lightning, Marriott's royal warrior, offering his formal respect. Relieved and pleasantly surprised, Choi Hyun-suk whispers to Frisch that things are proceeding far better than expected. Loafer Dozer seems fully lucid and physically intact, lacking any undead decay or madness. Frisch notes that necromancy remains poorly understood and suggests Loafer Dozer's legendary hero status may have caused this unusual outcome. Meanwhile, Loafer Dozer calmly asks what occurred during Choi Hyun-suk's death and why the princess is traveling with demons. Observing the hero's steady demeanor, Frisch quietly marvels at how calmly Choi Hyun-suk handles everything. Ebelson responds only that it's a long story, then instructs Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch to return to the hotel and prepare to leave the village. Along the way, she promises Loafer Dozer she will investigate everything. Later, as conversation continues, Loafer Dozer reflects that the world has changed drastically since his death. Choi Hyun-suk asks if he is certain about joining them. Loafer Dozer affirms, recalling his long-standing oath to the royal family and his trust in Ebelson's actions for Marriott's benefit. Choi Hyun-suk counters, noting that the oath was made long ago, and none from that time remain to protect. Loafer Dozer listens without wavering. He states that above all, he fights to ensure Marriott remains a good place to live. Reflecting on his family, especially his daughter, Choi Hyun-suk recalls her stubborn, strong-willed nature and her pride in declaring him the greatest warrior. Her greatest dream was to be the best in Andrew Taylor and across Marriott, but in this era she must have passed away long ago. Still, Loafer Dozer believes she grew into someone deeply cherished by those around her. This belief now shapes his resolve. Choi Hyun-suk focuses not on glory or praise, but on safeguarding all she once loved, even in a time far beyond his own. Ebelson is surprised to learn Loafer Dozer had a daughter. When Choi Hyun-suk names her Rosa Tozer, she listens intently. He adds that after his death, Rosa likely became Crossel, raised by her mother's family. Ebelson notes that the current royal commander carries the surname Crossel. Loafer Dozer quietly shakes his head, calling it coincidence. Despite Crossel's rarity decades later, he doubts any of his grandchildren remain alive. Ebelson counters gently, recalling that the commander's mother was a tailor and the commander skilled at knitting. She also reminds him that as Marriott's second legendary hero, his descendants might not age like ordinary people. Loafer Dozer ponders this, concluding that if the commander is truly his grandson, he must be worthy, carrying the heroic bloodline with pride and discipline. The thought sparks quiet curiosity, and he admits a desire to meet him someday. Nearby, Choi Hyun-suk quietly expresses relief to Rahel that Loafer Dozer hasn't become a mindless undead. Rahel agrees, thankful they aren't trapped in a cruel story where the kingdom's protector turns on his own people. Loafer Dozer insists that the idea of destroying Marriott is utterly absurd. His mind drifts to simpler memories. His wife adored the candy shop across from the palace, while his daughter loved the yarn shop 2 blocks away. As Choi Hyun-suk talks, an unfamiliar energy begins to press against him, initially faint. It grows stronger by the second, nearing him with each word. Suddenly, a rapid change overtakes him. Loafer Dozer's voice falters and breaks, replaced by something twisted and human. His body bends forward as if crushed by an unseen force, overwhelmed by something indescribable. Choi Hyun-suk immediately notices, frustration surging as he realizes luck alone won't save them. Frisch reacts instantly, directing everyone to distance themselves from Loafer Dozer. The hero struggles violently against the curse, his body shaking with pain. Choi Hyun-suk asks Frisch what he believes is happening. Grimly, Frisch warns Loafer Dozer may attack any living being nearby, potentially heading for the capital full of civilians. Only one option remains. They must fight. Escaping isn't possible. No longer an option. By sheer determination, Ebelson steps forward, instructing the others to flee and declaring she will face it herself. She calmly states she cannot handle this alone, and that such a burden should fall to the temple or royal family. Since undead are vulnerable to sacred power and Loafer Dozer may not be at full strength, she might succeed. Choi Hyun-suk notices Ebelson's trembling hands but knows her duty is to protect her land as Marriott's princess. She steadies herself. Choi Hyun-suk immediately pledges to fight alongside her. Frisch attempts one last intervention, but fails. Choi Hyun-suk argues that letting Loafer Dozer destroy his homeland would be far crueler, turning the village into a slaughter zone. Seeing their determination unyielding, Frisch abandons persuasion and joins the fight. Choi Hyun-suk moves with practiced skill, leaping onto a nearby building for high ground while Abelson and the protagonist approach from the front. From above, Frisch keeps Loafer Dozer in sight, ready to react instantly. At that moment, possession fully overtakes Loafer Dozer. Any remaining control vanishes, and instinct replaces reason, eyes snapping toward Frisch. Frisch immediately senses the threat. The hero will target the backline first. Choi Hyun-suk braces for a direct assault. Loafer Dozer lunges forward at terrifying speed, but before he can strike, Abelson intercepts. She plants her feet, meeting his attack with her shield. The impact shakes the street. She immediately unleashes sacred power, binding Loafer Dozer's limbs in spectral chains, signaling Choi Hyun-suk to act. Choi Hyun-suk seizes the moment, closing the gap instantly, takes full advantage of the opening the chains provide. With one swift move, Choi Hyun-suk grabs Loafer Dozer, unbalancing him and slamming him into the stone ground. But he knows it's not enough. A legend like Loafer Dozer won't fall easily. The fight truly begins as Choi Hyun-suk locks his legs around Loafer Dozer, using every ounce of strength. The impact forms a deep crater. Loafer Dozer lies still briefly as Choi Hyun-suk retreats to gain space. Ebelson watches shield and spear ready, assessing if it's over. Choi Hyun-suk already knows his strongest strike failed. Loafer Dozer's body arches backward, chin raised, yet Choi Hyun-suk remains unscathed as red smoke begins to swirl around him with tiny sparks. Sparks shimmer through the air. Nearby, Frisch keeps his weapon aimed at Loafer Dozer. While Choi Hyun-suk understands that creatures like this only fall for good when purified by a priest or their head is severed, Ebelson quickly looks for another solution. Exorcism magic might work, but only if she can gain enough time to concentrate and complete the spell. The issue is obvious. She still lacks the skill to fight and cast magic at the same time. Above them, a storm starts to form, twisting into a vortex filled with lightning. Abelson looks up and instinctively raises her shield. Rahel gasps as the first raindrops fall. The sudden storm takes her completely by surprise. Abelson frowns as the rain drenches her. This weather is unnatural, and her gaze snaps back to Loafer Dozer. One hand is lifted, fingers clenched tight, as countless lightning bolts gather around it. In that instant, his title becomes undeniable. It was never an overstatement. Lord of the Heavenly Thunder suits him completely. Choi Hyun-suk calls forth the storm, and lightning crashes around him, scattering dust and shattered earth into the air. There is no room for doubt now. Choi Hyun-suk truly deserves the name Lord of the Heavenly Thunder. Lopper stands within the storm, cloak whipping, holding 2 blades, one silver, the other made of living lightning. Then his unique transcendental power awakens the Thunder Sword style. Lightning haste. With blazing eyes, Lopper shoots forward at terrifying speed. In an instant, Choi Hyun-suk crosses the battlefield, leaving nothing behind but trails of electricity. Choi Hyun-suk swings both swords together, and Choi Hyun-suk barely manages to react, crossing his arms to guard, stunned by just how impossibly fast Loafer Dozer is. Even while staring directly at him, Choi Hyun-suk can barely follow his movement. Loafer Dozer is simply too quick to track. Loafer Dozer gives him no chance to recover and strikes from above with the lightning sword. Choi Hyun-suk raises his right fist beneath his face, using it like a shield to absorb the attack. From a nearby rooftop, Frisch keeps Loafer Dozer in his sights, protecting the rear line. As rain pours down, a jagged fissure tears across the ground along Loafer Dozer's path, shaped like lightning. Even in the darkness, the red glow surrounding him burns with a dangerous intensity. Hatred fills Loafer Dozer's eyes and veins swell across his face. As Loafer Dozer charges at Choi Hyun-suk again, Ebelson steps in front of him, gripping her spear and lifting her shield. Behind her, Choi Hyun-suk senses the incoming strike and warns that the attack is coming from the front. She reacts instantly. Her shield responds, forming a second enormous golden barrier before her. But Loafer Dozer is more cunning than expected. Instead of crashing into it, Choi Hyun-suk plants a foot on the shield, leaps upward, and slips over the barrier. In midair, Choi Hyun-suk flips past Frisch so smoothly that Frisch does not even notice him overhead. Abelson freezes for a heartbeat, then rushes forward, shouting a warning to Frisch while preparing another defense. She knows the attack has not ended. Loafer Dozer raises one arm, and a bolt of lightning crashes from the sky straight into Frisch, throwing him from the roof and driving him into the ground. A crater opens beneath him. Rahul flies to the edge and looks down in fear. Frisch lies badly hurt below, but Choi Hyun-suk is still breathing, moving just enough to prove he barely survived. A moment later and Choi Hyun-suk would have died. Behind Abelson, Choi Hyun-suk keeps watching Loafer Dozer, now standing on the rooftop Frisch had used. Above him, the storm continues to churn as lightning flashes around his silhouette. Then another sign appears, revealing Loafer Dozer's next technique, the Thunder Sword-style bolt from the blue. Choi Hyun-suk leaps forward, pulls both swords back, and hurls them straight at Choi Hyun-suk. Once again, Ebelson throws herself in front of him, and her shield's golden force expands the instant the blades strike. The impact is terrifying. She clenches her teeth and holds firm with everything she has as the ground beneath her. Feet begins to collapse. Behind her, Choi Hyun-suk spots the opening and signals the precise moment to move. Ebelson immediately drops to one knee, giving him a foothold. Choi Hyun-suk uses her as a springboard, launches forward, and drives a full-force kick into Loafer Dozer's stomach, sending him flying backward. As Choi Hyun-suk is thrown away, Loafer Dozer grits his teeth, furious at being struck like that. Choi Hyun-suk does not waste a second and turns toward Frigio, who has already begun covering from the fall. To Choi Hyun-suk, the battle is far from over. This is the time for a dangerous move they practiced before. Choi Hyun-suk grabs Frisch's scratched arm as Frisch Glass's crooked hesitates, knowing how risky it is against an enemy who has just escaped death. Still, once Choi Hyun-suk understands what Choi Hyun-suk, and Choi Hyun-suk grips back. With perfect timing, Frisch twists Choi Hyun-suk's body in midair and hurls him forward with all his strength, sending him toward Loafer Dozer, who is already recovering and arching backward, with both swords ready. As he flies through the air, Choi Hyun-suk gathers his power and activates dropkick, driving himself straight at Loafer Dozer. With one leg stretched out, Choi Hyun-suk pours everything into the strike. Just before impact, tension sharpens his eyes. Undead or not, Choi Hyun-suk believes that breaking the body should stop it. The clash is massive. Lightning and dust burst outward from the impact, and the shockwave is strong enough that the others must brace themselves to avoid being thrown back. Clinging to Frisco's cloak, Rahel watches anxiously through the spreading cloud of dust, desperate to know what happened. Slowly, the dust begins to clear. The truth is revealed. Loafer Dozer is completely unharmed. With a cold expression, Choi Hyun-suk grips Choi Hyun-suk by the leg as if he weighs nothing, while Choi Hyun-suk struggles helplessly in the air. His grip tightens around Choi Hyun-suk's ankle, and red lightning starts pouring from his body. This is the technique, known as lightning flash. Electricity surges through Choi Hyun-suk's entire body without mercy, and Choi Hyun-suk cries out as painful spasms tear through him. Seeing it, Ebelson shouts Choi Hyun-suk's name, tears rising in her eyes. Frisket attacks from behind with his crossbow while Loafer Dozer still holds Choi Hyun-suk, even as the hero cries out in pain. Choi Hyun-suk strikes with every bit of strength Choi Hyun-suk has. Forcing Loafer Dozer to release him, Choi Hyun-suk is sent flying back toward Friskill, and the two crash near Ebelson. Friskill quickly checks him and confirms Choi Hyun-suk is still breathing, crediting his survival to the body modem had carefully modified. Choi Hyun-suk lies motionless, his eyes vacant and almost lifeless, while red sparks continue leaking from his body. Friskill watches in concern. With the crossbow resting on his shoulder, Choi Hyun-suk knows that no matter how much modem strengthened that body, Choi Hyun-suk will not survive much longer without treatment. Before Frisco can act again, an unseen force strikes him and sends him flying. Choi Hyun-suk crashes down and goes limp, completely unconscious. Rahel panics, shaking him, begging him to wake up. With everyone collapsing around her, Abelson calls upon her holiest power. Divine magic surges as Sanctuary activates. Golden wings spread from her back, and brilliant light floods from her body. She knows exactly what this power will demand. Sanctuary consumes an enormous amount of divine energy, and while it remains active, she cannot leave that spot. Even so, it is a powerful technique built to hold the line at any cost. Right now it is her strongest defense. A golden sphere spreads outward from Abelson and shields everyone behind her. Abelson looks at her spear and begins doubting herself. Even with all her strength, it still may not be enough. The gap between her and Loafer Dozer feels too vast, and for the first time, she wonders if she can protect anyone at all. Loafer Dozer charges straight at her and slams into the barrier over and over. With each impact, Sanctuary trembles and cracks spread. Across the golden shell, behind her, Choi Hyun-suk remains paralyzed and helpless. If she breaks now, Choi Hyun-suk has no chance of surviving. In tears, Abelson begs Loafer Dozer to return to himself. She reminds him who Choi Hyun-suk was, the village Choi Hyun-suk gave his life for, and the promise Choi Hyun-suk made after waking, saying Choi Hyun-suk wanted to live again for Marriott. But Laffer continues attacking. Relentlessly, each strike landed with force. Cracks widened across the barrier. Desperate as it neared collapse, Abelson cried out through her tears, reminding him of Choi Hyun-suk's dream to one day become a father, one his daughter could admire. Suddenly, Laffer thrust forward, grabbing Abelson by the neck and slamming her heart first against the ground. Then Choi Hyun-suk pressed her beneath him, tightening his grip around her throat. Breathing became nearly impossible. Even as she struggled for air, Abelson spoke, reminding Loafer Dozer of those Choi Hyun-suk cherished in the land he longed to protect and his dream for its future. She silently begged him to awaken and see that it was not too late to make the place better for everyone. Something began to shift. Memories flooded Lopper's mind. Choi Hyun-suk witnessed celebrations, laughter, and gratitude, moments when he was hailed as a savior, not a monster, a beacon of hope. Yet the pressure on Abelson's neck increased, and her vision blurred as tears streamed down her face. Nearly losing consciousness, she forced out one last truth. To them, Lopper was a hero, and droplets fell, shocking her. She almost mistook them for rain. Slowly, she touched Loafer Dozer's face and felt tears on her fingers. Choi Hyun-suk was crying, and in that moment, she contemplated how annoying she could be. Choi Hyun-suk suddenly shouted at her to be silent. Red lightning coiled around him as tears continued falling from his eyes. Without hesitation, Choi Hyun-suk drove the silver sword directly toward Abelson's chest. Frisch froze in horror at the sight, the shock hitting so intensely that Choi Hyun-suk tried to call out without thinking. The scene cut to a memory. She stood in Lady Hemis's office holding a long paper, proposing the restart of necromancy research. Hemis immediately denied it, declaring necromancy forbidden in the 3rd Legion, and ensuring other legions stayed away. Trish noticed how strict Hemis became whenever the undead were mentioned, and Choi Hyun-suk wondered silently why. While writing, Lady Hemis asked if Choi Hyun-suk still remembered their faces. Trish acknowledged that he did, recalling his fallen training companions who perished in battle. While Choi Hyun-suk survived alone, Hemis paused and set down her pen. She shared that she too had faces she longed to see again, people who died young, once imagining she could bring them back. That yearning drove her into necromancy research. She briefly revived some, experiencing genuine joy, believing the bonds were restored. Hemis reached to a reanimated figure, promising to care for them better, protect them this time. But the memory shifted. Rather than taking her hand, the creature seized her wrist with hostile intent. The truth struck. The undead were driven by insatiable hunger, indifferent to past ties. Bonds meant nothing. They were irresistible. With head bowed, Hemis reflected that though undead might grow in numbers, the real danger was if their blades one day turned against their commanders. The memory revealed Hemis standing over a demon's corpse. She revived, contemplating how these beings could eventually rebel, filled with hatred for the one who restored them. Resolutely, she vowed never to face that again. The story snapped to the present as Abelson opened her eyes, still immobilized. After Lopper's attack, she realized the strike had missed. Lopper's silver sword lodged in the ground between her arm and side, quivering slightly. She remained unharmed. Frisch stood in disbelief. Could Loafer Dozer really miss at such close range? Then a thought struck. Perhaps Loafer Dozer had mastered control over the undead urge. Battling his own impulses, Lopper shook with tears. Choi Hyun-suk bit his lip until it bled, pleading for the agony to cease. Hoping for relief, his trembling body lifted the sword from the ground, with only one desperate desire inside him: to spare anyone else. Choi Hyun-suk still hovered over Abelson, hand gripping her neck, raising the sword for another strike. But before it could fall, something intervened. Choi Hyun-suk suddenly appeared and delivered a fierce kick to Loafer Dozer's neck. The force was immense, tearing his head free and launching it through the air. Loafer Dozer's body began disintegrating into dust, speckled with countless glowing lights. Lights swirled around him, and his severed head crumbled in the same way. way. Yet Choi Hyun-suk had strength enough to offer heartfelt thanks, wearing a genuine smile. Tears streaked his face in those final moments. Loafer Dozer felt relief that Choi Hyun-suk had been stopped before harming the princess. As his eyes closed and lights around his head intensified, only gratitude remained that Choi Hyun-suk could leave as a father, daughter to be proud of. Abelson watched quietly as Loafer Dozer vanished into the light, hand pressed to her chest, eyes full of tears, whispering his name in pain, respect and gratitude. After expending his final strength to halt Loafer Dozer, Choi Hyun-suk collapsed face first. A soft groan prompted Abelson to turn, rushing to sit beside him. Frisch approached and checked him, quickly noting Choi Hyun-suk had fainted. Quietly, Choi Hyun-suk admitted to himself the absurdity of his own willpower. Soon, movement appeared in the distance. Others were approaching. Abelson recognized them as villagers, though it was odd they hadn't gone to the temple. Frisch didn't wait. Choi Hyun-suk ran and took Rahel along. A group of spear-wielding guards appeared first, villagers following. They halted before Abelson, who sat with Choi Hyun-suk's head in her lap. The guards claimed they were sent by the diocese to investigate lingering unholy energy, demanding her name and allegiance. Abelson tightened her hold, noticing flaws in their insignias. True priests would never bear such marks. With little divine power left, she couldn't fight, but revealing the truth endangered Choi Hyun-suk. Torn between choices, she stayed still. Unsure, she watched from a rooftop behind a chimney. Frisch and Rahel observed from above. Nervously, Rahel whispered how things became so chaotic. Frisch quickly shushed her, or they would be seen. Below, Abelson asked everyone to step back briefly. At that moment, Bishop Tranio of the South Marriott Diocese arrived. One look, and Choi Hyun-suk seemed to recognize their faces. Abelson was stunned. She couldn't fathom a bishop's presence so far from Choi Hyun-suk's domain. Noticing her reaction, Tranio signaled her to stay silent, careful of the guards. Choi Hyun-suk personally reassured them, declaring they were safe for now and would accompany him, taking full responsibility. The next scene shifted to an elegant room with white and blue wallpaper and sophisticated white furnishings. At the central table, Tranio placed his hand over a purple sphere. Choi Hyun-suk explained they discovered the communication device among the saint's possessions, identifying it as forbidden and demon-powered. Across from him, Abelson kept her hands in her lap, asking their fate, fearing restraint, and saying they might be sent to the holy capital. Instead of answering immediately, Tranio smiled softly, recalling their pilgrimage across the continent years ago. Choi Hyun-suk admitted she hadn't considered her back then. To him, she seemed a sheltered princess facing a brutal journey, unlikely to last a week. He had underestimated her, yet she proved him wrong. That year, the young saint never complained. Choi Hyun-suk remembered Abelson hanging laundry, laughing, and playing with village children. In another memory, she taught kids in a modest classroom, treating everyone equally regardless of age, gender, or status. Tranio once asked why she worked so hard, and she replied simply she was following what she believed right. In the present, Tranio smiled at Abelson, saying the saint he knew would never betray her beliefs or ally with demons for selfish reasons. That's why he sought the full truth of what truly occurred. Tears welled in Abelson's eyes at those words, but she held them back. Fixing her gaze on the floor, she finally began recounting all that had transpired. Later, the hero lay unconscious on the dungeon's stone floor. Sensing someone close by, Choi Hyun-suk forced his eyes open and saw long, radiant hair. For a brief moment, he thought the woman before him was the most beautiful person he had ever seen, almost like an angel. Surely, it was Abelson Marriott. Choi Hyun-suk called out her name, but the person before him was not Abelson. It was Frisch. Flustered, Frisch mumbled to Rahel that the hero must have bumped his head badly. Choi Hyun-suk then asked if he was all right. The moment he recognized Frisch, he slammed back against the wall and complained that Frisch had suddenly started acting strange. Irritated, he demanded the demonic energy used to restore him. Still kneeling, Frisch snapped back that Choi Hyun-suk had even slipped into the temple just to save an ungrateful brat like him. Just then, the bishop appeared in the hallway, composed as always, with Abelson standing right behind him. Choi Hyun-suk and Frisch were both stunned to see her there. Abelson approached the cell with a key, and when Choi Hyun-suk asked what was happening, she explained that she had known the bishop for years, and Choi Hyun-suk was going to help them escape. Still uneasy, Choi Hyun-suk gripped the bars and said he was grateful, but the bishop could end up in grave trouble because of this. Tranio remained calm and said Choi Hyun-suk had already lived long enough. In an aged body waiting for God's call, there was nothing more to fear. Abelson unlocked the cell and released Choi Hyun-suk, then asked the bishop to leave with them. Choi Hyun-suk refused, saying people already feared the undead too much. If a bishop abandoned his diocese now, the faithful would lose their trust in God. Then Choi Han-suk reached into his sleeve and said Choi Han-suk was returning what belonged to her. Choi Han-suk took out the purple sphere and set it in Ebelson's hands, telling her to leave and never look back. She must not worry. She only needed to keep following what she believed was right. Tears welled in her eyes. She was overwhelmed with gratitude. Tranio continued speaking to Ebelson, though his words were clearly meant for Frisch and Rahul as well. Frisch awkwardly hid behind pieces of armor, while Rahul stood frozen, realizing the bishop had known all along what Choi Han-suk and Choi Han-suk truly were. Annoyed and baffled, Frisch muttered that if the bishop had known from the beginning, Choi Han-suk could have said something before Frisch went through all the trouble of wearing that armor. As Tranio turned to leave, Choi Han-suk made one last shameless request to the hero he had only just met. Please take good care of the young saint. The chapter closed with the three of them riding through the forest, moving toward an uncertain future where a small trace of hope still remained. Back at his desk, Bishop Tranio reflected on the undead and decided Choi Han-suk should report the matter before it grew worse. Then a woman's voice. A purple-haired woman entered with guards carrying an official decree. By order of His Holiness, Tranio had been removed from his position for helping the traitor Ebelson, and they demanded Abelson Marriott's location. The woman was Kinley Riverford, the legendary woman, wanderer of Gartron. Tranio calmly settled himself in his chair and greeted her, remarking that they had not met since her last birthday. Choi Han-suk also noted that little saint was not with her. Kinley demanded to know where the traitor had fled. She warned that Choi Han-suk knew the consequences, and if he kept stirring Orban's anger, the situation would only grow worse. Tranio gave a soft laugh and mentioned the interrogation chamber, set aside for heretics. Without turning around, Choi Han-suk said that if they truly required his cooperation, he had no choice. He only asked for a little time to change into his ceremonial robes. One guard objected, saying they could not leave a major criminal by himself. Still facing away, Tranio reminded Kinley that Choi Han-suk had once carried her on his back and helped raise her. For the sake of that old bond, Choi Han-suk asked for one final chance to protect her and preserve everyone's dignity. After a brief silence, Kinley allowed it and said she would accept full responsibility. Responsibility. Tranio opened a door and asked that the papers on his desk be sent to His Holiness. Then Choi Han-suk bid Lady Kinley farewell and walked away. She watched him leave with sorrow in her eyes and quietly called his name. At a small table, buried beneath books, Bishop Tranio opened a drawer and murmured to himself, trying to recall where Choi Han-suk had placed it. Inside were several personal belongings, including a small doll resembling Lady Kinley and a short sword with a golden hilt. When he found it, Tranio softly said Choi Han-suk had finally found what Choi Han-suk needed. Choi Han-suk lifted the sword with care and, in a sorrowful voice, admitted he was glad he had been able to see Lady Kinley one final time. Then Choi Han-suk placed the blade beneath his chin and closed his eyes. Thinking of the little saint as well, he whispered one last wish, that she would remain safe. The story returned to the two demons and the saint rushing down the road. From behind Ebelson, Choi Han-suk asked if they could still return to the bishop. Ebelson said no, they could not look back. Sadness passed over her face as she added that the bishop would have wanted things this way. Up ahead, Frisch asked where they were supposed to go now. Ebelson revealed their destination, Natasha, the capital of Marriott. They were making their way to the royal palace there. The story then moved to the Grand Cathedral of Gartran. Before the altar, the Pope quietly announced Tranio's death. From that, Choi Han-suk concluded that Choi Han-suk, and A. Ebelson had managed to escape. The scene then showed Lady Kinley standing behind him. She explained that tracking them had been difficult because they seemed to have hired an exceptionally skilled rogue, leaving almost no trail behind. Holding several documents against her chest, Kinley continued, saying their destination could only be one of three possible places. First, they might seek shelter in Drasen, a land hostile toward Gartron. Another possibility was Ultimum Festo, where deserter heroes gathered. The third was the Marriott royal family, since Ebelson's had ties to them. The Pope then mentioned reports that Choi Han-suk's group had defeated Love Fred Dronzer. Choi Han-suk noted that the man's growth had gone far beyond their expectations, which made the matter troubling. Kinley confirmed that everything they had verified so far supported that conclusion. Then she added that Tranio had left an important message for her to deliver. She handed the documents to the Pope and said that, considering the circumstances, she intended to oversee Tranio's funeral herself. Before she could finish, the Pope coldly interrupted and ordered Tranio's remains to be publicly displayed in the market. Kinley was appalled, and could not believe such an order was meant for Tranio, but the Pope simply turned and said treason allowed no exceptions. People needed to witness the fate of anyone foolish enough to help Choyam. Kinley, shaken, reminded him that Tranio had been Asahel's most beloved disciple, even after Asahel's death. She also remembered that the Pope himself had led Tranio into the priesthood and shaped all Choi Hyun-suk achieved, accomplished in southern Marriott. The Pope interrupted her again, this time calling her name sharply. His gaze hardened as Choi Hyun-suk said she forgot this far too often. Then Choi Hyun-suk made it clear that he was the Pope, not someone on her level. Lady Kinley said nothing. She simply stood there, wide-eyed and trembling, because of the way Choi Hyun-suk spoke to her. A little later, the Pope sat on a bench in the great cathedral, reviewing the papers. As he read, Choi Hyun-suk muttered that demonic energy and necromancy were involved, and it seemed the Demon King had finally chosen to confront him openly. Even then, Choi Hyun-suk stayed composed. After a pause, he added that this might actually turn to his advantage. Park Hyuna lay on a large bed with her hands behind her head, complaining that everything had become a headache. The man who had begged for her help was suddenly dead, leaving her unsure what to do. Looking back, she admitted she should have tested the situation between the Demon King and Hemis before choosing sides, but she had openly supported Hemis, so now she was certain the Demon King was preparing something. Then Park Hyuna abruptly sat up. Something felt off. It was far too quiet. Gritting her teeth, she realized that if Hemis was gone, some form of retaliation should be heading her way as well. The thought only made her more uneasy. An imaginary little angel appeared beside her and suggested asking Gartran to send her back to the beginning of that other world. Park Hyuna lowered her head and mocked the idea. Going back would mean becoming a second version of herself, without free will. Basically, a puppet. She would rather die than live that way. Then a small demon version of herself proposed another path, switch sides again and serve Drasen. If Lubu could have 3 fathers, Park Hyuna could have 3 masters. She rejected it immediately. She had already gone to Drasen with Sullivan, and they had made it clear they did not accept refuge from another world. Shaking, she covered her face and realized only one option remained now, the Demon King's army. Frustrated, she thought that if she had known from the start that the Demon King and the Holy Empire were merely acting, she would have made a completely different choice. Park Hyuna-muel finally lost her composure. Clutching her head, she shouted that, of course, she would not be trapped here if she had known sooner. If she had learned the truth back then, she would have followed Sullivan's advice and gone with him to Ultimo Festo. As she tried to steady herself, her thoughts kept circling. By the time she understood the truth, she had already become a Legion commander. All along, she had buried her fear and convinced herself no one would be reckless enough to discard a Legion commander. But now that belief was beginning to fall apart. Standing there with widened eyes, she wondered whether she should leave, while she still had the chance. Just then, someone knocked at the door. A voice announced Vice Commander Onyx. When Choi Hyun-suk entered, he carried a glowing purple sphere and said Red Wern from the 3rd Legion had something urgent to report to her. Park Hyuna eyed the sphere with suspicion, wondering what it was supposed to mean at a moment like this. Immediately after, the Order began playing a message. The voice inside said the matter was important and asked whether anyone else was in the room. Hyuna replied that Vice Commander Onyx was with her. The voice instructed everyone else to leave. Park Hyuna did not object and ordered Onyx and the others out. Once the door closed and she was alone, the message continued. It said this was from Park Hyuna-suk. Park Hyuna must not trust anyone. The only person she could rely on was herself. Park Hyuna raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking why his name had come up now and what that message was supposed to mean. The sphere in her hand began to split apart. The voice admitted it did not know all the details either. It only knew the warning was urgent, but before it could say more, the bedroom door burst open. Several demons rushed inside and aimed their swords at Park Hyuna. A hooded figure in front said they had to move the plan ahead of the date reported to the Demon King, even if they had no choice. The next instant, the demons lifted their weapons and shouted the order to eliminate the human traitor. Park Hyuna gave a tense laugh, cold sweat sliding down her face as she stood frozen and muttered that her bad feeling really never seemed to miss. The scene then changes to Natasha, capital of Marriott. As they moved through the busy streets, Hernasek said they had finally arrived. Beside him, Rahul looked around with bright excitement, taking in the enormous city, filled with shops and crowds. While they followed the main road, Frisch asked what they should do next. Ebelson quickly answered that they would meet her father first. Since they were finally in a proper city, she added that they might also try one of the well-known restaurants. As she spoke, the carriage that had just gone by continued, rolling along the street. For one brief moment, the person inside appeared through the window. It was Lady Hemis. As soon as the carriage passed, the protagonist felt something strange, as if Choi Hyun-suk recognized someone inside. Choi Hyun-suk stopped in the street and looked after it, causing the others to halt too. Rahel asked what was wrong. Without looking away, Hunasiak asked if she had not seen it, leaving her confused as she asked what Choi Hyun-suk meant. After watching the carriage disappear for a few seconds, Choi Hyun-suk quietly said Choi Hyun-suk thought Choi Hyun-suk had seen Lady Hemis, and dismissed the thought. The three eventually arrived at the entrance of the Marriott Royal Palace. The guards reacted immediately, one firmly saying this was the Royal Palace, and unauthorized visitors could not enter without stating their purpose and identifying themselves. In response, Ebelson lifted her hand and drew back her hood, revealing her face. In a steady voice, she introduced herself as Abelson Marriott, second in line to the throne of the Kingdom of Marriott, and requested an audience with His Majesty the King. Soon afterward, Ebelson, Choi Hyun-suk, and Frisch were standing before him, before the king seated on his throne. After listening to their report, the king calmly said Choi Hyun-suk understood how the situation had reached this point. Slightly tense, Ebelson asked her father whether she could remain there for a while. Choi Hyun-suk agreed immediately and made it clear that she would always be welcome. Then, to Ebelson's surprise, Choi Hyun-suk rose and embraced her. Choi Hyun-suk told her not to worry about the Sacred Empire because her father would handle it. When Choi Hyun-suk released her, Choi Hyun-suk said she must be worn out from such a long journey. Touched by his kindness, she called him father. The king then told everyone to rest and said they would speak more the following day. Off to the side, Kirby Marriott, the first prince, watched. With a faint smile, elsewhere in the hall stood Race Marriott, the fourth prince, near one of the side thrones. A little later, the scene shifted to a luxuriously decorated room. Inside, Frisch lay sprawled across a huge bed, completely at ease. Watching him, Hyejin-suk put a hand on his waist and said the hospitality was impressive, though their room was far too distant from Abelson's. Rahel replied that this was not the time to complain, since having a room like this was already more than enough. Abelson explained that she had tried to place them next to her room, but palace rules had stopped it. Deep inside, she hoped they would just hold on a little longer. Still stretched out on the bed, Frisch smirked and said the glare directed him was so intense might bore a hole through the wall. Abelson looked puzzled, unsure what Choi Hyun-suk meant. Frisch sat up and calmly told Rahel to place a sound blocking spell over the room. Once Rahel did, Frisch explained what Choi Hyun-suk had sensed. One person was hiding in the tree outside the window, two were stationed in the palace tower, and one powerful presence was staying 2 doors away. The moment Ebelson heard that, she threw open the door, stepped into the corridor, and demanded to know who had ordered her companions to be watched. One of the 2 men in the hall answered that they were following the 4th prince's orders. Choi Hyun-suk said the surveillance was meant to prevent any scandal involving well-known people inside the palace. Furious, Ebelson ordered them to leave immediately. She sharply reminded them that she was Abelson Marriott, second in line to the throne, and asked whether they had forgotten that. Right behind her, Hyun-suk appeared in the doorway and asked if she was all right. Edmondson folded her hands and, as if she had not just scolded the guards, calmly said she should be asking that question. She sincerely apologized for how Choi Hyun-suk and the others had been treated. Choi Hyun-suk gave an awkward smile and shrugged lightly, saying the guards were not entirely wrong and Choi Hyun-suk understood the situation, then told her not to worry. Edmondson lowered her gaze and thanked him, apologizing again while respectfully calling him Mr. the Protagonist. Then a thought struck her. Even after returning home, she still felt uneasy, and she quietly wondered what they were supposed to do next. The following morning, everyone gathered for breakfast around a large 10-seat table, with 8 seats occupied. Sitting across from Abelson, one of the princes said Choi Hyun-suk understood. If the undead were involved, they had some idea what was happening. Choi Hyun-suk explained that undead had suddenly appeared in a small mining village on Marriott's far northern border, so half the royal knights had been sent there immediately. Abelson kept a gentle smile as Choi Hyun-suk added that it was likely similar to what happened in Keaton. According to him, a disc was probably buried underground, and once it was destroyed, the demonic energy in the village should return to normal. While eating, Choi Hyun-suk Lansok noted that if half the royal knights were gone, someone still had to remain behind to protect the royal family. The king calmly replied that soldiers were still in the palace, and more importantly, Sir Valder, The heart of the order had stayed. Choi Hyun-suk then asked who Sir Valder was. The king explained that Valder was a legendary warrior and one of Marriott's greatest prides. Then Choi Hyun-suk pointed to Valder at the table. Choi Hyun-suk also mentioned that Choi Hyun-suk and his group had brought Sir Lorif peace, so Valder felt deeply grateful and wished to join them for breakfast. The protagonist leaned toward Ebelson, that if this man was really Sir Lorof's grandson, Choi Hyun-suk looked far too young. Ebelson smiled awkwardly and quietly said the reason was somewhat complicated. Before she could explain, Valder spoke for himself. Choi Hyun-suk asked if his name was Haejin Sok and said Choi Hyun-suk did not seem to know much about legends yet. Choi Hyun-suk promised to explain later and invited him to the training grounds after breakfast, where they could exchange a few blows while they talked. Choi Hyun-suk brightened immediately and said Choi Hyun-suk would absolutely be there. Someone knocked on the hall door. The king looked toward the butler who had entered and asked what was happening during breakfast. After stepping forward and bowing, the butler reported that a delegation from Gartron had arrived. Krierik slammed his hands on the table and stood up, visibly angry. Choi Hyun-suk said the kingdom had already given its answer and asked what right Gartron had to interfere in Marriott internal affairs. The king raised a hand, telling him to calm down. Choi Hyun-suk said Choi Hyun-suk agreed, but they needed to remain composed for now, especially with Abelson present. Rees then commented that if his sister was truly innocent, there should be no problem with her going to Gartran and explaining the matter herself. The king turned to him with a stern look and told him not to ruin the atmosphere. Abelson was family. Hyun-suk looked at her with concern. The entire mood at the table changed instantly, and Choi Hyun-suk quietly wondered what was happening, whether she was all right. But Abelson said nothing. She simply kept her head lowered in silence. Later, in an open area of the castle, near the training grounds, Valder saw him arrive and said the protagonist had come quickly. The protagonist answered that there was no way Choi Hyun-suk could refuse an invitation from a legend. Noticing that Choi Hyun-suk had many questions, Valder told him to ask anything he wanted. Inwardly, Choi Hyun-suk reminded himself that the protagonist was one of his grandfather's benefactors. Feeling slightly uneasy, Choi Hyun-suk asked if Choi Hyun-suk could start with something about Abelson. As Choi Hyun-suk spoke, Choi Hyun-suk remembered the heavy mood at breakfast and how unpleasant it had felt. Baldur stretched before answering. Choi Hyun-suk said it was a little unexpected to begin with the princess, but since Choi Hyun-suk had promised, Choi Hyun-suk would answer honestly. Abelson's position was not good. Choi Hyun-suk explained that the continent was split between two great powers, Gartron and Drasen, and Marriott leaned more toward Gartron. That became even more obvious after Princess Ebelson was chosen as a saint. Choi Hyun-suk said that after Ebelson's recent actions, the royal family was likely in a very difficult position. Valder partly agreed but said the king was not the type to easily abandon his own family. Choi Hyun-suk added that Abelson resembled the late queen, and the crown prince cared deeply for his younger sister. As for the third and fourth princes, both were timid and weak-willed, so it was hard to know what they might do. Valder added that because the king and crown prince openly cared for Ebelson, the third and fourth princes would struggle to push their own opinions. Yuan says Shurut then asked what Valder himself thought. Valder calmly replied that Choi Hyun-suk was only the royal family's sword, and a sword moved according to the will of the one who held it. Valder kept stretching, rolling his shoulders with his hands behind his back. As Choi Hyun-suk moved, Choi Hyun-suk said his master had always been his majesty, the king of this nation. Choi Hyun-suk had sworn that oath decades ago when Choi Hyun-suk first became a knight. The protagonist froze at that word. Decades. Hesitantly, Choi Hyun-suk asked how old Valder was. Valder answered casually 97. Even more shocked, the protagonist said that was beyond youthful. It felt completely unreal. As Choi Hyun-suk began stretching his legs, Valder calmly said that was only to be expected, since Choi Hyun-suk was supposedly a legend after all. Choi Hyun-suk then asked how much Meaty actually understood about heroes and legends. Scratching his head, Inhumi awkwardly admitted he knew very little. Valder looked young, used lightning, and being struck by it hurt terribly. Valder sighed and said Choi Hyun-suk truly knew almost nothing. Choi Hyun-suk explained that the lightning he mentioned belonged only to his grandfather. A hero was someone with power far beyond ordinary people, but the term also referred to those who had not yet crossed into legend. Valder then asked what Choi Hyun-suk believed separated a hero from a legend. Choi Hyun-suk froze eyes wide, before cautiously guessing that it might be youth. Baldur said the protagonist seemed strangely fixated on that idea, though he was not entirely wrong. Choi Hyun-suk explained that when a hero reached the legendary realm, the body regained youth and returned to its prime. That was why Choi Hyun-suk did not appear to be 97. Then Choi Hyun-suk added that there was another factor, authority. It sounded impressive, he said, but it was simply a personal trait, a special power ordinary people did not possess. According to Valder, once someone crossed that boundary and became a legend, this unique trait would awaken. It could appear in many forms. Like his grandfather's lightning, it might be connected to one of the 5 elements, or like Gartron's Great Barrier, it could manifest as a defensive form of telekinesis. In most cases, these traits were tied to physical strength or overwhelming force. Even so, there were rare cases where far stranger abilities appeared. Choi Hyun-suk gave Basil of Drasen as an example, whose power could erase a specific moment entirely. Baldur concluded that abilities like that were exceptionally uncommon. Choi Hyun-suk then asked whether becoming a legend also meant becoming mage. As Choi Hyun-suk lifted his arms over his head to stretch, Valder said it was not the same as ordinary magic. Mages usually train through incantations and meditation to control a particular attribute. Authority worked in another way. At its core, it required no incantations, meditation, or even formal training. Fowler said a person only had to combine imagination with the trait they had gained and then use it freely. Imi quietly repeated the word legend and thought of Park Hyuna. Then Choi Hyun-suk began wondering how old that person truly was. Boulder continued, saying that even so, becoming legend did not make someone invincible. Choi Hyun-suk said Asahil's defense was incredible, but it came with a heavy drain on physical stamina. Crossing his arms, Choi Hyun-suk added that his grandfather was strongly influenced by the weather. Hyun-suk's eyes widened as he repeated the word in surprise. Baldur explained that on a clear day with no moisture in the air, his grandfather could not summon storms. Still amazed, Choi Hyun-suk asked what kind of authority Sir Valder possessed. Valder rested his hand on the golden part of the sword at his waist and said he had expected that question, so Choi Hyun-suk had already finished warming up. In the next moment, Choi Hyun-suk drew his sword and held it firmly. He said it was time to prepare for a practice duel, and since the protagonist was here, Choi Hyun-suk would let him feel that power for himself. He promised this alone would make him far stronger than Choi Hyun-suk was before. Choi Hyun-suk froze briefly, forcing a stiff smile. Even so, he accepted, and said Choi Hyun-suk understood. That night, Ebelson quietly walked through the castle corridor. Beneath the full moon, she stopped outside her father's room, knocked gently, and began to announce herself, saying it was Ebelson, but she broke off halfway. Voices were already shouting from the other side of the door. One voice angrily mocked someone for still calling himself king, and the moment Ebelson recognized it, she froze. It was her brother Races. Inside, the king remained seated while Races loudly declared that Gartren would one day rule the entire continent. Choi Hyun-suk insisted that even Drasen and the smaller kingdoms between them would eventually go before Gartren. Still agitated, Races kept insisting Gartren had more than enough strength to do it. To him, it was absurd for a small kingdom like Marriott to resist. The king said nothing, his head lowered and his eyes closed as he listened in silence. Races pressed further, arguing that a ruler sometimes had to sacrifice a few people to protect the majority. The third prince, who was also present, admitted Races was not entirely wrong. A ruler did have to make painful sacrifices for the greater good. Hearing that, the king slowly clenched his fist, but the prince added one crucial point. Ebelson was not merely one of the few. She was their older sister. Races turned on his brother and snapped back, asking whether that meant Marriott should fight Gartren. How could such a small kingdom choose something so reckless? Just because of personal feelings. That was when the king finally spoke. Choi Hyun-suk said Choi Hyun-suk was considering negotiations with Drasen. Marriott, Choi Hyun-suk explained, was the largest buffer between the two great powers. For that reason, Drasen might accept a diplomatic offer if Marriott approached in friendship. Still, they had to act with great caution so that it would not provoke Gartron. Outside, Ebelson sat on the hallway floor and listened without a word. Then Racis's voice rang out again, calling it a gamble far too dangerous to take. Tears began sliding down Ebelson's face. Through her sorrow, she whispered Bishop Tranio's name. Her entire body trembled as she cried harder, and in that broken state she asked herself what she was supposed to do now. Abelson asked how Choi Hyun-suk's training with Sir Valder was progressing. Choi Hyun-suk said it was going well, and that he was improving even faster than he had. Choi Hyun-suk had under Lord Reed run. She then asked whether Choi Hyun-suk had already seen Sir Valder's authority. Choi Hyun-suk repeated the word, trying to understand it. A moment later, he connected it to Sir Valder's so-called hyperfocus and asked if that was what she meant. The story returns to their training, where Sir Valder confirms confirms that his authority is indeed hyperfocus. Choi Hyun-suk explains that hyperfocus is concentration pushed to an extreme. Even before a fight begins, he can lock entirely onto his opponent. In that state, he reads breathing, muscle shifts, and tiny movements so precisely that he can predict what will happen next. In simple terms, no matter what trick an enemy attempts, Choi Hyun-suk reads the next move a moment early. By the time they act, Choi Hyun-suk has already found the best response. Watching Choi Hyun-suk predicts the sudden approach, the attack aimed at the center, and even the follow-up strike from above. Choi Hyun-suk charges in and tries to complete his combo, but before Choi Hyun-suk can finish, Valder has already acted. His counter arrives at the perfect moment, cutting off the attack and sending Choi Hyun-suk flying. Sir Valder explains that every movement has a setup, and even a feint cannot completely hide the true strike. To him, those signs always appear first. Choi Hyun-suk realizes how unfair that ability feels and wonders if it is simply broken. Even so, Sir Valder says it is not unbeatable, and it still has limits. As Choi Hyun-suk begins explaining its weakness, Choi Hyun-suk, still shaken, is stunned that he would reveal it at all. He immediately asks why Sir Valder would share something so important with someone Choi Hyun-suk barely knows. Sir Valder says there are two reasons. First, even if Choi Hyun-suk knew how to counter it, he still would not be strong enough to defeat him directly. Then Choi Hyun-suk gives the second reason. Choi Hyun-suk believes Ebelson Sin is the princess's knight. Choi Hyun-suk says he already noticed how deeply the princess trusted Choi Hyun-suk during the journey. The way she treated him made that obvious. From this, Choi Hyun-suk concluded that Abelson served someone of high rank directly and was meant to support the princess from close by. Because of that, Choi Hyun-suk has no interest in showing off his authority or interfering in matters outside his role. To make his point clearer, Choi Hyun-suk gives an extreme example. What if only one person could be saved, the prince or the princess? Without hesitating, Choi Hyun-suk says Choi Hyun-suk would save the prince. His meaning was clear. If such a situation ever came, Ebelson's duty would be to protect the princess. Choi Hyun-suk steadied himself, while still trying to absorb everything. Then Sir Valder returns to the main topic and explains how his ability can be countered. Choi Hyun-suk reveals that because concentration has limits, facing multiple enemies at the same time is difficult for him. Hyperfocus requires all his attention to stay fixed on one target, so keeping track of several threats at once is not realistic. Choi Hyun-suk continues by saying that against someone with an authority centered on physical power, he would lose out in raw strength. His gift helps him predict and respond. It does not increase his power. So when facing a group, the best choice is a battlefield that restricts movement, such as a corridor where enemies are forced to come one by one. Choi Hyun-suk also advises using terrain, traps, and outside support. In the end, the goal is to gather every possible advantage, close the gap in strength. Choi Hyun-suk asks whether Sir Valder can activate his authority whenever Choi Hyun-suk wants. Sir Valder says yes, but only after years of harsh training. Choi Hyun-suk built resistance to cold, heat, pain, and even poison so he could keep using it. Then Choi Hyun-suk adds that similar methods could be used on Choi Hyun-suk if necessary. Choi Hyun-suk looks confused, so Sir Valder explains that he is not teaching this so Choi Hyun-suk can defeat him right now. That only leaves Choi Hyun-suk even more confused, still trying to understand the real purpose. Sir Valder explains that if Ibelson continues serving as the princess's knight, then one day they may fight on the same side, and before trusting an ally in battle, one must trying to pinpoint their weaknesses. Choi Hyun-suk reflected on everything witnessed and realized just how formidable Sir Valder's power truly is. It seemed Sir Valder could strike repeatedly before Choi Hyun-suk even landed a single hit. Ebelson remained mostly silent while Choi Hyun-suk struggled to comprehend the danger that authority really held. Choi Hyun-suk noted how peaceful things had been lately, but Abelson admitted she was unsure how long such calm would last. Still, she remarked that it had been a long time since they were able to train without disruption. Choi Hyun-suk agreed that it was unusually quiet, and Abelson added that the stillness felt like the silence before a storm. Choi Hyun-suk found this unsettling and briefly worried something bad was coming, though he quickly brushed it off, exaggeratingly claiming there was nothing to fear while Sir Val. The others watched his reaction. Abelson dropped the topic and said she shouldn't have mentioned it. She insisted everything would be fine and that no danger was imminent. Trying to dispel the anxiety, she held his hand and asked Choi Hyun-suk to agree. Still hesitant, Choi Hyun-suk nodded, and two continued walking. 10 days passed, during which Choi Hyun-suk trained repeatedly against Sir Valder, losing every time while focusing intently. In another match, the gap in skill was obvious as Choi Hyun-suk had only managed to land a single minor hit. Despite this, Sir Valder praised the effort, noting that even touching him was impressive. Choi Han-suk then tried to identify the technique, wondering if it was some form of mana explosion style. Sir Valder confirmed it involved crashing mana into demonic energy to produce a brief burst of power. Choi Han-suk admired the purple energy and the spring-like force, wanting to learn it himself, but acknowledged it was nearly impossible without an extraordinary body, a result of extreme, rare circumstances. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated through the area and drew everyone's attention. Choi Han-suk quickly realized it originated from the prince's room, and Sir Valder immediately sprang into action. Recognizing the seriousness, Sir Valder said Choi Han-suk needed to get there quickly. Choi Han-suk moved to follow, but Sir Valder stopped him, reminding him of his earlier instructions. Choi Han-suk had been told to stay with Princess Ebelson and protect her. Choi Han-suk would handle the situation personally. Inside the palace, an alarm sounded indicating something had appeared ahead. Choi Han-suk and Abelson rushed over to find someone panicked, warning that a dangerous presence was nearby. Upon arriving, Choi Han-suk first assumed it was just a corpse, but then realized the truth. It wasn't dead body, but a demon. The situation worsened quickly, with more similar bodies ahead, proving it wasn't a single enemy. Already on edge, Choi Han-suk demanded to understand what they were facing. Frisch said Choi Han-suk had no idea, and Choi Han-suk couldn't fathom why the Demon King's army would attack so recklessly in such a remote location. With no clear answer, Choi Han decided to investigate further. Choi Han-suk instructed everyone to head for the chambers and regroup with Sir Valder. Ebelson agreed and led the way as the group moved carefully through the palace. As they navigated the halls, they encountered Rees, who looked visibly shaken. Seeing Abelson, Choi Han-suk was clearly relieved. After confirming her safety, Choi Han-suk asked what had happened. Rees explained that the palace had been attacked by figures resembling demons. Choi Han-suk said Choi Han-suk had already fought some, but warned more could still be hiding within the palace. Rees said it was too risky to move alone with enemies around. Knowing the palace well, Choi Han-suk decided to escort Abelson personally and ensure her safety. Abelson agreed and began suggesting Choi Han-suk should accompany her too. Before she could finish, something shifted abruptly. Cutting her off, Choi Han-suk noted that Abelson could sense demonic energy, making it unlikely that demons would enter the castle unnoticed. This made him question whether they were actually demons at all. Abelson frowned and asked what he meant. Choi Han-suk pointed out that the fourth prince had called it a demonic attack, but admitted this might be wrong. The attack might not have involved demons. Rees, irritated, demanded an explanation, clearly unwilling to entertain uncertainty. Before the situation worsened, Abelson stepped in, urging calm and reminding them Choi Han-suk was with her. She suggested the attackers might have used magical concealment, or she might have been caught off guard. For now, she chose to trust Rees and focus on the task. Moments later, Abelson sensed a presence nearby. Noting faint demonic energy and confirming enemies were close, Rees immediately asked for direction, and she indicated it. Then she hesitated. Something felt off. Though the enemies approached, they weren't hiding their presence. Worse, the energy didn't feel like that of ordinary demons. Abelson tried to identify it, realizing it was strange and unlikely to match anything she had expected. Before she could finish, Rees noticed something approaching and warned the prince. Choi Han-suk ordered everyone to prepare. At that same moment, Abelson finally realized it wasn't a normal demon. The energy felt hybrid, part human and part demon, much like Choi Han-suk. Then the figure appeared twisted and violent, with glowing eyes signaling that this was no ordinary threat. Looking closer, Abelson saw something impossible to ignore and realized with horror that the presence was linked to Sir Valder. Choi Han-suk noted her reaction and grew alarmed, trying to understand what had happened and who could have transformed him. The distorted figure issued a warning, urging the princess to flee. Abelson was too shocked to move, frozen by the sight before her. Rees, however, remained composed, appearing oddly calm. Amid the chaos, the story briefly jumped back. In the king's chamber, messengers reported Sir Valder was on his way, and the royal guards were approaching too. Hearing this, Race commanded everyone to move faster, as they had to finish before reinforcements arrived. Moments later, Sir Valder appeared with a precise strike that halted the enemy's advance and entered without hesitation. When Choi Han-suk arrived, Choi Han-suk took charge of the battle and first ensured Rees was safe. Rees said Choi Han-suk had already seen the chamber incident and would take responsibility for it. Sir Valder instructed him to wait. Choi Han-suk vowed to end the fight swiftly and capture the attackers alive, so they could provide answers. Rees acted confidently, praising Sir Valder's skill and loyalty, and stepped back as instructed. Sir Valder warned everyone to give him space to focus, but as Choi Han-suk approached, Rees revealed Choi Han-suk's plan. Without warning, Choi Han-suk applied his substance onto Sir Valder. The sudden action reaction caught him completely off guard. Sir Valder tried to understand what Rees had just done and immediately realized something was very wrong. The unexpected strike sent Sir Valder flying, still affected by the substance. Before Choi Hyun-suk fully comprehended it, as Choi Hyun-suk struggled to recover, he turned to Rees and demanded to know what the third prince was doing. Before he could act, another figure appeared, thanked Rees, and took control of the situation. That was when the truth became apparent. This had all been orchestrated, planned, with Rees complicit. Sir Valder quickly pieced things together. The prince had likely allied with outsiders, perhaps the same group behind the larger attack. Then Choi Han-suk realized another point. No hidden enemy had ever evaded his senses. That meant the assassins hadn't infiltrated. They had been inside from the start. Someone within had enabled the royal Emily to be attacked, even while weakened. Sir Valder understood this was not ordinary poison. His body should have resisted nearly everything, yet this attack succeeded in an entirely different manner. Rees revealed that Choi Hyun-suk had planned carefully for someone like Sir Valder, known to resist poison. What Choi Hyun-suk used wasn't poison at all, but demonic energy directed straight into the body. Choi Hyun-suk explained that when demonic energy collides with human mana, the body violently rejects it and begins to. Leave a like on this video to help Mamoru create even more engaging content for his viewers. Hit the cheeky notification bell, and I'm out.